Good morning, and welcome you all to the third day of the India Clean Air Summit. Hope you found yesterday's sessions interesting. Yesterday, we heard some eminent thought leaders, policymakers, practitioners, researchers discuss and deliberate the linkages between air pollution and climate change, the two most pressing global challenges of our times. We also witnessed young research scholars showcasing path-breaking research in the field of air pollution. Some of the interesting discussions revolved around the role of low-emission technologies towards combating air pollution and helping in transition towards green energy. The importance of formulating robust and efficient policies with a more holistic and comprehensive approach, and understanding the economic impacts of rising emission levels. For those who are attending this summit for the first time today, let me reiterate that ICAS 2022 aims to bring together people across various disciplines like scientists, practitioners, policymakers, students, and industry experts under one roof, with the aim to facilitate meaningful discussions around the real challenges and solutions, which are based on scientific evidence and an integrated approach. We are hopeful that today's sessions will be even more engaging, promising, and thought-provoking. The theme for today's session is Tracing Our Steps for Cleaner Air Policies. As we all know, that strong legal frameworks, effective policy ecosystems, and robust institutions are significant in achieving the national clean air targets, which are specified under the National Clean Air Program, also our global climate commitments. Therefore, we cannot undermine the role that policies will play in effective implementation for the appropriate management of the air quality. Today's sessions, we can look forward to some eminent speakers who will talk about pertinent topics. They are again people from various industries and policymakers and other researchers. They will discuss about the underlying challenges and the interventions which are necessary and required for the NCAP to be successful. The role of effective data in making policies more efficient, and also having a more holistic and an integrated outlook towards addressing both the issues of climate change and air pollution. With this, we proceed with the event for today. Before we go ahead, I would like to let you all know some logistic details. We have in the chamber two various industry and technology like companies who would be exhibiting and displaying their equipment and technology. So whenever you all have time, we request you to go and have a look and interact with them during lunchtime or tea time. Also, along with that, in Chamber 2, we have selected 14 teams, student teams, across various colleges in India. And they are showing their research on air pollution and climate change. We again request you to please interact with them. And also we have a whiteboard towards the end of the hall on my right side. So whenever you all please have time, please just drop your feedback on the ICAS event and what do you feel about it. That would be really great for all of us. And now we can, I think, proceed with the event. I would like to welcome Shri Vijay Mohan Raj, IFS, Principal Secretary, Ecology, Environment Department, Government of Karnataka. So can you please take the dais? I would also like to call upon stage Ms. Devaja Shah, who's the Program Manager for Google. Okay, before much ado, let's begin with the event. Shri Vijay Mohan Raj, IFS, Principal Secretary, Forest Ecology Environment Department, Government of Karnataka. He belongs to the 1995 batch of the Indian Forest Service. And as I said, his designation is he's a Principal Secretary. Sir has during his tenure as a director at the BRT Tiger Reserve, he was awarded with the National E-Governance Award for his smart patrolling system called the Huli. He's also won the National Film Award in 2019 as a director of the film Wild Karnataka, which was narrated by Sir David Attenborough. And he's currently working on various initiatives to support eco-friendly growth of infrastructure and citizen science environment programs in urban areas and near real-time monitoring of trees in farmers' fields. And Sir is also a passionate bird watcher and has interest in natural photography and filmmaking. And I would also like to mention here that Sir's support has been very instrumental in C-STEP's efforts towards, talking and spreading this word about air pollution. And basically, we work a lot with government bodies. So Sir's efforts and his motivation and support has been really key to our success. So thank you, Sir, for being here. And I would like you to come and just share a few words with the audience.
Good morning, all of you. I'm sorry I could not be here yesterday. I was scheduled to be here yesterday, but I could not be here. Something came up, and I'm happy that I'm here It's not very often you get to interact with a group of people who are academicians, who are practitioners, and who are students, and at the corporates who are very much here to talk about our environment. I think I would not really stick to the usual stuff which is normally discourse going on environment, and all of you are already sensitized. And those of you who are there are real subject matter specialists and have expertise on the respective fields. But what I would really look upon is to open up what we really feel is where are we going as far as a clean air is concerned. And I would not really be very specific to air as such. And I would like to thank C-STEP for giving me this opportunity as well. And Pratima knows that I usually go off track, and I'm sure I'll do that again. But let me be very honest. The whole idea of us when it comes to air quality is something which I would like to narrate from my personal experiences. I would be quoting mostly from my personal experiences. One of the best part of being in Bangalore is you can wear this jacket around the year, irrespective of an AC hall. We're blessed with that. But the best thing is when we land up in Delhi and when we get onto the airport, is first thing we see is this huge display mentioning the air quality index. And what do we react? We really just look it up and then walk away. There's no guilt at all. We really don't feel anything. It doesn't hurt us. Just like the way you take your COVID test and something comes up, then you really worry. That's the kind of reaction we should all be having. But we don't do that. We say that, okay, we're living it. I often remember this beautiful sequence shot by Al Gore in the movie Inconvenient Truth. We're all like frogs happily sitting in a small jar where the whole jar is getting heated up and getting used to it. I think this is high time we really look up the whole air quality from a very different perspective. And that would not mean that we've been talking so much of doing very, very long-term measures. I think that time is gone. We've crossed the tipping point. There's nothing we can do about it from a very long-term thing. Now I would really look upon to technology to really take it upon itself, and we have people from the tech companies. I think somebody told me that if at all there's going to be somebody really cleaning up our air, it's going to be some kind of scrubbing happening in the sky with some kind of drones. I think I'm not very far from that, because who would have imagined 3 years back we would say we have EV vehicles all around. And I, sitting on this thing, I am now proposing buildings should have electric vehicle charging for everything. These are things which are rapidly changing, but at the same time, it's also very worrying for two reasons. One is air quality has become a big premium. I'll narrate a few incidents. I've been mostly a guy in the jungles. I mean, for me, air quality was never an issue. I landed up in Bangalore because there were no more posts for my seniority in the jungle. So they pushed me to Bangalore. So what I really felt is that there's a lovely place called Chikmagalur. So in Chikmagalur, I was there, and it's a lovely hill station. Suddenly I see a spurt in people, especially girls, arriving from Kerala in huge numbers. And all of them just standing on top of those hills for quite some time. This was a small kind of a spire's peak, and I was wondering why would they come here. All the people used to do, they get down from the buses, mini buses, and stand up and just look at the hills, doing nothing. Then I asked that, what is the reason why are these big numbers of girls coming there? They said, sir, you know, somebody posted on Twitter that Chikmagalur has the second highest oxygen concentration in the country, and all of them are flocking there. And I said, why? Why are they flocking? They said that if you stand in an oxygen-rich area for 2 hours, your hair will become longer and denser. So, and you know, Mallus have great affinity for the hair, and they would do that, and it's quite common for everybody. And look at this. This is a totally different market emerging just because of good oxygen. So this is something which all of us need to look at. And especially the pandemic threw up another very interesting thing. I could not get away, but at the same time, I talked to a lot of my people in the field. They said that, sir, the best thing what we are really looking is if I can only be energy self-sufficient where I'm staying, because I now can connect to the world. We all had Zooms, we could download anything, we could live off the grid, but being very much in the grid. So I think the whole cycle, if you ask anybody in Bangalore, Bangalore has this great AC culture. I keep talking about it again, and apartment living and cubicle working. And people would simply rush off to the weekend just to have a fresh air, and they come back very rejuvenated. I think I would personally feel that nature has become the biggest miracle drug and everybody will start chasing it, but let me be very, very careful about it, that nature is not going to remain the same, because once you put a footprint anywhere, humans tend to disturb it. So these are broad issues which I feel is that how do we look at it? We are working on very interesting stuff, and now that we have Devanga here, we would like to share. One of the biggest challenges for us is that how do we interact with our trees? Because I personally feel that if I could get, I mean, Google shows a certain direction and all. If you could just pass through a certain segment of the city and it says that you're in a carbon neutral neighborhood, how would you feel? It comes up as a pin. That's exactly what we're working on. We're mapping up the whole trees of Bangalore and tag them to a tree where each citizen can interact, and then you can actually know that whether you're in an oxygen-rich area or not. This is something we're trying on a pilot basis, hopefully with CSR support in the Indian Institute of Science. And that is how we need to take forward, because then only, unless you engage, we would love to have people walking the heritage trees of Bangalore. If I could pass in just pick up and simply drop down menu and say, where are the mango trees in Bangalore, that would be lovely. So these are things which we would love to interact. At the same time, we also make it very easy for citizens. And everybody, we've actually become so app dependent, so heavy dependent. I would suggest everybody to actually make people to walk around their neighborhoods. We all live in this gated communities which give us this great sense of, false sense of security, saying that everything is good. But I think I suggest there's a lot more going outside. I suggest going out than seeing what exactly it is. So these are real things which should be deliberated upon. But I believe that citizens will change only if they would like to care more, love more, what they really feel about it. And we really need to look at these things. I think the government from its side has done wonderfully well as far as NCAP is concerned. We now have the source professional study for Bangalore and all those things. But end of the day is, how are we going to live across? I always talk about this new development paradigm which we would really talk about is, our whole development paradigm is about floor area ratio. How many floors we can go up and how are we. But I would like to relook at it. We would look at our entire development paradigm from a carbon neutral neighborhood. I always take this analogy, having 10 people who are extremely aware walking in a forest is much more better than 2 drunks walking in a forest. So this is exactly a building with a footprint which is conscious footprint on ground, rather than a building with a so brutalist and staying on ground. These are some new development paradigms we really need to develop at the same time. And now Bangalore is some crazy place where a lot of startups are there. I've been working with this corporate social responsibility for the forest department. We've been doing some very interesting things. What we really look forward is that if we could build this whole network of people, the problem is we have too many people working in the environment but never aligned together. The problem is that unless we align and then we make it a collective effort and we pitch it at we can pitch in at small places rather than working in silos. The Clean Air Action Program, because now that we work with urban local bodies and all, there's a lot of headway. But then we always look at the ones, I mean, for us, nirvana is non-attainment. The moment we attain, we think we attained nirvana. It's not that. It's a way of life. I come from a very dusty place called Bellary. For me, I mean, like, I can't breathe such nice air because we're used to that. Our lungs are like that. But then every generation has been aspirational. They're moving forward. Our mothers cooked in chulas. Now housewife cooks at the induction stoves. Maybe something else is going to happen down the line. But what I really need to do is, how are we going to leave behind a footprint which is more conscious and which can actually be replicated and actionable? So I believe that all this workshop of the Clean Air Summit should actually translate into some small actionable things so that we can take away and say that this is something, a good case study has been done here, there. And that way, your time spent here in this conference would be worthwhile. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, sir, for those insightful words. And as you rightly said, we are living in the hard times of climate change and also air pollution crisis. I would also like to take this opportunity to let you know, sir, and also our audience, that in April we had conducted a conference on the emission inventory and source apportionment studies for the city of Bengaluru. And sir, you had mentioned about, reaching out to young minds and children because they are the future of our planet and also the country. And in this regard, the CAPS team at C-STEP has launched a book on, for the kids. And it's about this dog Milo who's, going to talk about air pollution. So I hope actually the kids really find it interesting and, they understand the issue and the gravity of the situation. Now I'd like to call Miss Devaja Shah to share a few words with us. She is a program manager at Google and has been leading Google's Geo for Good program in India since the last 5 years. The Geo for Good program under Google Earth Outreach has helped around 300 plus civil society organizations using free map technology to solve climate change and the issue of air pollution, which has also resulted in various and a lot of impact stories of climate intervention and citizen movements across the country and on the ground. So I would like ma'am to just come and share a few words with us.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you, sir, for the really inspiring talk. And we hear your ideas, and we'd love to sort of work more closely with you. A big thank you to C-STEP for organizing this event. My name is Devja. I am a program manager on the Google Earth Outreach team, and we have a long history of environment-related tools and impact and focused efforts within Google to fight climate action. Yeah, you can see my screen. Today I'm here to talk about a really powerful tool called Environmental Insights Explorer and how cities across the world are using it to fight climate change and pollution with new data. We are all aware about the urgency to reduce our emissions footprint, but do you know that cities play an extremely critical part of our journey? According to UN Habitat, even though cities account for only 2% of the total land area, they contribute to more than 70% of global emissions. And cities are aware of this. Almost 10,000 cities across the world have signed up to take climate action. But the path to net zero is not easy, as we know. Without the right data, it can be really hard for cities to know where to start when thinking of reducing their emissions. Less than 20% of the 10,000 cities that have signed up to take climate action were actually able to create greenhouse gas emission inventories, which is basically the first step to taking stock of your city's current footprint. Not to mention that the traditional process for building these inventories and measuring emissions requires months of time, special expertise, and resources which, frankly speaking, a lot of cities don't have. And like a lot of speakers touched upon yesterday, when cities have competing priorities, when economic opportunities are at stake, how can we expect cities to put more resources behind climate action, especially when the pathway is really complicated? So that's where we come in to help make it easier for cities to take this first step in their climate action journey. We thought that Google can play a small but meaningful role in kickstarting this journey for cities. In 2020, our CEO Sundar Pichai made a global commitment to help more than 500 cities reduce 1 gigaton of carbon emissions annually by 2030. And As part of that journey, our commitment is to building the Environmental Insights Explorer data platform that makes detailed information about a city's carbon emission footprint across building and transportation and energy sectors available free of cost. Not only is this free data, but this is also data that is regularly updated. As we heard that, a lot of these studies take place, but there's no follow-up. It happens once, but there's no way for cities to track progress year on year. But EIE solves for that by making data available on a yearly basis. And we've built EIE combining all of the things that Google is great at, taking the rich data that you're used to seeing every day in Google Maps, applying privacy-safe filters and aggregating this data and pairing that with our deep expertise in machine learning to come up with these emission insights. So this is a quick glimpse of the transportation emissions that you can see for the city of Nagpur. You can see the number of trips broken down by trips coming in from outside of the city to trips coming or happening within the city boundaries. You can also see the number of trips taken by the transit mode, be it two-wheeler, be it buses, be it cycling, and what is the actual length of those trips taken. Now, how do we calculate this data? This is honestly the most common question we get. So EIE uses aggregated location history data from devices on which we've applied a number of privacy filters and aggregation and anonymization techniques to make sure that this data is not traced back to any individuals, but really gives the city a city-level picture of how citizens are moving. This data takes into account movement across all different roads to your small gullies. We use that data and we apply machine learning to determine the mode of transit being taken. So are people traveling by buses or by cars or cycles, or are they taking a bus and then walking? All of these trips are accounted for within the emissions data. And then we use population scaling techniques similar to the ones that are commonly used in transportation models based on household travel surveys to scale to a city size, of course accounting for also the segment that do not have access to smartphones, and estimating the total vehicle trips by mode. So this vehicle kilometer data that we land on is then combined with region-specific measurements like the emission factors or the fuel efficiency of a bus. And this is essentially computed collectively to give the total emissions for a city. And we have not only built this data set, but we have also validated it with studies on the ground in intersections of Mountain View, California, and Boulder, Colorado. We've actually installed on-road sensors and taken vehicle counts, and we've found that our data is within 6% of the actual on-road measurements of transit activity taken from these surveys. And today, the EIE data is not just available for tens of thousands of cities globally, but we have data on almost 1,000 cities within India itself. And we've also partnered with networks like GCOM, ICLEI, and C40 to help cities make meaningful use of this data. So that it's not just that we've built a tool, we've built a platform, but we really want to help cities use this data to mobilize action on the ground, to use it to plan policies, and to also build their inventories with the help, with the expertise of leading climate organizations and networks. So how can cities make use of this data? There's 4 simple things. One is they can measure their current state of emissions. They can also track year-on-year progress. Once cities set a goal, they can actually see how their policies are performing and how their emissions are changing year-on-year. They can also plan interventions, use this data to simulate various experiments or pilots within the city, and they can lastly use this data to actually drive action on the ground. Cities across the world are already using EIE. The city of, these are just two examples among, the more than 50 cities who've been using this data. Dublin has actually used EIE to track their city biking use, and they've set a target of improving their biking trips to 20% by 2025, and they're also using it to track progress towards the goal. We recently made an announcement about Aurangabad, which is one of like 4 cities in India that is using the data, and they're actually planning to execute 80 kilometers of cycling and pedestrian infrastructure based on the numbers reported in EIE within the city. And they're also one of the cities committed to the Race to Zero journey. And these are just some of the many testimonials that we've gotten from cities around the usefulness and utility of EIE. I'd also like to share on this platform that we're not just limited to transport emissions. Like I briefly touched upon in the presentation yesterday, we are also piloting street level air quality data within EIE, and we believe that this data can be really helpful in guiding cities to create targeted interventions to identify hotspots and reduce exposure to pollution for vulnerable populations within the cities. And in fact, when we did this project in the city of Copenhagen, the city officials actually tied up with local architecture and design firms to create what we call healthy neighborhoods or thrive zones, focused on improving the health of children under 5 years. And they use this data to basically identify which neighborhoods should be prioritized for this intervention. So how can you join us and be a part of this journey? Like I said, this is a lofty problem. We can't solve this alone. If you are a government agency, we invite you to come and access this data. Like I said, there's data for 1,000 cities and states. It's free to sign up and access. We invite you to view this data, use this data in your policies, and also help us improve our data. If you have more accurate local scaling factors, please do help us get better at this. If you're a researcher or a scientist, let us build these data sets together. Tell us about what you're doing for air quality, how you're piloting sort of data collection networks on the ground. We'd love to work with you to model this data, apply our machine learning expertise, and really make this data ultimately available to policymakers for action. Yeah, I'll just leave this with a call to action. Please do go ahead and sign up on EIE. This is all free data. And yeah, really using this forum as a way to invite more of you to come and join us in this journey. We'd love to solve this issue together, but thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Devaja Shah, for highlighting Google's endeavors in this field. And I would like to inform you all that we had also invited Shri Tushar Girinath, IAS Chief Commissioner BBMP, but unfortunately he couldn't be present amongst us today as he had some urgent meetings that he had to attend to. And with this, we end this session, and I would like to call upon stage Dr. Pratima Singh to give a token of appreciation to our speakers. Sorry, sir, you can interact with sir over tea. We are breaking out for tea.
I'll beat you up and then probably clarify. I'll be meeting you personally, then we'll do that.
Okay, thank you to the esteemed speakers, and I would request you all to proceed towards the tea area. Thank you. And we can start with the first panel discussion of the day. And the topic for the first panel discussion is policy maneuvers and way forward for NCAP. In this panel, we would hear the speakers essentially talk about the ground level challenges that is faced by NCAP. And they would also identify major key interventions that could be required for achieving the targets under NCAP, and also highlight the way forward for all of us. I would now like to invite upon the stage Dr. Sirish Sinha, who's the director at CIFF, which is Children's Investment Fund Foundation. He leads the India climate portfolio there, which includes work on clean energy transition, transport sectors, solutions for air pollution, regenerative agriculture, sustainable finance, and climate policies. He also manages energy transitions in South Asia, Southeast Asia, and looks after the global program on climate ambition and transparency. I would request sir to please come and take over the stage. I would also like to invite our panel members. We have with us Professor S.N. Tripathi, who's a senior professor at Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Kanpur. Mr. Justin Nyagad, Senior Environmental Specialist, World Bank. Ms. Pooja Tiwari, Environment Program, Bloomberg Philanthropies. Shri Ashish Tiwari, IFS Secretary, Department of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of Uttar Pradesh. And last but not the least, Mr. Sumitri Das, who's the Project Management Specialist and Team Lead for Pollution and Health Impacts at USAID. With this, I would like Dr. Sirish Sinha to introduce the panel members and take the discussion forward. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And I know we have slightly reduced time for this session, so we need to wrap up by 12, so that's about 50 minutes for us. So let me just begin, first of all, by thanking CSTEP for giving us this opportunity to all of us and the panel and this very interesting session that we have, looking forward on what needs to happen at a national level and learning from the National Clean Air Program to a direction around a policy that needs to happen for us for future. And I think when we look at the NCAP, the way it started, I think we're at a very important juncture. It's about midway through the 5-year plan that it has. So what lessons we have learned over the period of last 2.5 years of its implementation, and what has been the bottlenecks and the challenges that the implementing agencies have faced, and how can we learn from it to go forward in the future. So I will basically expecting that with my very diverse group of panels and and building on what the Honorable Secretary, Mr. Raj had basically said, if we can bring out some very concrete way forward or suggestions that you can leave, which then CSTEP can formulate as recommendations coming out of this session, would be really helpful. So while the panelists have been introduced, just a quick reminder. So on extreme side is Pooja Tiwari, who's a program manager environment with the Bloomberg Philanthropies, one of our amazing partners on several initiatives that we do. And so Pooja, great to have you and be on the panel. Shri Ashish Tiwari, who is the Secretary, Department of Environment, Forest and Climate Change of Government of Uttar Pradesh. In the last few months, I've had the privilege to work very closely with him to develop a larger technical assistance program on supporting subnational climate action. And he brings in-depth knowledge and experience, which I think will come out much more today when he tells us what UP is doing so far on the National Clean Air Program and how we can essentially learn from some of it. And I think I get an opportunity to moderate him today. He has been moderating us, so it's a reverse process that we are going to apply today. Professor Tripathi, he needs no introduction, one of the leading voices on air quality in India, also one of the key architects of National Clean Air Program and the National Knowledge Network that is there. A new center of excellence on air quality monitoring is coming up at IIT Kanpur, and I think we're looking forward to some of the interesting work that will happen to that. Mr. Justin Nekard, Senior Environment Specialist with the World Bank. World Bank has several years of experience, and he himself brings huge years of experience around pollution management. So looking forward to what the bank is doing and learning from some of the lessons that they can share with us. And finally, Mr. Saumitri Das, who is also a project management specialist with the USAID and leading a program on air pollution and health impacts in the Indo-Gangetic Basin. And I think that'll be interesting to hear more on that. So without doing much further, Professor Tripathi, I wanted to start with you. You have been involved, as I said, in shaping of NCAP and the various plans that has been put together in there. The National Knowledge Network is providing a huge base, supporting states, supporting the urban local bodies through the institutions of reputation that have been attached to them and to support them. From your perspective, over this last 2.5, 3 years, since the inception of NCAP, what are the key achievements? And what are the challenges that are still needed to be overcome so that NCAP, the target that it has set itself, and the other support national missions and programs or initiatives that is coming, like the 15th Finance Commission recommendations to the cities to implement solutions on clean air with targets, and it's a very incentive-based program. What has been the journey so far, what you see? And if you could also talk about the roles and responsibilities of the IORs and how they can work further with the cities. And my last part on that is the role of National Knowledge Network. How is it really coordinating, et cetera? So wanted to hear from you first.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha. See, National Clean Air Program came as a very comprehensive, nationwide, city-centric program to combat the very critical problem of air pollution in India. And it was formulated on the basis of the data which was available that time, that was PM10, across 100 plus odd cities. Some of them were added later to make it about 132 cities across the country. And it has the overarching goal to cut down PM 2.5, as most of you know, is the most critical pollutant from the human health point of view by 30% by 2024, because the program was launched in 2019. But as I understand that now the target has been slightly modified by replacing PM10 by PM 2.5 by PM10 again, and shifting it by 1 or 2 years, I think now is 2025 or 2026. And in order to do so, they actually had planned to have 3 major activities. And those 3 are, which I will tell you one by one. The first one being to make more understanding of air pollution science by increasing the monitoring footprint in the country, and also have better estimates of air pollution on human health, economics, et cetera, et cetera. Second is to have better capacity, because we know that in this particular domain, we had lack of capacity across all level of governments, within academic institutions, and also at the city level. And also creation of new institutions. And third, of course, is mitigating sources across different economic sectors. Now, if you see, on the monitoring front, there has been a good amount of progress. When the program was launched in 2019, we had about 150 to 200 continuous air quality monitoring stations, which are really useful to, if you want to deal with air pollution at city level or manage the air pollution at city level, because besides that, we had about 600 plus odd manual monitoring stations in the country, but they give you very less frequent data, probably once or twice a week. Now from 200, what I understand, currently it has reached to 350 stations. So that way, you see, it's a increase of about 70 or 80%, and which is substantial. But it is still, I think, far below the monitoring need of this country in terms of air quality monitoring. So keeping that in mind, that Steering Committee of National Clean Air Program decided just about 1.5 or 2 years back to complement these government monitoring, strategy by bringing new monitoring technologies. For example, sensors-based monitoring, or using satellite-based particulate matter or even gaseous pollutant monitoring, and creating a hybrid-style monitoring network in the country, which can provide more information at a hyper-local scale. That proposal has been formulated and currently is with Central Pollution Control Board, and I hope they will definitely take a very quick expedited decision on that. And second part related to monitoring, which I believe needs to look into, is to increase the overall scope of monitoring from, I believe that as of now you have about 50%, 60 or 65 non-attainment cities have minimum one continuous air quality monitoring station. So that means that it leaves 60 cities which do not have even a single monitoring station. So our first goal, if we want to have a better assessment of some of the policies, plans which have been enacted as a part of Clean Air program, and if we also want to do any mid-course correction, we need to have more data points across these cities, and we also have to add these stations so that the cities which are having, or like a data void, should have data so that we can build on that. Second, if you think about capacity building, thanks to some of the visionary steps taken by certainly ministry and strengthened and contributed by international organizations, including, of course, World Bank, Bloomberg, and SIF, and others, that we have had several major capacity building programs in the country which were conducted at the national level, state levels, and also at the city levels. Some of them were induction training, some of them were about how to create robust city action plans. But our capacity building, if you call, the next step in that should be to create and conduct more specific programs which deal with finer nuances of air quality management. That, I think, would also require somewhat to link that with national skill qualification framework, so that we have a very comprehensive scale where people's skill in different domains, expertise can clearly be scaled. These skilled people can really provide or would contribute to a major need of air quality professionals in this country, which is estimated to be about 1 million. The green jobs in air quality domain, cutting across all sectors, industries, government, academia, is estimated to about 1 million. That can also be partly met by if major academic institutions like IITs start new degree and certification program in air quality management, which is contributed and formulated by people drawing from environmental engineering, air quality, health sector, environmental economics, etc. So that kind of a program, which could also be combined with climate solution or energy solution, could really be a way forward to create probably few thousand of very highly skilled air quality experts in the country, which to my knowledge, such a program is not existing in the country. In that direction, certainly creation of knowledge network with institutes of repute, that arrangement has been very encouraging. I thank ministry for that, and that the government made it very official. And there has been several good success stories. For example, like some of the non-mainstream institutions like Bose Institute or National Atmospheric Research Laboratories, these belong to DST or ISRO, which earlier were doing their own research work, but were working on mainly some part of air quality, could be mainstreamed. And then there are new IITs, I could just name few like IIT Jodhpur, IIT Tirupati. By creation of this Rainbow Alliance and then having this tripartite memorandum of understanding in every city has brought many of these institutions to contribute directly to such a large program in the country. Certainly, there are many instances where it has not been able to tap the fullest potential what Knowledge Network and IOR has. The expectation was that the cities would partake some of the funds given to them under either 15th Finance Commission or from Clean Air Program with these institutes of repute, so that a sustainable model can be created where continuous knowledge and other information flows to cities. On the other hand, it was also hoped that the institutes of repute would create or bring other resources and will try to contribute to the objectives of the Clean Air Program implementation in the city, which whom they have tied in. Since this did not happen the way it was expected, now I believe, I am given to understand that ministry is trying to create a provision for subseed funding as a part of Clean Air Program fund, which would be assigned to Institute of Repute provided that they provide or they contribute to certain minimum number of activities, whatever is happening at the city level. So I believe, Dr. Sinha, I probably tried to answer some of the things. Maybe let other also say, and then I will come back.
Sure, no, I think you covered very interesting observations where we still see the gaps there, both on the monitoring side as well as on the capacity building side. And certainly the gaps, I think, where the utilization of the IORs with the cities, I think is a language what cities need to understand, needs to look at, and versus what the IORs are providing. I think that's another area of gap that we need to address. And so on. Mr. Tiwari, I want to turn to you. UP, we saw some of the recent data that came out of the NCAP analysis around PM10 and its effectiveness, and how cities in UP are responding to that. And many of the million-plus cities and less than that cities are also doing in UP quite well. So what has UP done over the last few years on NCAP and its implementation different? What challenges you still see for the state, for the cities and urban local bodies? And I know you have a presentation which you want to use, so yes, I'm sure if this can be uploaded, and then we can, you can take us through the presentation to respond essentially to the questions that I had.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sirish. Coming from a state like UP, which I always say is not a state, is a country, and Indo-Gangetic Plain, which has kind of geographical regions for air pollution, kind of population, kind of industrialization, etc. So it has all facets of air pollution, and a state of UP is a real challenge if we are able to develop some strategy collectively for a state of UP probably it will lead the country as the politics from Uttar Pradesh leads the country. So I have a very small presentation I'll try to put in because many agencies are working in UP, and I have tried to put in everything in one, this thing. Yeah, thank you. Everything into one presentation, so I'll not take more than 10 minutes, but definitely this is the slide which my friend Jostein has shared with us. The sole objective of showing this slide, these are all global best, you can say, practices in the field of air pollution control. Somewhere it took 5 years, somewhere it took 22 years, somewhere it took 13 years. So we need to understand, like Bangalore, weather is very good, the ventilation is very good, and there is no inversion effect during winters. But UP, I think, has all these odds creating to air pollutions. So we need to understand that we need to go a long way to control air pollution. So why I am telling this, we don't need problem to tell us. We need solutions for working for air pollution. These are the challenges I have categorized in the field of, I'm talking mostly on sub-regional level because the other panelist, Dr. Tripathi, who is also a visionary supporter with us, he has talked at the national level, but sub-regional level, state level, airshed level, Indo-Gangetic Plain level, we have a problem for policy planning level, knowledge, the biggest problem. Why the targets under NCAP could not be met? Because most of the cities across India, I think Bangalore, Pratima was mentioning that recently has completed source apportionment study. So knowledge comes from there. So most of our UP city also were not having proper dynamic emission inventories. So knowledge is a great challenge. Resources is the biggest challenge. Recently, the CAQM has come out with a policy for air pollution control in NCR region, but there is no resources for that. We have categorically requested CAQM to work on resources also. Then the governance is also a big issue. In this morning, we were discussing the synergy between 17 departments which we have mapped who are working at the city level, at the state level for air pollution control. Current policy, I'm not going into big detail, but these are various policies like NCAP at the national level. Then ethanol blending is a policy. Of course, it has got a negative impact on groundwater. Then FAME scheme is there for electrification of vehicles. 15th Finance Commission is all for all million plus cities. Then Swachh Bharat Mission 2, phase 2 has also come in. Then Smart City Mission. We need to mainstream all these policies for air pollution also. Convergence of all these policies for air pollution is very necessary. A targeted approach is very necessary. This is also the insight given by my friend Jostein by technical support of World Bank to state of UP. UP is a leader for developing airshed, is developing airshed-based action plan. You can see this, I have put for one city of Kanpur, that most of the pollution is coming from outside. Some of the pollution is coming even from outside India. Then this is how the airshed policy planning level, we have taken a decision that we have to work on airshed model. Of course, airshed model working needs regional cooperation also, but if I go back to this slide, then within the state also micro airsheds contribution. We have got very high success. I'll show you the data for Gorakhpur because there is no airshed around. There are no pollution sources in the airshed. What was there was well within the cities only. We did good work in city, so the air pollution got controlled. But for Lucknow, for Kanpur, working for city levels for 3 years, pollution is not coming down. This is only because of airsheds. Then we always say that construction and road dust is a big challenge for our pollution levels in the city. So everyone says that we need to adopt dust control measures in construction sites. I am coming from the government, I don't have any hesitation to say that. Go to any state-of-art construction site, you won't find proper dust control measures. I believe in a different perspective from a policy. I means our government believes in a different perspective on policy planning for control of construction dust, that we need to motivate prefabricated, precast construction structures. The industries need to be promoted. Now that construction time will be minimized and there will not be any pollution on construction site. So the construction and demolition sector, then agriculture and livestock sector. You will see the contribution of secondary particles in air pollution is also very high. And the secondary particles come from urea and livestock sector also. So this has also the insight which we have got, knowledge we have got from our technical support from the World Bank. Then air pollution sensitive land use planning. There is a whole body, NCR Planning Board. But whether that NCR Planning Board is doing air pollution sensitive land use planning for future or not. CAQM policy is a kind of a retrofitting policy, but what will be there for future development? So that kind of a policy we are having. Most of the city master plans are being revised for the state of Uttar Pradesh. So we are trying to build in some kind of a air pollution sensitive master planning of the cities and around. Knowledge challenges I have already discussed, air sheds, micro air sheds. This is a challenge. We have to have very well delineated air sheds and micro air sheds. Then regional cooperation. Of course, we need to, like Parali burning is a burning example where we need a cooperation, and the government is also doing on that direction. But for other sources also, this episodic pollution incidents, beyond that we need to work for regional cooperation. Then real-time, regional level emission inventories we need. By the time emission inventories and source apportionment studies, they get completed, the kind of development which is going on the city, the pollution sources change. So I am very much thankful to IIT Kanpur. They have developed a dynamic emission inventory also that has to be used by the city, and we are trying to use that. Then cost-effective intervention. This is the biggest challenge. What is the knowledge? Which intervention is cost-effective and how much betterment of pollution, air pollution, it will bring by way of cost effectiveness. Like I will show you one slide because it is pertinent to show it here only. This is again given by my friend Jostein, that clean cooking is supposed to be the most cost effective solution for the state of Uttar Pradesh. So this kind of a knowledge, unless we have, we can't, we would be just fighting in the dark. Then I'll show you some of the interventions, city level, which we have done. So far, this is the data is coming from CPCB, like target achievement of good days. We have performed very well in Lucknow, Agra, Prayagraj, Varanasi, and Ghaziabad, Kanpur and Meerut we could not perform. The reason is the airshed, sources in the airshed. We have not started working in the airshed. For PM10 annual average also, you can see the same cities are not performing well. So our airshed plan probably bring us the knowledge that where we have to actually intervene. For other cities, you can see Gorakhpur has performed very, very well. I think in 1 year, the level of 300% target achieved by Gorakhpur for PM10 reduction. Because end-to-end paving, lot of city level works have been done, so as with Muradabad, Firozabad. Noida could not perform because of airshed effect. Bareilly is also has performed to the expectation. Jhansi could not perform because there is a air shed, mining area around Jhansi, we have identified that. Khurja has performed very well, then Raebareli and so on. So this is the slide which has also gives you insight the role of secondary sources. So we need to think about secondary sources also. I am skipping this slide. Now I am coming to the state level emission inventory. You can see that UP own emissions is also very, very high. But these emissions are mostly from outside the cities. And what is the source and what is the contribution and what is the cost-effective intervention? This kind of a knowledge analysis built, I think we are not going to succeed beyond a particular target. Then resource is a big challenge. I was telling in the morning when we were informally discussed that if you give us resource, anything can be done. Like we can do wonders if resources are there. But the real challenge would be how these resources will be optimally utilized for achieving air pollution control strategy. Then resource gap is there. We could do mapping of resource gap. This is for just city level. This is a Herculean exercise which has been done by our pollution control board. Like Agra has a gap of 76%. We could map all the city schemes of the sectoral departments, etc., against the city level action plan of city Agra. And there is a gap of 76%. You can say gap ranging from 76, 12, 34, 12, 82, something like 99% gap is there for Gorakhpur. Still, the Gorakhpur has done good work, but still the gap is there. It is for city level planning only, but if we go to airshed level, then this gap will be very, very high. So resource is a big challenge, and how we have to tackle the challenge of the resources, then we have taken a policy decision to work within a comprehensive state plan. See, most of the agencies are working. If I go to the civil society side, I think 10, 20 organizations are working, but there is a lot of duplication. We believe that the state believes that there has to be a comprehensive, consulted action plan, and everyone should work within that action plan only. There has to be a distribution of work. Then mapping and channelization of schemes of the line departments towards air pollution action plan. There are very many schemes which can be channelized for air pollution control. We have to map those schemes and we have to go ahead to take benefit of those schemes. We are also trying to do that. Then multilateral, bilateral funding is a big source, coming to be a big source for the sub-regional level. Carbon financing, like UP is going to distribute 1 lakh clean cook stoves free of cost to the clusters contributing majorly to city air pollution out of carbon financing only. And our partner has said that without validation, I'll distribute it. The responsibility of validation will be on me. The same kind of a scheme we are now taking for restaurants and eateries within the cities to provide them electric tandoors, because it becomes a big challenge during winters. So carbon financing is also coming out to be a good resource help. Then probably we are also trying to do direct dialogue with philanthropic organizations so that they can understand where our critical gaps are. So this is the kind of resource. And the major challenge which a city level is facing is the governance. Implementation challenges are there, monitoring challenges are there, reporting challenges are there. If you are doing something, it is not being reported. Then human resources, financial resources, I have already discussed. So I'll skip through all these things. The only thing which everybody knows the challenges, what are the challenges? 17 departments we have to coordinate with. What we are doing, see, human resource, there is a big challenge. In UP, there are 30,000 industries which are air polluting. How do I monitor with that industry? So, physical monitoring is not possible. So we have requested Dr. Tripathi, IIT Kanpur, to develop, we have given a concept to develop a virtual monitoring system where every industry can be monitored from the desk without physically actually going. That kind of a technological solutions we need. I have all details also, but because of paucity of time, I am not going into that. Then monitoring mechanism we should have. What kind of works are being taken, whether they are being oversighted by senior level or not. So we have got a 3-tier monitoring mechanism, city level, state level. We have got 3 committees. One is Air Pollution Monitoring Committee, other is Solid Waste Management Committee, and third is our Oversight Committee, then the Chief Secretary level. So every month there is a monitoring. And for monitoring reporting, we have developed a paperless system, end-to-end computerized, where no paper runs in the government now, and the monitoring of the city level compliances can be seen by chief secretaries on his dashboard. So that kind of a system we are developing. So this was all from, like I tried to do within the given time, I hope, and thank you very much.
Mr. Tiwari, thank you so much. I think it was important to understand why and what UP is doing and how it is doing so differently, and thank you for sharing your experience, your journey. And I know there's a lot for us to learn from and a lot for other states also, and I'm sure you are getting those queries to contribute your learning to them. Thank you so much. Pooja, I wanted to turn to you. You've been, as Bloomberg Philanthropies has been working globally on several initiatives around air pollution through C40, through others. In India, you have a MOU with ministry, and you're working with few cities. So building on your work globally and in India, what lessons one can, or programs like NCAP and other upcoming initiatives could learn from these global initiatives and how we can adopt, as well as in terms of the way forward, the experience that you have so far, if you could reflect some of those challenges that the cities in your work has faced and how you are addressing, helping them to leverage that lessons. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Shirish.
Thank you, Shirish. And I'll quickly take the opportunity also to congratulate C-STEP on the 4th edition of ICAS. Yes, globally, our work on around air quality has been, the approach has been to work with governments to improve air quality, working across data and evidence, peer-to-peer learning, capacity building, public awareness, and policy engagement. And of course, it differs from country to country, and we are absolutely delighted, as you said, to be working in India in collaboration with the Ministry of Environment, working at the national, state, city level, and the approach there has been the data and evidence piece of it. You can't manage what you can't measure, that approach. And the second has been the capacity building side, the awareness and the peer-to-peer learning. And I think the focused action has been in Patna, Surat, Bengaluru, and state level work in Odisha and West Bengal. At the national level, working on a national level emissions inventory, as Mr. Tiwari mentioned very rightfully, you know, that knowledge base has to be there. It's like, once I think even Professor Tripathi mentioned that, you know, working on a cleaner action plan where you don't have the evidence and the data, it's like, you know, working on a patient without the due information there. So I think that the example I would say here is the C-STEP study, which has been an exceptional first of its kind source apportionment and emission inventory study, which they've done for Bangalore, and in collaboration with the Karnataka State Pollution Control Board. So it's basically using this information, putting it towards the planning of the cleaner action plan so that they are really evidence-based. And maybe just in today's context, I would think that we've reached a place where there's a lot of question on what is the action on ground. So I thought maybe I'll share some examples on where we have been supporting innovative methods and technologies really to design policies and even to just understand the impact. So for example, I would speak about the School Streets program in London, Brussels, and Paris. And in London, it's part of the street space program of the mayor. So what's done here is really the car-free environment is created outside schools at pickup time and drop-off time. So the start of the school day and the end of the school day, so there's no traffic there, it's stopped. So 30 high-end monitors were installed, and sensors actually were installed at 18 primary school locations and to monitor the NOx levels. And it was found that it reduced by 23%. So when you see this data, the parents came on board themselves and said, well, this is a great idea. And this is being expanded to 500 streets in London. Paris has committed to 100 school streets, and even by 2026, and also 300 streets to be partially or completely pedestrianized. Then maybe another example I would say is the true initiative, the Urban Emissions Initiative in Brussels, where an extensive vehicle emission monitoring was carried out through remote sensing. And it was found that the passenger diesel vehicles were causing too much of pollution way above the the regulatory standards. So then once this data is there, it was then, the policy action can be taken off. For example, banning of diesel vehicles, say by 2030, bringing in the low emission zones, mandatory emission testing of filter tempering. So, all these are examples that are real, that can be taken as based on the data. How do you think, what is the impact of that policy? And then everybody is on board when they see the results there. And maybe quoting the latest example from Mumbai here Professor Tripathi led the experiment, a pilot sensor project that we supported, where 40 sensors were co-deployed with 15 continuous monitoring stations of the Maharashtra State Pollution Control Board. And over a certain period of time, and it was found that very promising results were found. So the uptime was very good. After a robust calibration mechanism also was being worked on, which is going to be independent of really the device and the location. So when it's scaled up, the cost effectiveness is there. And it was found that after calibration, the error reduced. So, this could then later on bring in the scope of what is the integration of other technologies into monitoring as well. Taking on, of course, the points that Mr. Tiwari mentioned on going for prefab for, talking of construction. But yes, and it's an interesting point to integrate. But just to mention that in Surat, for example, a handbook of clean construction practices was recently brought out by our partner WRI India. And they worked in collaboration with CREDAI, with the construction department, built this snapshot of really what are the regulations, what could be the best practices there, what is done world over. But what happens, there's no proof. So it went ahead, and with the Surat Municipal Corporation, they set out a pilot in Nevi, and there they have one, actually from them, construction company has come up, and they've set up this whole site with high-end monitors, where they are actually following all the control measures. And then there's a control experiment where these wouldn't be really monitored. So, I mean, they wouldn't follow all, or they have taken a normal example of a construction site. So, when you really measure these two, what is the result there at the end? You have it right in front of you to see what impact it's going to have. And then you have the people on board with you. I mean, just a quick example, when Michael Bloomberg was mayor, at that time, they had placed these street-level monitors, and it was found that 1% of the buildings were causing as much pollution as all the cars and trucks put together, and it was because of the dirty heating oils. And so, laws were passed for sulfur reduction, and then, once they were introduced, the residents were willing to sort of partake. The CSOs came on board, and the sulfur pollution went down 70%, and PM 2.5, 20%. So, I mean, these are all different examples where I would say data, technology, all these can really come in handy to have action on ground.
Thank you, Pooja. And I completely agree with Anand, and I think everyone on the panel will agree the role of evidence and data, and I think that's something what we see from the experience so far is going to be so critical to provide those concrete solutions that can be then implemented. Thank you so much to bringing those. Justin, I wanted to turn to you. You know, you're talking about, and as Mr. Tiwari said, you've been helping them with this regional airshed model, and absolutely within the Indo-Gangetic Basin, that's the kind of approach that is needed. Of course, it also leads to its own set of complications. It's not just, it takes the matter into interstate collaboration, coordination needed because there are different entities. So from the World Bank's approach and the program that you have been supporting in India, if you could throw some light on the work that you're doing at an airshed level, also the work that happened in Bihar. It was a long coordination and effort that has gone there. And how have you been implementing some of them, the kind of models that were used by the bank to implement around the solutions which are needed? So over to you to look at what would be the kind of interventions you look at. And also, I think one area that we haven't touched so far, and I thought maybe I could ask you, given your experience, in NCAP, the issue of indoor air pollution was also there. And in your programs that you're working at the state level, how does that feature into the conversation?
Thank you very much, and thank you also very much for inviting us, our institution, to come here. And we see that the event has very extensive, interesting, relevant topics. So we really appreciate participating here. Perhaps just before quickly going into your questions and topics, I just wanted to say that when we started to work extensively in India, and particularly in the Indo-Gangetic Plain, 4 or 5 years ago, we participated in the NCAP drafting process, and we learned a lot through this process. And it was actually the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change that guided us towards the Indo-Gangetic Plain, and particularly towards Bihar and Uttar Pradesh, because they asked, if you are not going in there with your resources, with your experience, how can we get others to go in there? So that was exactly the driving force. And then we saw that when we worked in this part of the Indo-Gangetic Plain, then this also resonated so nicely with our own overall mandate with poverty alleviation, with shared prosperity, and linking pollution control to economic development, to climate co-benefits, and to the health issues. So it was these kind of 4 pillars that we were able to bring together in the program, in particular Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, and more recently also, perhaps we are moving into Jharkhand, western part of West Bengal, and so on. So then we started to work, and then we saw that there was this strong interest, engagement from our partners. We met with Chairman Ghosh, with Ashish Tiwari, with Tripathi, you know, and the people there, and we saw, wow, we have worked on this many, many years, but here we have committed parties that really we could see we could work nicely together with, and then with international experiences that we could bring in that Tiwari was referring to, we saw, wow, we can set perhaps ambitious goals here, and it's important to set goals, because that we have seen in all the countries we have been working with, is that when the government sets time-bound targets, then they are serious, and then we can get the achievement in place. So that's really where we saw that we had the big breakthrough with the national, with the NCAP, and with the 15th Finance Commission, and so on and so on. On the airshed side, and what we are doing here is that we are gradually, through our modeling work and all the work that we are doing with IIT Delhi and the group there, with IIT Kanpur, and with the state partners that operationalize the model development, is that we clearly can see that the next steps need to be for the states to work together. If we go to a state like Bihar, if each of the states help and commit to what each state should achieve by 2025, by 2030 or so, you can reduce the cost within each state in half. Because it's costly to do air quality management. We hear that from country to country, from city to city, from state, from provinces in other countries, that the mayors contact us, the governors contact us, the chief ministers contact us, and say, we can't afford all the cost. But if you integrate the cost effectiveness criteria, then you can get a lot of achievement in improved air quality through the interventions, where you also cooperate with each other. And you can bring down the cost substantively, so you actually can, with limited resources, reach the targets. So I think that, I was planning to talk a lot about different aspects, but I think that somehow the core, it's now for the next phase. If we look forward, is for the states to work together and to have that coordination mechanism, most likely with MOFCC. And when we talk with MOFCC and we talk with the Secretary Lina Nadan and so on, so she says in bringing the states together, but that is somehow where I see, in order to reach substantively the 2030 target. I know you are in the process of revising the targets, your own air quality targets, and if you want to reach them by 2030, collaboration between the states is critical in order to reach them.
Absolutely right, and completely agree. And you gave the examples of how the states are driving, and I'm sure if you, Pratima would attest to this. When we started through our program in Jharkhand, I mean, Jharkhand actually, if you look at the NCAP list of city, has 3 non-attainment cities. But the decision of the Pollution Control Board was that to look at 6 to 8 additional cities, even they're not falling under non-attainment, but they are polluting cities. So they drove us to, to work in those additional cities and help them prepare clean air action plans for them. And as you're planning to expand into Jharkhand, I think there's a base work been done by C-STEP already, which can form a good basis for that. But I completely agree. This coordination in that is very critical, and that will make it much more cost-effective implementation to happen. Thank you. Soumitra, I want to turn to you. There's a lot of buzz and excitement about the USAID's new project that you're putting together, and you're about to start. So wanted to hear more from you on what has been USAID experience so far, and what you're planning to do with this new initiative, again, which is looking at Indo-Gangetic Basin IGP as a base focus area. And how will you anticipate to collaborate on the work that is already happening? I mean, Justin talked about collaboration. There's also need for collaboration between the funders, right? Because we all come from different perspectives, different viewpoints when we started. So some reflections from your side on your work and how you see that collaboration, coordination can happen.
Sure, thanks, Harish. Again, good morning, everyone, and I'm happy to be here, and thank you again, C-STEP and the organizers for this, and again, for the questions too. So happy to share about USAID work in the air pollution space. So we've been engaged off and on a little bit in the last few years, but about 3 years ago when we were developing what we call our country development cooperation strategy, so it's a 5-year program about how we want to engage in the country. So we looked at that, at that point in time, we looked at saying, if you do not actually address air pollution, we're probably not going to have all the impact in the other development space that we are working in. So it probably is, it's probably important for us to be in that space. So the way we did it was have an actual development objective, which we call pollution and health impact. So that's what I'm saying. That's the whole program in which we now work in our air pollution space, as I said. The angle is, of course, it's not just air pollution, but because it has a health impact, which is what we all look at, but we just want to make it a point that it is there in our back of our mind all the time. So with that, so pollution and health impact is a development objective for us. And within that, of course, the context, we have developed a new program which we call Cleaner Air and Better Health. So like you said, a lot of areas of work that are already happening that need to be done. And from our perspective, this program also brings many of those elements all together into one project, if you might want to call it. So that's looking both at air pollution mitigation as well as reducing exposure, at the same time. I mean, so with that in mind, but just taking a step back, so this is our flagship program in a way, but as I said, we've also worked in the last 4 or 5 years on smaller aspects of program. For example, we did support some of the work on the SEMS work and the trading work that was already happening in the country at that point in time. We did work a little bit with Maharashtra, like the Greater Mumbai area in one of our other programs. The other program which is actually ongoing also right now is called the Clean Air Catalyst. Now, that's another program that's led by a consortium of WR and EDF, and that's focusing on indoor. And you rightly said, many of those elements of things that are happening is also being experimented there in indoor. So the whole idea being, of course, get more hyperlocal solutions, figure out what the problems are. I mean, exactly the point that needs to be done in some ways. But like I said, coming to this new program that we're just about getting started with, is to say how can we put it all together in a bigger context and see where we can make a difference, to your point, not doing things that have already been done, but what needs to be done. So we're in that space where we're getting started to understand that element by talking to different, of course, organizations working in the space, but that more importantly, start talking to the state government. Like I said, our engagement so far has been at the federal government, at the ministry level. Now we want to take it down to the state level to see where the need is. I mean, that's where the implementation is happening. As Sir said, I mean, it's at the state level, it's the urban local body level, at the department level that needs to be done. So that's where we want to be there to make sure that we address what the exact requirements are. And so you rightly pointed out a couple of elements. You talk about construction. That's, of course, in our mind to say that, for example, another of our partners is already working in Surat on construction work. So see what elements of information we can gain from there, and as well as some of the ideas that are coming from there to see what needs to be done in that space, for example. At the same time, talking about low emission zones in the cities. Transport is, of course, notwithstanding the data itself, which is very important, rightly said. And as I said, for Indore, we're actually doing the source apportionment study for Indore right now. But there might be a reason to do that in the other states in the IGP under the new program also if required be. So we're looking at the requirements so that we can meet through our program, for example. So low emissions is what I talked about in terms of transport. Equally important, we might want to look at energy, so you talked about. I mean, it's good to hear some of the work that you said is already happening in UP, and I said, if you don't cover UP, you're really not covering the Indo-Gangetic Plains in many ways. And not just because of the politics, I won't say that, but just because of the sheer population, And like I said, I come from a background for environment, not just air pollution. I mean, I've been looking in the forestry sector and natural resource management. And some of the things we realize is, of course, the Ujjwala scheme is out there. But then, we go back and realize that when I do my forestry-related studies, I realize people have the Ujjwala scheme. They do have the cylinders at home, but they use it only when there are people at home or when they want to make tea in a short notice. Otherwise, it's still the firewood. I'm just saying, those are some of the elements that we probably still need to look at the city level also to understand what needs to be done. So I'll just give you a few examples of some of the interesting things we're hoping to cover under this particular program is, of course, something called an ideator program, which define a problem statement. I mean, we know there's so many issues at stake, but what is that technology can probably help us to find solutions to? So one example that comes to mind, which might already been working in some places, is, of course, Delhi. I'm just giving an example. We've been living in Delhi for so long. Come winter, it's all about burning biomass, for heating and, especially in the posh areas, if nothing else. And of course, I haven't got too much into the, I would call the slums, but I'm sure that's happening in the same space. So what solution can we have to provide that space heating in winter that would, of course, have an impact on people's livelihoods and health, but at the same time, reduce air pollution, for example? Could be one of those. If you can define that, let's ask for solutions for something like that. A quick note in that way. I mean, other than all the work that would anyway happen, some of the interesting you talked about indoor air pollution. So yeah, definitely the NCAP did mention it, and the whole idea is. But rightly said, we haven't heard too many people speaking to that point. Of course, we're talking about in the rural areas, and we're talking about biomass burning, and a lot of us have worked on Chula programs in the past for good reason. I mean, it works. Increase the draft, better solution. You, of course, don't have air pollution, but of course, there's still some burning happening at some point, right? So anyway, so in this program, we're probably trying to focus more on the urban side of indoor air pollution. So the idea is, we said, let's look at building guidelines, what needs to be done. Knowing that, of course, COVID gave us another example of saying what a building should do to address COVID, for example. In the same vein, we're saying what a building should do to address air pollution, to understand what the impact of the ambient air is, and also the household activities in the indoor air quality itself. So once we can figure that out, maybe there's a way to then say what we need to do. So maybe there's new building construction, maybe new rules, new guidelines that need to be developed in the construction space for new buildings. But at the same time, we're not constructing everything new just for addressing air pollution in that sense, right? So we've got to be retrofitting some of our old buildings to meet those requirements. I mean, we talked about COVID, but we definitely should talk about air pollution to see what kind of things we might want to do. So I'm just thinking, so these are some of the new things we will try to explore, but like I said, we're just getting started. We're in the pretty nascent stage for that. It's a 5-year program, and we definitely want to be reaching out to all partners, the states, urban local bodies, and everybody to making sure. I know we've had a couple of conversations with Sir, Tripathi Sir also, just to understand, like I said, the National Knowledge Network is doing a lot of work. Definitely no duplication. I mean, that goes without saying. But at the same time, just learning that what we can do that can support that, and then learn from that that can support the work we do. So this whole ecosystem of learning and doing together is what we are hoping to look at to do things. And from USAID's perspective, the way we look at it, for us, what we call monitoring, evaluation, learning, or the whole process is sort of ingrained into any of the programs we do. So we definitely, in this program, also want to make sure we have our baselines available to us. That's what we do first, and then, of course, look at developing indicators still, and finally looking at solutions that we have been able to implement over 5 years and see what impact that's had for us in some ways. So I'll just stop with that for any further questions.
No, thanks so much. And then, just as an offer of support, under our current grant with C-STEP, they're already doing some early work in Punjab. So if you look at that state, which is, of course, is going to be critical from the IGP perspective, there is early knowledge experience that could feed into your work altogether. Great. I've managed to get 10 extra minutes, or no, I have 7 more minutes left to conclude this session. I thought it would be absolutely injustice to this audience if I can't open this up for at least 3 to 4 questions, and then let the panelists respond, and the rest of the discussion can happen during the break with the rest of the panelists. So all right, please start. Thanks.
Thanks, Harish. Hi, this is Santosh Harish. I'm very happy to hear all the interest on biomass cooking and so forth. What's a reasonable sort of next step forward in terms of reducing emissions from cook stoves, which, like you pointed out, is both cost effective, but in terms of like actual money, could actually be substantial funds. What do you think is a good way to in terms of policy action, what's a priority?
Let's just collect all the 3-4 questions and then we can respond. Okay. Yes, this corner.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's Sayyid Asif Ali here. Basically, my question is, all the funds which are released under NCAP is by the central government, and it is given to the municipal authorities. But what municipal authorities do, like, for example, road fixing, there are potholes on the roads. So generally what they do the construction and demolition debris, they fill with the potholes, right? Immediate measures. For long-term measures, they do the concreting of the roads instead of the tar roads nowadays, what we are looking at. So I'm expecting from the panel what you can suggest regarding this. Are there any studies or references that will make the authorities to take steps in the right direction under NCAP? Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do I see? Yeah, there's a hand in the middle.
Good morning. My question is especially for Tripathi sir. First of all, this is a very insightful session. My question is related to the policies that NCAP is supporting for new technology to bring into the India. So if you look into the current air quality monitoring sector, we are using the standardized technology for monitoring PM 2.5, 10, and SOx and NOx, etc. But what if a company wants to establish a new technology frontier in terms of monitoring and in terms of changing the infrastructure? So what in terms of that company look into the policies? That is my question. Thank you.
Great, okay. All right, okay, there's one. I'll take this as the last, and then my request to all the others who want to interact, please use the session after this, please.
Hi, this is Palash Mukherjee from NRDC. My question is about, it was very insightful to hear about the integration of livelihoods into the air pollution narrative. So my question is both to Dr. Tripathi and to Ashish Tiwari, sir, about how this could be mainstreamed better, both integration of livelihoods and the health perspective, given that states and cities are where the implementation is at. In the governance structures there, is there a role for health professionals or existing health structures within the government to play a role?
Sure, thanks Palash, thank you so much. Okay, so quick reaction. One was on from Santosh around the biomass one, the one on concrete suggestions what urban local bodies can do, the other on the jobs implications and the link to that, and the other one on the innovative technologies for monitoring. So can I request one of you to quickly start? Mr. Tiwari first.
I think to Santosh, I think the first question regarding use of biomass, it's really a very great challenge. Like the source apportionment study which was done by TERI for Lucknow, we could convince TERI that do it for Lucknow district at least. Ideally, it should have been done for Lucknow micro airshed. And because there is no source, a very much industrial source in Lucknow, the road dust is a major contributor. But still PM 2.5 contributions were there. So the Lucknow and around, like clean cooking is not very much in practice. The areas we could identify the clusters, the areas which are in the immediate vicinity of Lucknow, they were using Ujjwala. Ujjwala uptake is very good, but as you go little bit of away from city limits, then the Ujjwala uptake is not very, very good. And Saumitri also pointed out the real problem. Even if the gas Ujjwala connection is there, then also they are resorting to biomass burning for cooking, heating, etc. The solution actually lies in, see, Ujjwala, if I will just, this World Bank support is, supposing we are aiming for 3,000 INR, 3,000 crore INR. If we supply gas cylinders free of cost to the target group in UP, I think this would be an insufficient intervention, this thing. So subsidy would not solve any problem. There are other issues also, like whether availability of cylinders at doorstep is there or not. People where their paying power is there, the availability of supply of cylinder at doorstep is not there. So we feel that out of some experience of Bihar and out of experience of other states, that we have to adopt a multi-model approach. Like clean cook stoves is a one thing, then induction cook stove, then probably some pockets Ujjwala, then we have also to work upon supply of gas cylinders and solar cooking, community cooking, etc. Electric tandoors. Like there are very many models which we have to apply. The one shoe will not fit all the legs. So this is a kind of approach we have understood. And see, I mentioned about 1 lakh clean cook stoves. Like there are pockets within the city. Like if you go in the morning in the Lucknow city, all the footpaths, pedestrian pathways, they are occupied by construction laborers, etc. They cook their food in the morning if you go on a morning walk. So if you expect them to use Ujjwala connection, it's like beyond imagination. The best thing is give them at least clean cook stoves so that their emissions and their pollution levels is reduced by at least 40%. So that kind of approach for this thing.
Thank you. Justin, you want to add quickly to that?
I actually just wanted to add some few words on exactly that, because as you see, we regard this as the most important source. And we see the good opportunities here for combining the ambient and the indoor pollution. And the experience we had, where we have had the fastest and most extensive improvement in air quality, and Ashish Tiwari was referring to the North China Plain experience, is that we applied exactly what was presented here, the multi-approach, where you are moving ahead with clean cook stoves, injection stoves, LPG, supply of gas systems, and then leave up to the governments, the local governments, to decide then what parts of the multi-approach will work. And what we experienced when Ashish Tiwari showed the China example, a substantive reason for the substantive quick improvement in air quality in North China Plain was exactly that multi-approach.
Thank you, sir. Take the question which was there on the new technologies that are related to the monitoring.
Yeah, see, there are quite a few emerging technologies which are coming related to particulate matter monitoring, sensor-based or using satellite, retrieved these optical depth, etc. Now, this is something CPCB, which is the primary custodian of environment in the country, and the chief regulator, and therefore also they are the one who are responsible for creating these standards. So this is something for, if there would be an NCAP 2, they need to create a laboratory, a setup, because for long we know, as I mentioned earlier, that for creation of this hybrid style network, for sensors evaluation, they were trying to rope in NPL. And that certainly is not working as per the expectation. So therefore, if you draw the experience from other countries like US and how they developed EPA and the model they have with the National Institute for Standard Technology, that is something of that kind CPCB would definitely need to work on as a part of NCAP 2 in order to promote these several indigenous technologies which are coming very fast in the country. And that can, that will be actually a win-win situation, I would say. Yeah.
Thank you. Pooja, do you want to respond to the question that was on the urban local bodies and this one?
Yeah, actually, just want to say on the urban local bodies, I don't remember the exact question, but I had one of these points actually as the way forward, The thing is, even, the question of the funding, there are, the one from the FC grants, for example, there are many where it has not been utilized. I think the thing is that this whole new fund utilization and how it is best put to case use really needs high-level strategy across sector-wise spending. And the usual method of the various departments just wouldn't work, the usual system of spending the funds. Even the indicators of what is the progress, all this have to be taken into and integrated into the individual planning of the department and into their budgets. And I think that is what is going to sort of move the needle forward and the capacity building with each and every single department, and it's part of their plans. Like he said, integration not just at the ministry level, at those policies, but even integration at that very minute level. And I would also just add one point there on implementation, which, because they are at the ULB level, a very, very basic example of, for example, these mechanical road sweepers. So it's just not enough buying them, It's like you have to have that implementation monitoring mechanism system there as to what is the real efficacy of it. Is it, what is the brush position, what is the maintenance of it, so that you really see that implementation has brought in the result that it has envisaged. I think that support the ULBs need across.
Great. No, thank you. Let me just wrap up, because I think there is a next session plan. And I think there are a couple of things that did come out very clearly from each one of you. And thank you so much for such a valuable insights and discussion on this. I think one is on the building on the evidence base. I think that was central to most of your intervention. This is what is going to inform some of the right set of policies, what is really required. And then in terms of the implementation side, and especially the policy and the planning interface, the set of solutions that are required, the frameworks and the regulations that are needed, and taking a much broader airshed approach in terms of critical regions to start planning for it. And then using all of that to build more awareness at the different levels is going to be so critical. So thank you once again, each one of you. Thank you for so much time. Thank you for this audience, for your patience hearing. And I hope you found the session as useful as I found it in terms of learning from each one of them. And back to Pratima and the team for closure of this and moving on to the next session. Thank you.
I would like to thank Dr. Sirish Sinha for chairing this session, and thank you to all the panel members for the expertise on the real-life challenges that we are facing in implementation of the targets around air pollution and climate change. And I would also like to thank you all for your enthusiastic participation. And on a light note, we had to put more chairs on the back, so it was a very good, response from all of you. Thank you for that. And yeah, I would also like to mention to all of you that ICAS 2022 is held in a hybrid mode. So we would also like to thank our online participants and everyone who's been present online to view the sessions. Thank you. With this, we come to the end of the session, and I would now call upon Dr. Pratima to give a token of appreciation from our behalf. Without much delay, let's move on to our next session, which is the students' poster competition. So let me inform you all that yesterday the judges who are Dr. Pratima Singh, Dr. Shrikant Vakkacharla, and Dr. Vijay Kanvade had judged the 14 teams who had presented their research. And based on that, we have selected 5 finalists who will be coming and sharing their research with you all. The order is Wagmi Patel, Sept University. As I call out the names, please come and take your place at the stage. Ekta Chaudhary, IIT Delhi. Ravi Bhushan, BITS Pilani, Hyderabad campus. Sneha M. Kumar Guru College of Technology. And Hema Bhatt, Central University of Rajasthan. Okay, I would like to inform the students that you all would have 10 minutes to present your research each, and after that we'll open the floor to Q&A. So please keep the time in mind. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I would like to thank C-STEP. Okay. Yeah. So hello everyone. I would like to take this opportunity and thank C-STEP for providing me this platform to present my research. Today I will be showing you my research on simulating the impact of traffic air pollution in Khadia ward of Ahmedabad using agent-based modeling technique. So the aim of this objective is to simulate the air pollution by the traffic congestion and stuff. So my objective is to simulate the traffic and the consequent air pollution in Khadia ward. My objective 2 is to analyze the impact of vehicular air pollution on heritage building footprint. And my third objective is to explore the various model applications which can serve as a decision support tool for the government, for the governance and the stakeholders for the use of traffic, for the maintaining and developing new policies for the traffic infrastructure. So, yeah. just, the mouse is not zooming in.
First slide only.
Yeah, it's not zooming.
First slide.
Yeah. So if you can zoom in into the study area. Yeah. So the study area for the study is Ahmedabad city, within which we have this Khadia ward, which consists of 18 UNESCO heritage structures. This structure is in the stretch of 1.4 kilometer of road network. This is one of the most busiest area in the city, and the municipal corporation and some of the tourism department usually close this road for the traffic and let the tourist explore that area. When we look into the smaller aspect of this, we can find that if there are no vehicles on that particular stretch, it would be very easy for tourists, to travel and explore the heritage structure. But when we look into the larger aspect, we can see the area which are not polluted or which doesn't face the traffic congestion kind of a scenario will eventually lead into more traffic and will worsen the AQI of that particular area in a larger scope. So I will take you through the methodology. So for developing this model, I have used two particular models, that are traffic flow submodel and pollutant model. In the traffic flow model, I have integrated two different models, that is IDM and mobile. Mobile is a mobile lane changing model and IDM is intelligent driver model. So what mobile will do is it will allow vehicle to change the route, and what IDM will do is it will give a human opportunity to decide what route to take based on the origin and destination. In the pollution submodel, I have used emission model and dispersion model, that is purely based on how emission and dispersion would be done in air monitoring. Within this we have, so if you are not aware about what agent-based modeling is, let's consider this scenario. We have this environment provided by the C-STEP. We all are the agent here, and the activities that we do is the interaction between us. So agent-based modeling work in a similar way. So road interaction and the network are the agent here. Intersection in the road, for example, say junctions, traffic signals and stuff. The interaction here is a time. So each vehicle moves at a certain time lag. So it's a time. Then we have a traffic data, we have a building footprint. So if we want to find out the AQI on each and every building footprint that it has been impacting, we have to consider building footprint as one of the major aspects. Then we have the edge weight. So all the road network in this particular area is given edge weight ranging from 0 to 1, where 0 says the lesser the traffic, it's on the 0 scale, and the highest traffic it will scale to 1. So, and then we have pollutant decay rates that are based on the formulas, and the environment. So environment is a building footprint and a cell. This entire thing will be divided into 0.5 centimeter grid on which AQI will be calculated. Then we have the validation and analysis. So can you move to the scenarios? Yeah. So we have to consider two different scenarios. One, when the no roads are blocked and traffic can move as per the daily routes. And the second scenario is when the roads are blocked. So in this particular second scenario, traffic flow is not allowed in that region and it is open for all the tourists. So if we look into the column 1 and column 2, we can clearly differentiate that the places which are not congested due to traffic in scenario 1 are now being impacted by the traffic in scenario 2. So overall conclusion, I have found that when we close the road and when we don't look at the larger aspect of its impact, it will be more worst than it should be. So scenario 1 and scenario 2, while comparing both the scenario, I have found that in scenario 2, AQI index is higher than AQI index in scenario 1. So I have compared and validated my model with a CPCB data point that is particularly at a particular point. I have calculated the AQI, and both I have compared at a point level. So if we can see, my model is under-evaluating at some of the time period, it is because not all pollution is because of the traffic. I'm still finding out why it is under evaluating, but this may be the one of the reasons. For the modeling applications, we can apply this model to gain insights into complex situation while resampling and rerouting the the traffic in the city. This can also answer to the strategic question to implement planning design, and this can provide a platform for testing competing ideas for decision making. So thank you, that's all from my side.
Can you zoom in? Yeah, to the introduction part. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I would like to thank CSTF for this opportunity and congratulate my fellow participants. I am Ekta Chaudhary, research scholar at IIT Delhi. I'm working with Professor Sagnik Dey. In India, around 53% of women of reproductive age, that is 15 to 49 years, are anemic. And Government of India has initiated multiple policies, and they are providing iron supplements to women. After that, those rigorous efforts, the status of anemia prevalence is still the same. That is where our study is trying to find out if air pollution is playing any role in that association. That we are trying to find out the association between PM 2.5, ambient PM 2.5 and anemia prevalence. I'm showing a section of my study, which is health benefits of air pollution, health benefits of meeting clean air targets. Go to the methodology part. Yeah, this is a cross-sectional study where we have two types of data set. We have taken exposure data set, which is a satellite-derived PM 2.5 available at 1 kilometer square resolution. We have taken a chronic exposure of 10 years, starting from 2007 to 2016. And on the other side, we have health data set, which is National Family Health Survey, happened during 2015 to 2016. The population is women of reproductive age, 15 to 49 years. The sample size was around 7 lakhs. And if you see the right side consort diagram, the sample size, which was around 7 lakhs, was processed down, and the final sample size came out to be 6.4 lakhs. We have processed it in a way that we have excluded all the missed out values, and on the basis of the variables which are added into the model. So all the missing values are omitted. So in the data analysis part, we have used a logistic regression model, which is also adjusted for different potential risk factors based on literature and univariate analysis. So those factors include wealth index, education, BMI, cooking fuel, residence, daily iron intake, smoking status, and secondhand smoke. The analysis is broadly divided into two parts. First one is ecological analysis, which try to find out the association between air pollution, PM 2.5, and anemia prevalence at a district level. Moving on to the individual level analysis, we have taken the personal level information of hemoglobin level and used the generalized linear mixed models and clustered this information to PSU level. Before going to the health benefit analysis, we have not only looked into the PM 2.5 association with anemia prevalence, but also added another novelty to our analysis, that is looking into the health benefits of policies. So we have added two policies, which is, first one is NCAP, National Clean Air Program. The second one is PMUY. So for this analysis, we have found out attribution factor. For that, the odds ratio was taken from the logistic regression models, and then ultimately found out the expected reduction in anemia prevalence. So what we are doing here is, if suppose we are targeting NCAP, and there is which aims to which aims to reduce the air pollution, ambient air pollution by 30%. If we reduce the exposure by 30%. Let's say if a district has a exposure of 90 units, and after implementing NCAP, it goes down to 16 units, then what would be the status of anemia prevalence? So that is what we are trying to find out in this analysis. Coming straight to the results part, yeah, the left panel shows the description of all the policies that we have included in our analysis. The graph, the plot shows, the first one shows the anemia prevalence distribution, the spatial pattern of anemia prevalence over India, and then the right map shows the decadal exposure over India, starting from 2007 to 2016. The right side curve shows a significant increase of probability of anemia prevalence when there is an increase in ambient PM 2.5. And this particular analysis shows that if we increase the ambient PM 2.5 by 10 units, we have an increase of anemia prevalence by 7%. So coming down to health benefits of clean air targets, can you scroll left? I just want to show the one particular policy. So government of India has initiated a policy called Anemia Mukt Bharat Mission, which aims to reduce the anemia prevalence among WRA women of reproductive age by 35% by 2022. So keeping that policy into consideration, we have done this clean air targets analysis. If you see that the overall anemia prevalence for women of reproductive age was around 51.5%. And out of 636 districts, we have 575 districts which shows anemia prevalence. And then when we added NCAP policy into the analysis, the 575 number of districts came down to 526. And then the anemia prevalence came down to 45%. And then again, like I said, we used NCAP and PMUY policies into the analysis. The second one was Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana. Again, the district number from 575 came down to 525. And then anemia prevalence came down to 45. So since NCAP targets the reduction of ambient PM 2.5 and PMUY targets the reduction of household air pollution by 30%, almost around 30%. And then when we combine both these policies, what we found out that there is a drastic change in the numbers of districts having anemia prevalence. From 575, it came down to 450. And similarly, the anemia prevalence also came down to 39.5%. So we were planning to, we thought of utilizing this social policy which targets the reduction of anemia prevalence by 35%. So we are somehow near to that target. And then, can you scroll right side? So all these maps shows the change in the reduction of anemia prevalence when we implement all these policies. So to conclude this section of my broad study, firstly, we have found out that 53% of women of reproductive age are anemic. And then at ecological level, if there is an increase of 10 microgram per meter cube of PM 2.5, we have around 7.23% increase in anemia prevalence. And similarly, we have a decrease of around 0.57 gram per liter of hemoglobin with 10 unit increase in ambient PM 2.5. And again, like I emphasized on the clean air targets analysis, if we try to continue all these policy and try to reduce the ambient PM 2.5 or household air pollution, we can reach such targets. So with this, I would like to thank you all. Yeah, thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, I would like to thank C-STEP for organizing this event and providing us this opportunity to share our work with the wider audience. And I'm also glad to share this dice with 4 other women and being the only other gender person here. So coming to coming to the topic of my research, we are trying to understand the prevalence of air pollution in peri-urban areas of Hyderabad through remote sensing. So in the last 2 or 3 days, we came to an agreement on basically 2 points. The first was that we have to move beyond the health narrative of the air pollution, and the air pollution as a problem is not anymore like restricted to urban areas. And this is what the premise of our project is. At the first thing, we are trying to understand the problem of air pollution in the peri-urban areas of Hyderabad. And when I am mentioning peri-urban area, what I mean that areas which are outside the normal boundaries of the urban boundaries and which lie on the peripheries of all the cities. So we have so far discussed a lot about what is happening in the urban areas, what are the programs we have, what is NCAP is doing, what is CPCB is doing. But then we also have this gray area which is around the city's boundary and where all the expansion is having. As we understand, our city boundaries, our city doesn't have any space. And we don't have much space left in the city, and all the construction in terms of real estate, our gated apartments, our industrial, heavy industries, everything is moving to peri-urban areas of the city. And this is where our project is focused on. So my name is Ravi Bhushan, and I am basically doing my joint PhD from BITS Pilani, Hyderabad, and Lord Rao University, Australia. And this is an interdisciplinary study. When I'm saying interdisciplinary, I mean that we are trying to bring the theories of political science, sociology, and implementing it with the remote sensing data with the help of machine learning. So coming to our area where we're working. So our area, the site which we have taken is Hyderabad. Why Hyderabad? Because it is the sixth largest metropolitan city in India, and in the last few years, it has become the most polluted metropolitan city in southern India. So that's why we took Hyderabad. Moving together, what I mean again when I'm referring to peri-urban area. So peri-urban areas are basically a unique mosaic which display the urban features as well as rural features. When I say both features are there in peri-urban area, it also means that all the stakeholders like industrialists, like farmers, like policy makers, like builders are coming together, which is leading to a conflict. And that conflict also basically comes in play when we talk about air pollution in peri-urban areas of Hyderabad. So because of the economic activities and other activities, so this is where we stand. So the biggest problem which comes into picture is that, as Professor Tripathi also mentioned in the last session, that our city-centric monitoring system, when we say city-centric, the monitoring stops where the city stops. So our city-centric monitoring system doesn't cover the peri-urban areas or rural areas. So for example, in Hyderabad, we have only 6 air quality monitoring centers, and those centers are like in the northwest part of Hyderabad. When we talk about, let's talk about numbers. So in terms of number, the area of Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation is 652 square kilometers. The area of Hyderabad Municipal Development Authority is 7,000 square kilometers, and the area in which all the centers are located are basically 200 square kilometers. So we can say that 90 to 95% of Hyderabad, HMDA, Hyderabad Municipal Development Authority, is basically not monitored by anything. So that is the problem which we want to solve. So could you come a bit now? Yeah, thank you. So objective. A panelist also pointed that what we can't measure, we can't manage. So that is where we started with. So we try to bring in develop an integrated framework to understand what is peri-urban area, and there we use systems thinking approach. So by integrating systems thinking approach into remote sensing, we try to develop an integrated framework. Then we try to understand what could be indicators, what could be the parameters to understand the peri-urban boundaries of Hyderabad and how it interacts with air pollution. And then we sort of use remote sensing and some part of ML to understand what data we have on that. So talking about our methods, so this is how we went. And so Can we go to results? Yeah. The first. Yeah. So we sort of developed an integrated framework for peri-urban areas. So we understand the urban and peri-urban, the boundary has blurred enough to understand that both are interacting with each other. The vehicular comments is there from peri-urban area to urban areas. The industries are being relocated to peri-urban area. That's why it has come into focus of air pollution also, and the concentration of air pollutants are there. The other thing which we also have to consider is the transboundary nature of air pollutants, and especially air sets. So the air pollution, and this is where the problem also lies. So in the peri-urban areas, we have basically rural local bodies who don't have the capacity, who are inefficient. So if we compare to urban and rural local body, we know where the rural local body stand. So that is also a problem which comes into picture. So talking about how we try to understand the peri-urban area, the first was because we didn't had a census in 2021, so we used nighttime light. So if you can, as a proxy, so if you can say there has been a lot of growth in nighttime light between 2013 to 2020. Can we go down? The other indicator which we used was NDVI, and that also so the similar results. And then we had LULC, land use land changes. So we also see a lot of land use land changes in terms of peri-urban area, which is giving rise to the conflict which I am talking about. So if you can come a bit down. So for understanding the prevalence of air pollutants in these areas, we try to get the data from Sentinel S5, which have a tropomi sensors, which are very developed in terms of carbon monoxide, nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, and O3. So if you could basically see the center is basically the urban core, which is around 652 kilometers, and the other area is HMDA, Greater Hyderabad Municipal Development Authority. So you can see that the prevalence of carbon monoxide is not restricted to urban areas, but it has basically come to peri-urban areas. The same result you can also see with ozone, and for in some way it is also for nitrogen dioxide, but not that with sulfur dioxide. So these results show that peri-urban areas are also being affected with these things. So as we used a mixed method approach, where we use sequential mixed method, so this thing also led to other findings. So can we come to conclude? Yeah. So conclusion is basically that we also try to understand the area where we had higher air pollutants. Are those areas also seeing land use land changes? And this study is still undergoing, and we did some sort of ground tutoring in some parts of Hyderabad and peri-urban areas of Hyderabad, and we realized that those areas where we are seeing a lot of air pollutants are also having a lot of land use land changes. So there might be a transboundary nature of the pollutants which is giving rise to that, but our own ground survey also basically attested to the fact that there have been a lot of land use land changes in this area, which is leading to this kind of pollutants. So the next part of our project would be to develop a basically remote sensing based ML modeling, where we are trying to basically identify a model where we will be bringing remote sensing data. Along with that, we are exploring low cost sensor to basically see which are those areas, and what analysis could be basically correlation could be established based on CNN models and other models. So this has been our work. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I take this opportunity to thank ICAS and C-STEP for providing me this wonderful opportunity. So I'm Sneha from Department of Civil Engineering, Kumaraguru College of Technology, Coimbatore. And today I'll be discussing on our study, that is can you go to the top title? Yeah, investigation of on-road size segregated particulate matter concentration and the age-specific low bar deposition. Yeah. So coming to the purpose and motivation of the study, so we all know that the particulate matter is a crucial pollutant among the 6 criteria pollutant, and it has high mortality and morbidity rate. And also the Global Burden of Disease and Lancet have established a positive relationship between the particulate matter and various lung-related diseases like chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, cardiovascular disease, lung cancer, all those things. And next is like, we all know stationary monitoring stations are available, but one lacuna is that it does not capture the spatial and temporal variation owing to the local sources of emission like meteorology and topography. Thus, in this study, we have planned to do a mobile monitoring to capture the spatial and temporal variation and to understand how these particles are deposited while we are commuting in an urban scenario like on road, how these urban commuters are getting exposed to the particulate matter and how these particles are getting deposited in the respiratory tract and the lungs. So that is the basic ideology of this study. So can you move some, coming to the methodology part, in order to implement these two main aims, the first aim is to monitor the size segregated particulate matter, and the second objective is to determine how these size segregated particulate matter are getting deposited in the different lobes for different age group of the people who are commuting in the road. So in order to implement this aim, we have identified the location in Chennai city. So the monitoring campaign was done in Chennai city in 4 different routes. One is Sardar Patel Road, Velachery Road, Taramani Road, and IT Expressway. The Sardar Patel Road is of heavy vehicular traffic zone, and Velachery Road is of mixed residential and commercial zone. And the third route, it is of commercial and residential, and route 4 is completely of commercial area. So the monitoring was carried out by using the GRIM optical spectrophotometer, and it works on the principle of light scattering. So from this, we have obtained the 32 different sizes of particulate matter, starting from 0.225 micrometer to 34 micrometer. So that is how we monitored the particulate matter, and this is the equipment that has been used, and from this size segregated value, we have obtained the PM concentration, various PM concentration. To determine the diurnal variation, the monitoring was carried out during morning and the evening in the rush peak hours. So next, to determine the lobar deposition, from the size segregated particulate matter, we have calculated various parameters to model the lobar deposition. So first one is that we have for different age groups. Can you bit down? Yeah, thank you. So we have calculated the mass median aerodynamic diameter and the geometric standard deviation from the size segregated PM concentration. And next, several parameters like airway morphometry, that is functional residue capacity for different age groups, upper respiratory tract volume for various age groups, and the exposure scenario was assumed to be a nasal breathing condition, and the body posture was assumed to be an upright position. These are all some of the assumptions that have been considered to model the lobar deposition in various lobes like upper lobe. In left, we have left upper lobe and left lower lobe. In right, we have right upper lobe, right middle, and right lower lobe. And finally, to determine how these particles are getting deposited. So this is the methodology overview. Coming to results and results, so you can see like the average concentration of PM10, 2.5 and PM1 in 4 different routes. So morning and evening, there were a slight difference you can see. Yeah, thank you. So in route 1, during morning, due to the rush vehicular peak hours, the PM10 concentration was higher in compared to evening. And in route 2 also you can see the variations. So to conclude this results of the concentration value, 70% of the PM10 concentration is been contributing, and the rest of the 30% is from PM2.5 and PM1. So we can say like 70% of the PM10 concentration is being higher, but these particles are very larger in size. So when we are going to a deposition study, these particles, due to its coarser nature, it will get either stuck in the nasal hairs or it will be easily cleared by mucociliary clearance. But when it comes to 2.5 and 1, that is fine and ultrafine particles, these particles will get deeply deposited. It will travel the human respiratory tract and it will get easily deposited in the pulmonary region. Thus, more concern should be given to PM 2.5 and 1 and sizes below. So this is where the problem arises, like these ultrafine particles causes serious health issues for the people. And next, coming to the results of the lobar deposition. Can you move a bit down? Yeah. So this is the model results which we obtained for the different lobes. So you can see like a bit down. The blue color represents the deposition in the left lobes, upper lobe, and left lower lobe, and similarly right upper lobe and right middle lobe and right lower lobe. So when we going to PM10 deposition, you can see like the 3-month-old kid is getting more deposition. So the reason behind is the flow rate. So here flow rate plays a major role. So these small kids have higher flow rate and thus the particles are getting easily trapped, but in comparison with the adult age groups. So that is the reason the 3-month-old kid is getting higher deposition in the PM1 and similarly in PM 2.5. And in PM10, you can see a gradual similar kind of deposition for the adult age group. And the age group that we monitored is for, that we modeled is for 3 months and 21 years. So irrespective of these depositions, the major inference that is obtained from this study is irrespective of age group, irrespective of the variation during morning and evening, the left lobes and the right lower lobes, that is the left lower lobe and the right lower lobe, you can see here. So this is the left lower lobe and the right lower lobe has the maximum deposition, the orange and the blue, I hope you can see. So these two main lobes are getting the maximum deposition. So that is one inference we have obtained from this study. And next, from this study, we can I'd like to conclude like this kind of study will help the policies and policy makers to understand how these particles are getting deposited, and more number of studies should be encouraged to determine the finer and ultrafine particulate matters, because these particles are causing the health related problems rather than the coarser particles. But usually the monitoring is carried out only for PM10 or PM 2.5, but less than this size only it has the health issues. So that is the main solution that we have arrived, and based on the going forward this study, the next study we have planned to understand how these particles are getting deposited in a dummy lungs, and to identify where these particles are getting traveled and how these particles are getting deposited. So thank you.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks to C-STEP for giving this wonderful opportunity for sharing our research work in front of you all. So, myself Hema Bhatt, and I'm from Central University of Rajasthan, and I'm really excited to share with you all my work on assessment of ambient air pollutant and climatic variable on the vegetative indices over the last decade in the selected cities of Uttarakhand. So you might be wondering like why I told the selected cities of Uttarakhand. So before going on what of my study, I would like to emphasize on why I did this study. So of course you all know that Uttarakhand is one of the most biodiverse state of India and also recognized as the herbal state of India. And it is also one of the most tourist attracting place, and because of this there are lots of commercial activities taking place, and also there are lots of emissions and unplanned development are taking place, and that's the reason it is the attracting part for my study. And since all this is happening, I would like to emphasize here that despite of all this thing, despite of having 13 different districts, it is currently just having 8 monitoring stations and distributed in the 4 districts of Uttarakhand only. And that's why we are lacking from the real air quality data for that particular region. So I would like to emphasize here about that thing. So the major objective of my study is to analyze the trend of the air pollutant and to analyze the trend of the vegetative indices over the area over the last 10 years. Here, I would also like to emphasize that we have done a lot of studies on the impact of pollutant on the health effect of human being, but there are very few studies which focus on the effect of pollutant on the health of vegetation. So here also in the panel discussion, we have seen that there are lots of panel discussion which focus on the effect of pollutant on the human health, but I haven't seen the one which focus on the effect on the health of the vegetation. So in my study, I have observed the 10-year data from the CPCB of the air pollutant, and I have observed a trend that there is an increase in trend of the air pollutant in the region, in the Garhwal region as well as in the Kumaon region. Since I have just taken the 3 different sites from Kumaon and 3 different sites from Garhwal region, I'm just talking here about this majorly 6 part, and I have found that there is an increase in trend of the air pollutant. And it is very amazing to see that in just 10 years, we have observed that there is around 40 to 45% increase in the trend of the air pollutant, especially in the Garhwal region of Uttarakhand. And also the study found that there is a gaseous pollutant which are under the permissible limit, but there are the particulate matter which are present there which are exceeding their permissible limit and which are contributing to their pollutant, the overall pollutant of the area. Moving to the next objective of my study, that is the analysis of the vegetative indices. So I have done the 10-year analysis of the vegetative indices of that particular area, and I have selected NDVI and EVI for that, and I have found that the vegetative indices of the area is very in the very healthy zones. And despite of that, when we move to the third objective of my study, that is the correlation of the pollutant with the vegetative indices, I have found that there is a significant negative correlation of air pollutant with the vegetative indices. That means that the pollutant, the air quality of the area is contributing negatively to the vegetation of the particular region. There are n number of reasons which are contributing this thing, and I would like to highlight some of here. Like could you please scroll to the result part? A little bit down. Little downward. Yes, so here you can see the data of EVI and NDVI, and we have found that there is an decreasing trend in the EVI and NDVI, and that could be different regions, but here I want to highlight the regions which are contributing due to the air pollution. So I have found out that there are climatic variables which are getting affected by the air pollutant. Especially I would like to highlight that when we talk about the mean temperature of the region, the air quality contribute to the change in the mean temperature because of different regions, because of the albedo regions, and hence it contribute to change in the vegetation of that particular area. So to say in a simple words, normally the healthy vegetation can be seen in the region where the temperature is around 14 degrees Celsius to 23 degrees Celsius, but when it goes above or below that, it affects the vegetation dramatically. And also I would like to highlight here the another aspect, that is when the precipitation is in the region of around 80 mm to around 140 mm, it gives the healthy vegetation, but the air quality impacts the precipitation also due to various regions, and hence it contributes to the change in the vegetation of the particular area. I have also observed that due to the change in the land surface temperature, it is affecting the vegetation of the area based on the different altitude of the region. And also I have another objective, which is the forecasting of the AQI for the next 10 years. And based on the historic data of the last 10 years, I have found that that the trend is decreasing. That means that if we will maintain the air quality of the region what it is now, then we can go to the decreasing trend of the air quality and we can get the improved air quality for the region. So I would like to say that it is not too late to control this impact which is happening there due to the uncontrolled development as well as due to the transboundary transportation of the pollutant. And here I would like to conclude by saying that since Uttarakhand lies in the region of foothills of Himalaya, the monitoring of the air pollutant there is not only for the regional area but also for the Himalayan region, because it is one of the important part of our earth, and that's the reason it is very important to make more and more monitoring stations there so that we can get the correct data about the air quality of the region, and also we can further emphasize the research in that particular area. And lastly, I would like to just highlight few of my points. So my overall study found that there is a good vegetation index in that area, but despite that, we also found that the pollutant is increasing in the alarming rate. So we need to check on that, and my study is the first step to look after that. And thank you so much.
Clarificatory question for the last speaker. When you compared the correlations between the vegetative index and the air quality index, could you make any conclusions, like if there's more vegetation, is the air quality better? I mean, and were you able to find differences within the same kind of city area? Was your analysis granular enough for that? I was just wondering.
Yeah, so I found that there is a negative correlation of air pollutant with the vegetation. So of course we can say that if the vegetation will grows, it will bring down, means it will improve the air quality. And if the air quality goes worse, it will impact the vegetation negatively.
Firstly, really nice presentations by all of you. Congratulations. I had a couple of questions. So for the first presentation, am I correct in the conclusion that what your analysis shows is because of the pedestrianization along that route and the congestion that results in other parts, pollution levels actually go up?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Now, one of the, I was just curious as to what this means for for various movements and so on that try to pedestrianize more roads in commercial areas. Like, what extent are these results generalizable? Is there something that is specific to Ahmedabad that led to this, or is it something that you expect could be a larger trend?
Okay, so very interesting question. So I am not aware about what other cities are planning to do, but if I say that you are closing, as a planner, as a city planner, if you are closing a particular part of a road and you are not aware about what situation it will lead to another road congestion or another part of the roads, then I think this particular kind of a modeling help in evaluating that before closing of any road for the construction activity or tourist activity, we should focus on what other places or what other junctions would be more congested, and accordingly the planner, traffic police and people can have an alternative option how to reduce that. So basically when we close a road for a construction activity and stuff, the pollution exceeds than the normal AQI index. That is because of a human behavior of taking U-turns, taking the best route or the shortest route that is a cognitive behavior of a human. And because of that, we end up having so much of traffic on the different roads, on the other alternate roads. So we cannot just close the road that way. We always have to have an alternative plan and scenario prepared for that. Thank you.
Ekta, I really liked your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
One thing I was curious about is how you translated the policy targets to exposure levels. Is it, I mean, I was almost wondering whether you wanted to present it as, if these were the exposure targets, this is what it means for anemia prevalence, and this is what the policy targets sort of, translate. Because, for example, with NCAP, it's city-centric, as many people have discussed, right? So, do you in fact assume that only those cities are reducing pollution levels and therefore the impacts, or is it, I was just curious. Likewise for Ujjwala, it's just a connection program. It says nothing about subsequent use. How do you translate that principle?
So, thank you for your question, sir. For NCAP analysis, what we have assumed is the reduction of 30% uniformly throughout the district. So, that was the ecological level analysis. Once we have the exposure distributed district-wise, we have reduced the exposure by 30%. That was reduced uniformly. Then that is how we, conduct the anemia prevalence health benefit analysis. Then finding out the attributable fraction and then come to expected reduction of anemia prevalence using AF and district level population.
So it's possible that you're overestimating the impact quite a bit.
Yeah, that is what we have assumed in our study. And for more details, you can please do read my paper that is scheduled to be published today. So yeah.
Yeah. Ravi, I have a question for you. We know that air pollution doesn't have a boundary. So let's say you have pollution. I mean, most of the sources are within the city, and what are you trying to look at? What is the emission source strength in peri-urban region? How do you attribute what is coming from the city and how much its impact will be in the peri-urban region?
Thank you, sir, for your question. So as I said, we are basically doing a sequential mixed method approach. So the results which we are getting for the remote sensing and machine learning part, that would basically inform our field studies. So as I said, so we are also starting the ground truthing. So one of the areas, for example, which we have identified according to our remote sensing data was Jawahar Nagar dump yard. So when we did the ground truthing, we realized that it is having that land use issue, which is used as a dump yard. So yes, I accept the fact that there is a transboundary nature of air pollutants. So that is why the other part of our study, where we are trying to understand the land use changes, where we are trying to see the remote we are using the satellite imagery and ground truthing to understand how land use changes could be linked. So we would be also running some correlation based on regression analysis and other things. So that's why we are trying to, so based on our ground truthing, we'll basically identify some of the places in Hyderabad which will help us to train the machine learning models of what we are doing. So it is an integrated approach. We know that there would be challenges, and it is a gray area which we are delving into. That's why we would also do some hit and trial things with machine learning, especially with CNN and RFCNN. So let's see where we are going to. And this is an ongoing study, sir. And we would really like to your suggestions on the study, because you have done amazing work on Hyderabad. Thank you, sir.
Are you trying, am I audible? Yeah. Are you trying to bribe the judge? Okay, I have question for you, Sneha. Very good research work that you have carried out, but I would want to understand what are the uncertainties in your research work that you have carried out. Also, if you could explain the different age groups that you have taken and the number of months that you have considered, like 3 months, 21 months for your research work.
Yes.
How do you justify that? I mean, why did not you take 3 months, 6 months, 9 months? Why 21 months? What is the significance of 20 months or 3 months, or why not days? And how does that impact the age group factor? So if you could explain that. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Actually, the modeling, low bar deposition modeling, is done in multiple path particle dosimetry model. So this model was developed by Acecum, Agastrian, and Hoffman. So in 1980s, somewhere 1980s to 1990s, so they have developed this model. So by bisecting the lungs, so based on the real-time scenario, they have understood they have assumed like the ventilation of the lung is uniform, and also how the morphometry of the lungs is there. So based on from the small child, they have done the experimental study. So based on the experimental results, they have developed this model. So in this model, I have chosen the age-specific lobar deposition. So how the variation is for different age groups is like, for a child, for example, 3-month-old kid, the functional residue capacity, that is the breathing rate and the flow rate, will be different when we compare to 2 years ahead. So based on this comparison, based on the model that is being developed, I have assumed the age groups starting from 3 months to 21-year-old. And that is the reason I have chosen categories. The model is developed based on these age groups, and they have assumed, like, I have the limitation of this study is like, I have assumed that this modeling is carried out for a person who is having a fresh lung without any contamination, how these particles are getting deposited. So that is one of the limitation of the study. And the second one is like, to understand the deposition, for various age groups, there lies for each age group, the functional residue capacity and the respiratory tract volume will be differing. So that is the reason we made an idea like how the variation will be there for different age groups and how it is getting deposited. So that is the reason we have chosen for various age groups. Say for example, 3-month-old kid. So what happens if he is traveling in a road? It will not be in upright position, it will be like this. So there comes the limitation. But I have assumed that the breathing scenario to be upright. So these are all some of the limitations of the study. So in order to understand these things, we have going forward to the next study to understand how these particles are getting deposited in a dummy setup by inducing an artificial particulate matters. I hope.
Can you just tell me if this study can be replicated? What was your study area? Because it's very small, as I understand.
Yeah, it is around the IIT Madras. So in Chennai, IIT Madras is in center. So in front of IIT Madras, left of it and behind and right. So this was the study area, and also why the study area is chosen is like in 2018 studies published that this road has high number of vehicular count. So based on that only we have fixed this study area.
Thank you. I have one question for Ekta. Ekta, in your studies you have compared various policies, right? We saw that if we incorporate WHO standard also, there is not much reduction as such. So could you please answer on that?
For the WHO guideline, which is the recent one, 5 microgram per meter cube, so we assume that if the exposure is reduced to 5 microgram per meter cube, the anemia prevalence would reduce to 35%, which is the target that we, Anemia Mukt Bharat mission aims. So this WHO guidelines is quite unrealistic. So our message to audience is like, if we try to continue all these policies other than WHO, PMUY and NCAP, then we can achieve all those targets which aim to reduce the health burdens. Yeah.
Thanks to each of you for your presentations. The future is safe in your hands. So thank you so much. My question is for Sneha. In the mobile monitoring that was conducted, did you do any sensitivity analyses? Like, was it an instantaneous reading? Or did you kind of linger around each location few minutes, few hours, and so on, basically? So, I mean, did you test out the impact of the time, the duration of the monitoring? Okay.
So basically, it was carried out by using motorcycle. So the average speed was maintained somewhere around 30 to 40 kilometer. So that was the average speed which we took from the literature review. So based on that, we fixed the travel speed as 30 to 40 kilometers per hour. And during morning and evening, by basic understanding of how the vehicular movement, how the traffic congestion is, so based on that, we fixed the timing. So it was carried out during a rush peak hours to understand how the particulate matter emission is from vehicular source. Other than that vehicular source, we have also the external factors. So major is from vehicular source because these kind of metropolitan cities, usually urban people are preferring two-wheeler, that is motorcycle, for daily purpose. So in order to understand if they are constantly like morning, evening, so for example, in 7 days, 5 to 6 days, they are traveling through the roadways by having their two-wheelers. So in order to understand how these particulate matters are getting affected and what the influence of this PM in their respiratory tract. Obviously, why we are doing monitoring? Because it is affecting our health and also the environment. So that is the reason we have to understand how these particles are getting traveled and getting deposited and what are all the we have to correlate with the health related point of view and the various diseases that is being caused. And also everyone know that PM is a carcinogenic element, very highly carcinogenic, and it is given by the radiation of cancer. So International Radiation of Cancer, they have established the PM as the second most, I hope so, second most carcinogenic element, and it is also causing, has positive relationship with the lung cancer. So that is the main idea of this study, to understand the spatial and temporal variation of the PM and its deposition.
Thank you so much. And then for Hema, so yes, doing the remote sensing, comparing air quality with the vegetative indices. Did you consider any steps of validating? And how do you end up validating that this is really happening, basically? What you've looked at from a satellite, what you've evaluated over a period of time, whether on the ground it's actually reflecting.
So I didn't got your question correctly.
Okay.
Could you please repeat?
All right. So for example, like remote sensing, PM especially, you can kind of validate with a ground sensor some correlation. How do you do that? Maybe it's the next step of your research. How do you do that for vegetative indices, basically?
Yeah, we can, yes, of course, we can test the vegetation by doing the research on ground based on selecting certain locations, based on selecting certain points. But I haven't thought yet about that.
I have a question to Wagmi. The model that you developed, is it specific for any city, or can it be possible to replicate the model to some other city? If so, what are all the challenges involved in that?
So for replicating model for any other city, it's working, okay.
So the first challenge would be the data. The second challenge would be understanding the demographics of the city. The model can of course be replicated, but it would again take the same time to collect all the things. And it is quite possible to replicate the model. It's not that rocket science, but there are challenges of data. That is what I will figure out. That getting a data for each and every street of the city, and how the signals are working, how the behavior of the people of the city are, what is the general, for the Bangalore people have this habit of waiting for 30 minutes to reach their destination, whereas the Ahmedabadis can't even wait for 10 minutes. So the understanding the human aspect of that particular city, I think that would be the biggest challenge for replicating the model.
With this, we come to the end of the session, and I would like to thank all the presenters. And I really hope this session brought to our notice some insightful points and perspectives from the young scholars who are going to pave the way for a more sustainable and a secure future for all of us. So I would like to thank all of you for your research and telling it to all of us. Thank you. And with this, we go for lunch, so you guys can move forward. And please be back, because the next session is on the better data and policies. We heard a little bit about that in Dr. Sirish's session, so we're going to go more in depth in the next session. So please be back maximum by like 5 to 2, because 2 o'clock the session is going to start. So please be back in time. Thank you. The judges will release let us know about the results of the student poster competition by 4:30, so we'll know who the winners are. And let's begin with the next session, which is better data for better policies, standardizing measurement practices. So this session would focus on the importance of framing uniform measurement protocols and using various hybrid sensors, satellite data, mobile monitoring, and how it can lead to informed policy decisions. So with this, I would like to introduce the chair for this session, Dr. Pratima Singh, who's the research scientist lead for the Center for Air Pollution Studies at CSTEP. I would like to call her on the stage, please. I would also like to introduce and call upon the stage the panelists for this session. So it's not actually a panel session, it's a presentation round. We have Professor Sagnik De, who is Institute Chair Professor, Center for Atmospheric Sciences, IIT Delhi. We have Professor Neeraj Rastogi, Professor from PRL. He would be joining virtually, and you can see him on the screen. Dr. Ashok Ghosh, Chairman, BSPCB. Shri Ashish Tiwari, IFS. And Ms. Akshara Kaganalkar, who is the Senior Director at the Center for Development of Advanced Computing. Okay. I now hand over the stage to Dr. Pratima Singh to take the session forward. Thank you.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Can I hear a good afternoon from all? Yes, everyone's awake. Please don't fall asleep. I know it's after lunch session and we tend to get a bit drowsy, it's fine. Okay, so the session is better data for better policies, and we have a very brilliant panel here with us. Dr. Sagnik, Professor Neeraj Rastogi, Dr. Ashok Ghosh, Ashish Tiwari sir, and Dr. Akshara. So I'll quickly introduce Professor Sagnik. Is the Institute Chairperson at the Center for Atmospheric Sciences and Coordinator of the Center of Excellence for Research on Clean Air, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. Professor Neeraj Rastogi, who is joining us online. He's been working with PRL since last couple of years. He has published numerous papers and served as a reviewer for many reputed journals. And he's also on the editor board of many other prestigious journals. Dr. Ashok Ghosh is the chairman of Bihar State Pollution Control Board, and I had the privilege of working with Sir since last 2018, where he showed incredible support to C-STEP on developing the comprehensive clean air action plan. And I just want to mention that he's always proactive when it comes to air pollution issues and is always open to collaborate and discuss on new ideas. So yeah, that way it's good to have you leading the Bihar State Pollution Control Board, sir. Again, Ashish Tiwari, sir. Yes, we heard him in the morning. I have known him when he was the member secretary of Uttar Pradesh State Pollution Control Board, and he has been actively involved in the National Clean Air Program, and now he's Department of Environment Secretary. And we were just discussing that how we need to create an ecosystem where we can bring all the stakeholders together and can work in coordination. So that is brilliant. Akshara, we accidentally met her this year. She is the Senior Director at Center for Development of Advanced Computing, and she has been actively working with Central Pollution Control Board for developing various platforms and dashboards. So I think we need people like her who can, work on putting all the scientific information on one platform that can be assessed by various research groups. So not taking much time, our session objectives are how do we frame a uniform measurement protocol using hybrid sensors, satellite data, mobile monitoring, and others to inform our policies. So I would request Professor Sagnik to start with his presentation. Over to you, sir.
All right. Yeah, again, good afternoon, everyone. So this question basically, how to develop an ideal air quality measurement and analysis system. So this was the question exactly we asked in a workshop jointly organized by IIT Delhi and World Bank last year, where we invited national and international experts, and we sort of brainstormed over 3 days. And now we are coming up with a white paper, but we basically published the discussion, which is actually mentioned in this slide, in form of a journal manuscript perspective rather. So I will basically explain what we discussed, and everyone actually kind of opined that that's the ideal way forward for not just India but all other LMICs. So if you think in terms of air quality management, you see this left panel. So what we do air quality monitoring. We try to understand the source contributions, and for that we need the information of sectoral emissions of various air pollutants. Then we do modeling to see, how they are impacting, local versus regional, transport, everything else, and then you implement control strategy and see whether your air quality is going down. Now, if you think about what we are currently doing in our country, where the gap is. So I can summarize these gaps in 3 broad points. First of all, we do not have enough ground monitors. And in fact, in the morning also it has been discussed. So that is why now we are bringing satellites, sensor-based technologies, mainly to develop local information and all. And again, the challenge is how to harmonize these different data sets. Second thing is that even if we are measuring just, let's say, SOx, NOx, PM 2.5, PM 10, it does not really tell me directly about the sources there itself. And obviously then we go to those next steps. But the problem is that some of the actions that are happening are off sync. For example, we are monitoring now, and we are trying to develop emission inventory and source apportionment based on the data, let's say from 2018, 19, 20 or something like that. So there is always a lag, time lag. And things are changing so fast in the country, at the city level, that we are not keeping up the pace. And that is why, many times we are not able to really understand what intervention is giving positive results and what is not giving positive results. And the third important point is that we have been investing in developing the measurement system, monitoring per se, but we are not really investing in the data analytics part. Because analysis of data is very important, how to really interpret. For example, if we see PM 2.5 has increased or gone down, we cannot really say whether this is because of the local emissions, because of meteorology and all. So I think at institutional level, at local scale, capability of proper data analytics is important. So over those 3 days in the workshop, there was a lot of discussion, and based on that, the group of experts came up with this AQMS system, where the objective is mainly to ensure that adequate and appropriate knowledge pertaining to the air pollution level, sources and dynamics is readily available and easily translated to the policy makers for decision. How to achieve that? So if you see this particular figure, so the system of AQMS has 4 components. The first is basically the measurement instrumentation itself, which you asked actually. So you have now different instruments, reference gate monitor, satellite, low-cost sensors. We all know that each one has its own strengths and weaknesses. So obviously the challenge is how to really integrate them. Answer is that we need to develop a system where, first of all, we all know that air pollution has to be managed from airshed perspective. In fact, morning also it has been discussed by Tiwari and others. So within each airshed, you have to strategically put reference grade monitors, which can then help in calibrating the sensors, which are providing local informations, and satellite giving you the spatial pattern. So within each airshed, then if you have this kind of monitoring, obviously then you get to know how the air quality is changing locally as well as regionally. On top of that, strategically put some more state-of-the-art advanced instrumentations that is providing you the composition, so that through composition you can track the sources. So which we are doing in the traditional source apportionment way. Obviously it has to be dynamic, and I would rather call it as continuous source profiling. Okay, continuous source profiling means if you know what is today and down the line 6 months you see the transportation sector contribution is coming down, then you are very sure that BS6 implementation or EV or whatever policy you have taken is giving you good results. Your total PM may not be going down, but you need to understand, the sectoral contribution, how they are changing. So that is the part of the measurement instrumentation system. And then you come to the second part, which is the system design. Now, what do I mean by the system design is that how do I really optimize this instrument deployment? For example, if I ask the question that how many monitors are actually required in any city, any area, right? It's very difficult to answer. Obviously, CPCB has some mandate based on the population density, but beyond just the population distribution, you can think of bringing the factors like, local sources, meteorology, and various other things. Now, how do I optimize this design? Obviously, there are ways. For example, as satellite provides the spatially continuous information that can be utilized to sort of identify the hotspots, and then you start monitoring. So what I'm discussing here is that how do I spread my network, right? So there has to be a way. And this is, I think, this is how we should harmonize, that you track the regional air quality changes from satellite data, identify where the changes are more, and if you're not measuring, then you start monitoring there from ground, because obviously we know that the reference grid monitors are actually the most robust. And even then build around the local measurement through the sensor deployments, try to map. Now, when we do this kind of design, obviously, and also, as I said, bring the other type of state-of-the-art instruments, really. Now, those are super costly instruments, so obviously you cannot deploy everywhere. So again, strategically, along the wind direction, you can think of putting this. The third important part of this network is the data architecture, and this is very important because we often talk about all these measurements, data, and all these things, but we don't really discuss the quality of all these data that are filtering in. How much we can interpret. For example, you know that I work on the satellite data, so we quantify that, okay, satellite data has this kind of error. So if you have to do any analysis based on satellite data, you have to keep in mind this is the uncertainty. Similarly, for sensor-based technology, you precisely define what is the uncertainty and what can be done, because not everything can be used for everything. Right? Regulatory monitoring, for regulatory purpose, reference grid monitoring is required. Sensor-based monitors will provide us, the qualitative change, right? They cannot be used for regulatory monitors, but they're very useful for providing the qualitative changes at local scale. Satellites give you just the regional, picture and all. So you define the quality. And even for the reference grid monitor, I will argue that, we have to check whether they are periodically calibrated, because we often believe that the reference grid monitors are super accurate. Unless they are periodically calibrated, they are not. There are a lot of discrepancy, particularly, if you compare continuous versus manual and all. So data architecture is actually very important. And finally, the fourth component is the analysis itself. So how do I really analyze all this data so that we can get source information and the policymakers can actually use for action. So I will very quickly share the experience that we have working with CII at Indore. So they are actually, we deployed this Ronox sensor, I think 35 or 36 sensors, and based on that and few reference grid monitors within the region, we have developed ward level informations, and we are in discussion with the smart city people that how they want this data to help them. And the feedback we got is very interesting. They said that you tell us the action points, how I should use this data. Right? So what are the action points? So what we kind of discussed and decided is that every week we will pass on the information, what is the ward level, pollution level to the smart city people, so that they can track whatever local activities they're doing. And if we see that, from this week versus next week, pollution level increased or decreased, then they will try to link to the local interventions that they are taking. And beyond that, obviously, you need to bring meteorology to understand whether the regional transport has changed. And then in Indore region, March, April is the time when there is a lot of burning takes place outside Indore in the rural areas, and they impact. So all these things are, so this is the analysis component. And not just this, but also I think in the morning, just Nine mentioned about the cost effectiveness. So eventually, then we need to look into that how this measurement system can help us in identifying that what intervention is cost effective and actually giving the positive results. Now, to achieve this, two things is important. One, we need to do the institutional arrangement, which is shown in this figure on the top. Institutional arrangement means basically that who will actually use this information and whether the user is actually capable of absorbing this knowledge and then take the decisions. And then the second point is capacity building. And again, capacity building is for the actors who are relevant for this individual component, because whoever is doing the calibration, they should know that, for what actually this calibration is being done and all. And finally also, that the institutions who are actually going to use this data, they should facilitate the interaction between all these actors who are involved in each of these measurement systems. And that is what I think, we need to really evolve, discuss, and, come up with a proper plan, not just for the non-attainment cities, as I said. It has to be implemented nationwide based on the regional and micro airsets. Yeah, I will stop here.
Thank you, Dr. Sagnik. You actually, this is a very holistic picture, right from data collection to analysis and using it for policy purpose. I had one question which you already answered. Like, we always say that reference grade instruments are the referencing instrument. But at times we have noticed that they also need to be calibrated, which they are not, and hence there's a lot of variation among the data that we are receiving. So how do we understand whether the instrument is giving the quality data or reliable data that we need? So that is definitely a challenge. Second question that I wanted to ask, that you had in your graph, you showed that we need to have source apportionment studies, and that needs to be continuous data that needs to come out. But what I have realized that only a handful of institutions in India have capacity or environmentally proof lab to do source apportionment studies. So how do we address those challenges? How do we encourage our institutions to set up such labs where source apportionment studies can be carried out? Because we know that it's a very expensive study, right? From element analysis, molecular markers, we do not even have the understanding. So I think, first of all, we need to have an understanding as we talk about framework. So a protocol needs to be probably set up for those things. Next was, as you mentioned, that for the placement of the low-cost sensors. So there is this challenge that we always face. Once we identify the hotspots, let it be by emission inventory study or source apportionment or by using satellite information, you develop an understanding of the hotspots. But those hotspots could be because of an industrial zone or a traffic junction. So how do you place your sensors there? It would probably give a biased data. Let's say there is a cement industry, I cannot place my sensor there, right? So how do you develop an understanding where these sensors could be placed, which can give you proper, reliable ambient information? And yes, so as you said, on the cost-effective part, so we all know that our reference grade instruments are really costly. 1.2 CR plus your annual maintenance costs. So do you think that hybrid measurements, we talk about affordable sensors, how can we take it positively going forward? So these are the questions probably I'll discuss with you in the next session, next round, sorry. Now I request Ashish to please go through his presentation. Can we change the slides? Yes. So, could you please pause?
Thank you, Pratima. I would like to go back to the basics. Basics to the topic of the discussion today, standardizing measurement practices. This is a very lopsided topic which I think nobody can question that whether it is necessary or not. There are very many techniques of air pollution monitoring, one is sensor, one is satellite, one may be a mobile campaign, one may be RGM, reference grade monitors. And every technique has its own merits and its own demerits also. There are definitely gaps in air quality monitoring, but as rightly pointed out by Dr. Day, that first we need reference grade monitors, not sensors. And the whole world is talking of sensors. Nobody is talking whether we need reference grade monitors in every city or not. I come from Uttar Pradesh. There are 734 urban local bodies. And more than 10, the new census data is in the offing. More than 10 to our understanding, the million plus cities. There may be many local bodies, above 200 local bodies which are below 5 lakh population. We need reference grade monitors first. Without that, I think neither the satellite monitoring technology nor sensor-based monitoring will be succeeded. Cost implications already there, but we have to see the cost in totality. Of course, there are many opportunities in LCS. LCS claims much promise for monitoring the level of 2.5, where little information is currently available. They are smaller, they have lower power requirement, can easily be deployed, something like that. LCS are being deployed in large numbers, often by citizens also. But here comes a question. One side we say that it's not for regulatory purpose. But when data goes to citizen, then it has to be under the regulation. When somebody will say that there is a pollution in my area, why are you not doing anything? Then we have to kind of regulate. So we need to understand the hairline difference between what kind of applicability of what kind of technology is there. There are some challenges on LCS also. Everybody knows, I am not repeating. The LPM is between 1 to 2 LPM for sensors, and for CAQMS is around 15 LPM. They work on such a system where very on-site calibration, regular on-site, more regular than the reference grade stations is needed. And limited scope for understanding air quality, particularly where RGM is not there. UP has only 21 cities having RGMs. We have 734 urban local bodies. Satellite monitoring also gives you very good opportunity. And polar orbiting satellites carrying remote sensing instruments create a global review of air quality every day. Multiple space-based measurements and global chemical transport models, they have been combined to create annual average PM 2.5, close to 10 kilometers square. Tropomi is also collecting data at 7 kilometers square. Geostationary satellites give you real-time data throughout the day. Of course, there are also challenges of data availability because of certain reasons. Then improved statistical methods also builds up more data for satellites. There are some challenges for the technology which is used is light scattering and absorption. Then there is a complex mixture. The pollutants is a complex mixture which are extremely small particles. They have different kind of a reflectivity under different weather conditions. And what would happen when in the city of Lucknow, because of climate change, one ward is receiving high rainfall and other ward is dry? Then how that sensor will working? If you are having, say, 100 sensors in Lucknow city, So all the sensors cannot be calibrated by one algorithm. You have to go at a very micro level. These are the challenges. Then the hybrid approach. Each approach to AQM, like I said, they have their own advantages, disadvantages. But of course, definitely, hybrid approach for an airshed, like as Dr. Day said, that we should have 3-4 RGMs paired with a network of LCS 200 or more. And this will, of course, coupled with satellite data, will economize the cost also. But the basic questions, fundamental questions, whether we need a decision-grade data capable of supporting enabling policies to improve air quality, that is our objective. Whether we need a data for raising awareness about air quality, data for enforcing regulatory limits, surveying an area to detect unpermitted emissions, and for further investigation. This is the primary data, then you have further investigations. For identifying areas, exceptionally high levels of pollution, which need further investigation, kind of that. So around these 4 fundamental questions, I think we should think the applicability of kind of a hybrid system. And I believe that the standardization is a big challenge in our country. We should have more organizations which can be designated by the Ministry for Standardization of Technology. There should not be only one. There has to be many, because we know that there is a merit to this approach. But when we want to uptake this approach, as I am working in the state government, then the question comes whether this technology is duly validated by the designated agency or not. Sensors, I have also listed the opportunities. They are very good for collecting very local kind of pollution data, not for ambient air quality monitoring. But if you want to detect very local kind of hyper-local pollution, then probably it will be very helpful for providing you a decision support for day-to-day, for the government and for the enforcing agencies, for urban local bodies, etc. But not to the public. When data goes to public, probably it has to be duly validated. So these are the challenges which we face, and we feel that if we have more faster process of standardizing the process, the applicability of a technology, the objective for that particular, there is nothing bad about sensors. Like we say in forestry, there is nothing bad about eucalyptus. People say, pani jada leta hai, ye jada leta hai. We say that no, because without eucalyptus, UP economy, agroforestry will go down. So we always say that there is nothing bad about eucalyptus and wood is good. So this is how the sensors are also very good. But there has to, for what it is good, that needs to be understood, and then it has to be standardized. The standard protocol needs to be developed by, within inverted commas, designated agencies. With this, I think these are the challenges we face, and these are the recommendations which I have already narrated. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for those amazing information you collected, and I'm really impressed by the kind of knowledge and you're keeping yourself upgraded to the system that is running right now. Sir, very important question that you raised, that we need to understand what is the use of the data, where it is going to be used, whether it's policy, regulation, or for public, or for awareness. Now you mentioned 2 things, data for public and data for awareness. Is it the same thing that you're talking about, or it's different? Because data for public, I think they need to understand what is the air quality levels on daily basis. Awareness, I think it can be in a simpler language, because that is what we have been talking, that awareness needs to be in the language what a citizen speaks. So for that, I think we can, not be very precise in the kind of data that is coming out from the various instruments. So that is one question. And as you said that we need to have calibration bodies. Now, if a sensor is calibrated in Delhi, that sensor cannot be used in any other state. And hence, I think that we need to have regional bodies for calibration. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, I'll go one by one. Like data for public awareness actually depends what kind of data interpretation you want to take to the public. If by way of sensors, if you are directly giving information that this area is giving you this much of PM 2.5, then probably this is a wrong way of taking the data. So of course, the data can be shared. Of course, the data sharing with the public is always for awareness and for minimizing their health impacts on them. So we have to be very, very careful in taking the data to the public. Like in the morning session, I had shown you one slide that even like communist country like China took very long time to control pollution. So we want to control pollution. We don't want to create havoc. So we can, of course, guard our public, and it happens that advisories are also issued, but the data has to be very, very highly validated before taking it to the public. And on second thing, like there is a difference between calibration and standardization. Like calibration can be done by even local institutes and organizations, but first the whole technology needs to be standardized. Look, this is the standard technology for, you can say, hybrid monitoring system, and this technology should have these much of protocols. If you want to use it, then these are the protocols, etc. Calibration then will follow. After that, standardization of technology. And that has to be done by the designated agency. Agency which has been duly designated by Government of India, MOFCC. And if there are very less agencies which are not able to do, then probably we should have more agencies for that. Maybe we can have at regional level also, because under NKN we are having Institute of Reputes like IITs and all. So they can be designated as the appropriate agencies. So that kind of a ecosystem needs to be developed before the uptake of this new technologies for air quality monitoring.
Thank you so much, sir. So if I can put in a simpler language, you definitely agree that we can go ahead with low-cost sensor monitoring and make it a part of our hybrid measurements, right?
See, again, I am coming back to the basic topic of this thing. First, your technology has to be standardized, protocols needs to be decided by the designated agency.
So, sir, as CPCB had identified NPL for the calibration, but then as Professor Tripathi also mentioned in the morning session, that did not happen. So what next? How do we identify such an institute who can, help with the calibration?
I think we need to request to MOFCC to authorize more designated institutes.
Right, definitely. Yeah. Yes, thank you, sir.
But first we need to have some kind of a backup.
Yes.
Like if somebody says that, I'll do for you a data collection, but as a part of government, I can't use a private server. I have to use NIC server for data hosting, and NIXI server I have to use. I can't use private server for data collection. So I can't hire a private agency for data collection. So these are some challenges which needs to be understood. Then I think the work can be done.
Thank you so much for your candid responses, sir. Moving on to Dr. Ashok Ghosh. Sir, I understand when we started working in the state of Bihar, Patna had only 3 reference grade instruments, and now, as you mentioned, it has moved on to 32 instruments. That is a great progress.
35.
35. So that's a great progress that Patna has shown in last 3 years, and that's incredible. So what is the way forward for cities, Patna, Gaya, and Muzaffarpur, I would ask? Because there are many agencies now who want to actively work in the state of Bihar, and as I mentioned, that you are quite proactive when it comes to air pollution measurements. So what is your vision, and what do you think about on setting up protocols and frameworks for measurement and monitoring?
Thank you. Rightly you said that when I started working as chairman, Bihar State Pollution Control Board in 2018, there were only 3 continuous air quality monitoring stations located in 3 cities. And that was the reason in Bihar there were only 3 non-attainment cities, because there were no other city being monitored. So that was the first challenge before me, to know the real status. And you know, continuous air quality monitoring stations are very costly, But anyway, I joined my resources, and now we are in a position to have 35 monitoring stations distributed in 22 districts. And we are planning that by the end of next year, at least, we have 38 districts. At least every district will have 1. But again, putting, say, at least one monitoring station in all 38 districts, they are not going to solve the problem. Because these stations, they cover a limited area. And they are so costly that in one city, you cannot put 20 stations, 30 stations, 40 stations like that. And then you go for remote sensing that Dr. Sangnik Dey is doing with us. We are working with him also very actively since last 2 years. But there are also problems in that. And in my opinion, when we did some source approximation study and all the data started coming, then we found that we have AQI announced in every road corner, every newspaper. The AQI is 300. But general public is not knowing that why the AQI is 300. In our area, particularly UP, Bihar, this area, that is greatly alluvial zone, most of the high AQI is not due to toxic gases. It is due to PM 2.5 and 2.10. That is comparatively less toxic. But for a general man, if the AQI is 300, the newspaper shouts, Patna ki hawa jaharili. These are the kind of information that is transferred to people. And anybody, if he reads the newspaper, Patna ki hawa jaharili, he never tries to feel himself whether the hawa is jaharili or not. But he becomes panicked. So that is the situation. Many times the reporters come to me running that how you are surviving. I said that, what happened last night? You slept well or not? No, I slept well. Then I asked, did you go to morning walk? Yes. Did you have breathing problem? No, not at all. Then I asked, you came to my office on bike? Yes. So you had tears in your eyes? No, sir. Then what is the problem? Okay. AQI is 300, so Patna ki hawa jaharili. So as sir said, that there should be 2 sets of information, one for policy, other for general distribution to public. Public should not be panicky. I don't say that pollution is not a problem. Air pollution is a problem. But to make panic among population, that is very bad. And second thing that is equally important that I saw through the inventory studies, that you are also part, CSTEP is also part, Bloomberg helped us. We were having shortage of funds and shortage of manpower. So we collaborated with Shakti Foundation, Bloomberg, CSTEP, IIT Delhi, and now we have good data available. And one thing came out very clearly, that the 3 non-attainment cities, the maximum percentage of pollutant was coming from neighborhood, from outside, up to 42%. So we are caring for 58%, and we are not caring for 42%. So how the problem will be solved? So that is why I say that always monitoring, not only the non-attainment cities, but adjoining areas also equally important. I rightly said that biomass burning has not stopped in rural area despite Ujjwala. The Ujjwala is there, scheme is there, and the stove has been distributed. But due to high price of the gas refill, they revert back to biomass burning. So we have to think about that also, and that is why I always stand for low-cost sensor-based monitoring stations. Maybe government's policy is not right there, but tomorrow or day after tomorrow, after 1 year, we will have to accept, and we have to develop some mechanism through which low-cost sensors can be calibrated well. And maybe for policymakers, for internal discussion, it can be used. Not essentially that every data that you generate, you make it public every day. The thousands of data are completed. But we have to fill up the blank. Because, again, we talk about rapid action. So do you think that through the data that we are getting, through continuous air quality monitoring stations, we can do the rapid action? We can't. That gives you the overall idea in limited place. So if you want to identify hotspots in one city, 3 or 4 stations are not sufficient. You have to go for large number of stations, and the cost is prohibitive. So what is the choice? You have to go for the low-cost sensors, and depending on that, you can take the action. We are working with IMD also in Bihar, and with IMD we are trying to develop the pollution prediction for 72 hours. IMD, they are predicting the weather forecast for 2 or 3 days. We are planning to merge their data and our data together and develop a model through which we can predict that what will happen in AQI, what type of change of AQI will be there in coming 3 days. That is very important. So my idea is there that no technology is perfect, whether you talk about satellite-based or the continuous monitoring stations or low-cost monitoring. Every mechanism has pros and cons. And it should be need-specific. It should not be generalized. It has not been generic that remote sensing will solve all problems. Low-cost monitors will solve all problems. Not there. You have to select, as per your requirement, that which technology you want to know. And then again, the NCAP program, that started in wrong, faulty way, in my opinion. It started with city action plan. Then when city action plan came, they said, no. Now the city is not enough. Go for a state action plan. Then after state action plan, you are working on that. Bihar is working on state action plan. Then IGP will come. And UP and Bihar will be sitting together. It should have been started from the top. The biggest, the macro level, and then you go micro level. The way you started from micro, what benefit you will get by solving a problem in one city of Bihar? All cities, air is not in partition. This is Patna air, and this is Bhagalpur air, and this is Muzaffarpur air. They're all connected. So if you don't think about the whole structure and you focus on 3 non-attainment cities, in my opinion, Bihar has 20 non-attainment cities. But they're not on record. And nothing is being done for them. And unless you bring them also in loop, you cannot solve the problem of air pollution. Of course, things that you can do has to be done. Like we have taken many initiatives based on the data that was available through source approximation and all that. One of the biggest pollutant in Bihar is brick kilns. We have about 8,000 brick kilns. And when I joined, I was at a loss to how to know the status of 8,000 brick kilns with limited manpower and limited fund. And how to know that which kiln is in clean technology, which is in not clean technology, which is operative, which is not operative. But then I got an opportunity through UNDP. They came to us that they have developed some technology through remote sensing and artificial intelligence, through which they can map the entire area of Bihar through remote sensing, and ground truthing can be done later on for 10% or statistically significant part. I grabbed that opportunity. And today I have exact location, GPS location, of all 8,000 brick kilns in Bihar. And I know how many of them they have converted to zigzag technology and how many are not. And I'm sending notices to all of them now, and that has been done in 1 year. And if I would have gone for manual monitoring, it would have taken, I think that my age would have been, I don't think that I would have been able to see the result. And now we are doing ground truthing also. We have given this work to development alternatives. 10% data is being done for grant to thing. And at least now we have a robust data to take action on that. So that is the way, one by one, you take one source one time, have the full data with confidence, and then you can go ahead. So things can be controlled, but there is no generic solution to solve the air pollution in India, whole of the India. Another thing that I was discussing with Dr. Sagnik also, and Dr. Tripathi also, that PM 2.5 and 10, they are the biggest pollutants in our area, in the IGP. And PM 2.5 and 10 is based on measurement, the size of the particle, not on quality. Do you think that the PM 2.5 of Kanpur and PM 2.5 of Muzaffarpur will be same in quality? Never. Or PM 2.5 and 10 of European country will be same as Patna? We are in alluvial area. Our geology is very alluvial, very soft soil is there. And majority of PM 2.5 is Dhulkan. And Dhulkan is less toxic as compared to emission coming from biomass burning. That is the difference between the two. But we generalize that PM 2.5 means PM 2.5, whatever toxicity it has. That is another area that we have to work, that the quality, and on that base we should give weightage to the different parameters for AQI. AQI worldwide is universal. So how you make it the same standard that you do for a European country as compared to our state cities, that is not comparable. So we do everything generic. But these things are not generic, that we have to understand. The problem is not generic, and even the solution is not generic. So we have to go for, area specific, geographical specific. Quality is important, quantity is also important, and then we can solve this problem. That is my opinion.
Thank you so much, sir, for the holistic response. And as Tiwari sir also mentioned that, we need to address the problem in a very specific manner and not create panic among the citizens. That is very much required. And that is where the messaging needs to be very clear. And for that, yes, we need to have reliable data and good practices where we can use our instruments and various technologies, whatever we have in a proper fashion. Going forward, yes, I would request Akshara to please present her work. Yeah, sure, please.
Presentation. So, good afternoon. This is the most difficult part. You have to be awake while facing the audience, I can't afford to do that on the lighter side, but I'm very happy and very. Yeah, so when it's 2 minutes, you just tell me. Don't minus this introduction. Okay. I'm very happy to see the diverse audience over here and the participants. I remember in 2005, I was part of a MOEF and USAID program. That was the first time a science-based emission inventory and air quality management with Pune municipality was taken as a pilot city. And that time we were just 5 people. And they were mainly, the science people. But over here, if we are seeing diverse, cross-sectorial people. Not only we have doctors here, we have engineers, and we have IT people coming here, policy, and that's very exciting. And I think this will help us to go ahead. Now I have to finish in 10 minutes, so first I will do my job, and then we can discuss. So I'm the odd one out over here. We are not the pure air quality scientists. Neither we are pure policy people. Neither I'm, pure the polluter. So what we are is we are trying to find out solution and to give the solution. And very, very important is together giving this solution. So I'll just briefly take you into what we are trying to do, and that will answer a few of the questions which were raised just now in terms of metrology to be considered, the data platforms, and they were talking about data centers to host this type of thing. And also the usability of the sensing. So I'll go a little beyond just the monitoring. I'll be talking about data, and that's how it is connected to the different aspects. So next, I'll just. How do I do? Okay. So this, all of you know, I'm not going to talk about what pollution is, but what is important over here is people are talking about the cities can make difference, and that's where the NCAP program is also there. But all of us are aware, when we take cities, it's not only cities, we have to look into the airshed region, and what we talk about, even long-range transport. So now it's no more, but only what is important over here is the actions can be taken in the cities which will have large impact. And this has been reflected not only at the local level, but at a very SDGs, where people are talking about integrated services, people are talking about impact-based rather than now problem-based. We all are aware now what are the pollution sources. What is important is what actions we can take and how can we enable those actions in a scientific way, in a more of a data-driven way. So we are aware of, again, that will answer Dr. Tiwari's, in the earlier session he raised that there are different programs, smart city programs are going on, or whatever the Amru, so something is there, about, yeah, and then you have Niti Aayog, some program is there, and then you have NCAP. So how do you streamline all these efforts? So it's very, very important looking at which are the stakeholders and what are their needs. And what we have been talking since yesterday, we are hearing everybody is working in silo. So when we say silo means there is a need for data communication, there is a need for data integration, and there is a need for data-based decisions, and not just the perception-based decision. So looking at all these aspects, when we look at now, a lot of data is getting generated. Sensor data is there. You have, we talked about Google, we heard in the morning, Google is, mobility data is there. We have personal now, crowdsourcing data is there. So many, data sets are around, but are we able to really use them? It's like, as I said, you look at my last line, water is there, we are in the ocean, but we are not able to drink it. So very, very important that how can we make this data usable? So with that, now that I'm looking at technologies, we were talking about more of technologies since morning and yesterday, about the pollution mitigation technologies or understanding the problem. But beyond that, can we have the latest technologies which all of us are every day using it? Just now also you must be having your mobile in hand. And IoT, definitely the low-cost sensors. So can we integrate these technologies and give the solutions where now methods are there, information is there, processing is there, and also very, very important is how do you connect all these to the services? And when we are talking about services, it is not for the single one entity. It is like policy makers will need certain type of data, researchers will need certain type of data, citizens will need certain type of data. You can't give a air quality model output directly to a citizen and tell that, take action. We have to have in a very understandable in local language or infographics where it will make an impact for, and also in timely manner where it's available to the different stakeholders. So what happens over here? What happens over here is the solutions which are in integrated fashion and standardized fashion. We have been hearing now that the standardization is an important aspect of it. Then what do you require? You need a standard operating procedures. And these standard operating procedures have to be available to people at somewhere. It can't be in the cupboards, it has to be in a platform. So that's where an integrated data governance platform comes. And when we say data governance platform, it's right from population data. Morning someone answered, the social data. Somebody, that student presentation, she was answering that if that type of data, what sort of traffic patterns people follow, that data is available. Then you can take certain decision, which is very specific to that city. So, and very important thing is this data has to be reusable. It has to be, the fair data is now the buzzword everywhere, and it's a very, very important thing. It has to be accessible, interoperable, because what weather data is given to air quality models, it has to be in a proper format, which may not be as it comes out of the weather model, which Dr. Day definitely must be knowing that we need to process different types of data sets. And very important is the open data policy, because unless in Marathi we say, dhan, if you share a dhan, then it grows. If you share Jnana, it grows. And similar thing is with the data. Unless we share with all of us, it will not grow and will not have maximize the value out of it. So with that, when it's coming to monitoring, we have all talked, I will not get into that, but there is another very good source of data, which is we heard in the Google type of a data is coming. Wearable devices, people are having data. You have now even CCTV camera, all smart city, there are 100 cameras in Pune. But we are not able to use it to understand what are the traffic problems and the emission related to that. But at the same time, we heard, I had interviewed a few days back, one of the participants over here, that they use the mobility data and they could, optimize the public transport using that data, the trips. So these type of solutions will be there if we have a very integrated platforms over there. And coming back to IoT, this answers the question that it may not be fit for all, but there will be definitely fit for purpose. If you look at it, people are using it for even certain very localized goal setting, or improving the monitoring granularity just for the schools, for children to just make aware, what they should be. Or even, sorry, for whether I want to go out or not. This may not be the best data, but at least it's better than nothing. And when you have this type of different newer sources are coming, AI is helping a lot to make difference in terms of the usability aspect of it. So you have, that will answer again one of the questions which was raised, that you have low-cost sensors, you have satellite data, you have regulatory data, but very, very important thing is how do you have the hybrid methods for it? And that's where AI is helping, where you have a data fusion in terms of calibration, in terms of creating heat maps, in terms of using it for different purposes. So it may not be readable, and since short of time, but definitely we can discuss, and I'll share with any one of you, what are the different use cases for it. So coming back to, right from when you look at air quality management, it is not just taking action. It is, it involves a lot of social activities, it is a lot of political thing, lot of infrastructural issues in that. So when you look at all aspects of it, everywhere we have a certain pattern of data usage, and the technologies can be useful to it. So with this, what we are building at CDAC, okay, just briefly will tell, we are Ministry of Information Technology, Government of India. And why I am here is, as I told you, the disclaimer, I am not the expert over here, but definitely I can say that we are the enablers, and we can help all of you to link the loose ends which are over here. And that's what we are building, and it's already available, is we have data as a service, we have model as a service, we have the intelligence as a service, and we have the science cloud linking it to the service cloud. And this will answer, just now sir was mentioning that, they are looking into weather model, linking it to air quality model for forecasting. So these type of workflows, because this needs very high computing power. So we have a national supercomputing mission where there are 70 supercomputers all over India. And we are giving this type of a complete cyber infrastructure where you have regulatory model to, we have very high complex WRF-Chem type of models available to the researchers, and converting that data into services. So when it comes to services, we have this decision support system, which is operational, web-based. It is developed with CPCB, and this is a standardized way. What we are trying to do, it is in the emission inventory standardization. So you have all sorts of activity data to be standardized. The analytics is standardized over here, and it's usable for everyone to access, all researchers, and it's free for all NCAP cities. So you can do a lot of different statistical analytics, and it's a GIS based. You can take action exactly what's happening in your neighborhood. And what is important is here is the projection analysis. You can do what if scenarios, and not only one control scenario. You can see, okay, I have a BRT, I have some industry regulations, I have maybe, LPG converted rickshaw, or CNG converted rickshaw, or something like that. So what if scenarios, not in terms of just practicality, also the economic impacts of it. So these are different, also it has a dispersion model and a receptor model. You can do chemical speciation, you can have the statistical analysis, the data analytics was the raised. So these type of platforms are available in a standardized manner. And we have standard operating procedures for users to use it. These are the different snapshots of the query systems and the data analytics portions we have. And what this workflow will look little complicated, but this is the important point of view, is the fit for purpose rather than fit for all. So the data is same, but different people are using it in different manner. If you will see researcher, shares the data, the citizen accesses only the end part of it. And this is the broad, this thing I can definitely discuss with all of you, the further thing. And not only air quality, we are building an urban integrated environment system, which has weather, air quality, hydrology, and will be now moving on to the social and economic modeling also to it. So with that, I was so excited. I said, let me offer, we can host the next conference. And now coming back, this is extra 1 minute you give it to me, is we are all talking about what regulators should do, what policymakers should do. But I thought, let me take advantage of all of us here, what we can do. And what you will see over here is my house photo. And I have a very simple solution. Actually, Pune doesn't require AC, the way Bangalore doesn't require. But last 10 to 15 years, I have seen myself, we have urban heat islands and we have heat. So people are using AC. But what I did is a simple 1,000 rupees exhaust fan, which you have it in kitchen. I just put it the other way around, And in the evening, you have a cold air in like Bangalore and Pune type of a thing. And if you have really hot situation, then you can have 2 fans. But for me, I have just 1 fan in my bedroom. And I'm telling you, I get up around at 4:30, 4 in the summer, and I have to put it off because, or I have to take a blanket. And this works wonderfully. And this is, your bills are also less, and we are more of a sustainable lifestyle. So I feel that let's try to see how we can also adopt different things. And then that's.
Thank you, Akshara. Thank you so much. I have one question, but I'll come to you at the end. Can we go to Dr. Rastogi, who is present virtually?
Good
Dr.
afternoon,
Rastogi,
everyone.
can you hear me?
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay.
Welcome and thank you for joining us virtually.
First of all, I should say sorry I could not come in person because of some reasons. So is my slide visible?
Yes, and I would request you to please wind up the slides in 10 minutes. So sorry to push that.
No, fine. I should be able to do it in that time. Okay, so can I start now?
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. So first of all, I wish to thank the organizer for inviting me to this such an interesting panel discussion, especially Dr. Pratima Singh. So the topic of this India Clean Air Summit, looking air pollution through climate science, is very interesting. At the same time, this session, better data for better policies, analyzing implement practices, which is obviously very important to, whether we are doing in air quality or climate change, we have to have good data. And I think I'm the last batsman of this session, and probably I'm the one which is sitting between you and your coffee. So I will not take much time. So let us start. So first, this is the other part of this theme, that what are the challenges in measuring ground-based air pollution? Let me add here, I will echo most of the other panelists, what they already talked about, Professor Day or Dr. Tiwari or Dr. Ghosh and all. Probably in a different way, but I will be telling most of the things similar. You may find something new also, but let us see. So first thing is, there are thousands of species in the air, So what to measure when we are talking about challenges? And for that, now, since 1 or 2 decades, people talk about criteria pollutants. So for air quality, they say these are the 7 criteria pollutants, like sulfur dioxide, NOx, CO, lead, PM10 or PM2.5, VOCs, volatile organic carbon, and ozone. And they consider, if you are measuring them, that means you are talking about air quality. For bigger monitoring network, it is fine. But if you want to have comprehensive physical, chemical, and optical measurement, which are required for the climate research as well as for the air quality research, you need a huge set of sophisticated and expensive instrumentation, which is very essential. At least for a few sites. We can't put all over the place, but we need that. Why do we need that? Because when we are talking about air quality, physical means we are talking about, say, for example, we are talking about particle size. So size will decide how deep it can go in your body. Then composition. Composition means you will tell that what species we are talking about. So that species will decide that how toxic it can be. If it is simply salt, it will not affect. If it is lead or arsenic or something, it can affect very seriously. So you have to know what the physical, chemical, and optical properties of those things. And then strategic site selection. That is another very important part, because putting the sensor or instrumentation anywhere will not work. You have to put it in a proper way. You see the topography, you see the wind patterns, and then you have to put at the places which is actually representative of the given region. And then obviously skilled manpower. So if you are doing measurement, you have to have skilled manpower which can actually produce quality data and then process it properly. And then, as many of our panelists were also talking about, we have to do collaborations. So air quality, you are doing, let them do. Climate change, let them do. At the same time, if you share the data with the epidemiologists, they can relate with the people who are getting admitted in the hospital, and then they will come up with something else. Or if you give the data to the model, for example, Dr. Akshay was talking about, if you give the data, then you will have better utilization of the data what we are collecting. Now let me tell you some points to be considered. Maybe for some it can be very simple thing, but for some it may be interesting thing. So whenever you are doing down-based measurement, I'm telling you very specifically, then some points we have to take care. For example, position of sample inlet, where you are putting the inlet. Say you give the same instrument to 5 people at the same place, and if they are not ready properly, they will come up with the 5 different data sets. So there has to be standardization of it. So position of sample, distance from the source, how far you should keep the inlet. Then other people also talked about calibration and validation of sensor or whatever instrument you are using is very important. And then semi-volatile secondary air soil. What is that? I will be talking partially about all these things. Say for example, air sample inlet. When we are talking about climate research, it should be at least 3 meters above the ground level. And there should be free flow of air from all the sides. Suppose if you are at some place like which is shown in this slide, like in some rural place if you are, then you don't have any terrace or something, then you can make some kind of a structure or tower, and you have to put this on there. Somebody may ask, what is the harm if you are putting it at the ground? Why you have to hang it at 3 meters or 5 meters above the ground? Because if you are not doing this, then you may be affecting your sample by the local suspended dust in the surrounding of your sample. So that is why we test should be high enough. But if you are talking about health research, then the inlet should be 1.5 meter. Now, why is it so? Because 1.5 meter is close to the height of our nose, and we are inhaling there from the side. So that is why this height is good for if we are doing health research. However, these heights should not be taken as a fixed zone. For 500 that it has to be 3 meter or it has to be 1.5 meter. Whomsoever is there, researcher, they need to assess the ambience also and then select accordingly. Then other thing, distance from the source. Now sample inlet shall be sufficiently away from source depending on the source itself. So what do I mean by source or source system? Say for example, wood burning is the source, but you can just burn one block or you are burning the whole forest. So that is, wood burning is source, whether it is block or forest, that is source system. So we have to make sure that our inlet, it is not in a close proximity, and it should not be, you are not sampling from the fluid, which is from the source. So for example, if you are doing some more mobile and you are going in the traffic, and if you put the inlet at the exhaust of truck which is going ahead of you, obviously you are going to get very different result. What you should do that you put your inlet at such a place where you are actually sampling the mixed air from whatever sources are there in the surrounding. And then this is the most important thing, sampler must be calibrated and validated. I just took an example of dust track. Dust track is an instrument between 0.5, and I took the figure from recent literature. What you see here, this is a stationary reference element, then dust track 1, dust track 2. At the same place they are running, and you can see the difference, the concentration. But once they are calibrated and put properly calibrated, post calibration, you can see they are all matching. This is what it should be. Then validation, dust track versus gravimetric method. You see, ideally all the data points should follow on this 1:1 line, but if the slope is about 2, here the slope is about 0.8. That means it is overestimating or underestimating. So for PM 2.5, I'm just giving this as an example. It is applicable to any instrument we are using. So this PM 2.5 measurement by just stack monitors can be biased as their response depends upon humidity, particle size, and composition. So appropriate correction factor for a given environment is needed. And then semi-volatile secondary aerosol. So probably we all know what is primary or secondary aerosol. Primary aerosol means which are coming as a particle in the atmosphere. Secondary means which are forming in the atmosphere from the gases. So there are particles in the atmosphere, we know, and there are many gases, SOx, NOx, VOC, ammonia, all these are there. They react with each other and form secondary particles. But if they are forming particle like ammonium sulfate, it is quite stable. If it is formed, it will remain like ammonium sulfate. But if it is forming ammonium nitrate or secondary organic aerosol, then depending upon temperature ability, it can go back to the gas phase. So if we are doing measurement, secondary aerosol, which are semi-volatile, they are highly variable and they change dynamically. So we have to make sure that wherever we are keeping the inlet, for example, if you are sitting in some building with a concrete wall and you are putting the inlet just outside of that, we know concrete wall heats in a different way. So it will change the temperature humidity in the surrounding, so which can affect the secondary aerosol. So we have to be careful about that. Then we need, overall what I am saying, that we need a robust ground-based measurement network, which shall be a combination of campaign mode and continuous monitoring session. Continuous, as many people were talking about. At the same time, we should also do some campaign mode. Say some biomass burning is there. So you make a campaign and then you see that if you have from biomass burning, if you are going away, how the things are changing, or in the surrounding, how the things are changing. And then, say for example, we have stationary low cost sensor or mobile. You can put it on the car or cycle or wherever, and then government operated. Here it is government operated. Whomsoever is operating, we are talking about the sophisticated instrument, which should be there, which are within physical, chemical, and optical properties. At the same time, as our previous panels also talked about, we also need satellite measurement for better identification of major pollution sources on regional and global scale, and for their understanding for their long-range transport. When I talk about satellite measurement, let me add one more thing here, that most of the satellites which are there at present are polar satellite. Means they are passing a given region only once or twice in a day. And what we need is geostationary. That means it will move along with you. Wherever we are talking about India, it will move with India. So as we see what people are working on, constellation of geostationary air quality satellites in Northern Hemisphere. This GEMS by South Korea, it is already there. GEMS is geostationary environment monitoring spectrometer. It was launched in February 2020. This TEMPO, which is coming, TEMPO is tropospheric emission monitoring of pollution, which is launching in 2022. And European Space Agency, they are launching Sentinel-4 in next year. So, and whatever you see, this square or rectangle, what you see, they are all field of view of those satellites. So they are continuously monitoring this region and moving along with this region. So 24 hours, you are monitoring the place. But they cannot be replacement of ground-based measurement. Ground-based or satellite-based measurements are complementary. Street level things you can't measure through satellite. So overall, if you have both, then what we can talk about is we will see the comprehensive picture of air quality monitoring and also desired inputs. It will give desired inputs for mitigation policies. So overall, to summarize, as I said, sample net should be placed properly in terms of height or in proximity of sources. Sensor must be well calibrated and validated, and it should run periodically. It is not that once you have done and then you left. It has to be done periodically. Secondary aerosol formation, it should be considered. Satellite measurement should be validated with respect to ground-based measurement, and geostationary satellites are the need of the hour for air quality. Ground-based and satellite-based measurements are complementary and provide comprehensive picture of regional air quality for making better mitigation strategies. Slightly deviating from the topic of this session is involving common people also in mitigation strategies would provide better results. With this, I wish to thank you all, and if there are questions, I will be happy to answer.
Thank you, Dr. Rastogi. Thank you for putting those slides and making us understand what are the standard protocols for ambient air measurements. As you rightly said, these hybrid measurements are complementary and they cannot replace the reference grade monitoring that we do in the country. Thank you so much. With this, I'll go back to Dr. Sagnik with the questions that I have posed, if you could answer them.
Yeah, so there are three questions basically. One is regarding the calibration of reference grade monitor themselves. So, I mean, as many speakers said, like they need to be periodically calibrated, but it's very difficult actually to say when the calibrations, goes off and all. So from the data, it's very, very difficult to really comment on that. So the only way I think is that just do annual maintenance on those. Second point is the source apportionment and the limited capacity in the country to carry out. Yeah, I mean, obviously we need to develop capacity of many, many institutions who can actually do this through NKN. While we're doing so, I think the next best case scenario would be tracking emissions. So any city which has already developed emission inventory as part of the Clean Air Action Plan, what we should do is create a kind of online template. And if you recall, in fact, we discussed this earlier also, that all it requires data so that every year you're sort of getting sectoral emission informations. So even if you are not doing source apportionment, you know whether the sectoral emission is reducing, stagnant, or increasing. So coming back again, the third question is the sensor deployment and network expansion. Personally, what I feel is that it is extremely important to have some monitoring in rural and background areas. In fact, our satellite data we have calibrated using CAQMS, which are all in urban. So any calibration, I mean, we are simply assuming that whatever error we are getting in the satellite data is uniform everywhere, which may not be the case. We do not know actually what is the error in rural area because there are no ground monitoring. So there is actually a project funded by Open Philanthropy. I think Santosh is here, CEW, UC Berkeley, and we're working Samosa to capture this urban-rural background gradient. And now Professor Tripathi is also going to do some measurement in the rural areas. I think rural and background area is very important. Low-cost sensor-wise, I think the purpose of low-cost sensor, you mentioned hotspot and all. I think the purpose is hotspot management, not really to say, what is actually contributing to the hotspots. It's simply that if we do not have the adequate resource of reference grade monitors, and we know that certain area is hotspot, you put monitors, and qualitatively you see over the time whether the pollution level is coming down or whether this is on perennial hotspot or there are some seasonal signature to it or particular timestamp. For example, in Delhi, we have noticed that certain area throughout the year it's a hotspot, but there are certain areas which become hotspot for certain time of the day and all. The other point I will say is that these sensors, we talk about this awareness and all. What we don't discuss, and I think this is a great forum, that air quality management interventions, today and yesterday we discussed about policy intervention and technological interventions. We hardly talk about behavioral interventions. I think somebody yesterday mentioned that, there are EV buses, public buses, but will people travel? So how to really promote clean air practices and actually, change people's behavioral response to the air pollution. So, for example, some simple experiment can be done that if I continuously see air pollution data, really will I respond that, when pollution level is picking up, okay, so I will decide today I will not use my car and perhaps bicycle and all. So some of these things can be explored.
Thank you so much. Also, I remember discussing with you that we still don't have an understanding on how effective our control strategies are in reducing pollution levels. Yes, we have listed down control strategies in our Clean Air Action Plan, but we don't know what percentage reduction does it offer. So probably going forward in long run, we can use these low-cost sensors to understand the effectiveness of the control measures also. That could be one area that we can understand and explore. Yeah, okay. Mostly, local versus yes. I'll go back to Ashok sir. If in 1 minute, I would want to understand from you that what is Bihar's vision going forward, as you mentioned that in 38 districts by next year, you are going to put one sensor, but one sensor per city is still not sufficient. So how do you, envision to increase your monitoring network in Bihar?
Actually, we have tried to evaluate some low-cost sensors also. although in the first set of pilot, the results were not very positive, but we are persisting with that. And I think that ultimately we'll have to go to that, because the normal sensors are so costly that if I try to cover the whole of the state, state will become bankrupt. So there's no capacity for the state to go for continuous air quality, ambient air quality monitoring stations throughout the state. That is our strategy. And also we are trying to take steps to cut down the emissions. Like in the city of Patna, now almost all the vehicles, three-wheelers, they have been e-vehicles now. The government is not permitting the plying of the diesel or kerosene-driven autos. We are promoting e-vehicles a lot, and also the LPG connections are increasing. GAIL, IOCL, we are working with them, and we are trying to improve the scenario as far as that. The one thing lacking here, that the air pollution is such a problem that unless there is no public participation, this problem cannot be solved. I always feel that whatever government does, public will also have to take responsibility and take small steps so that this problem, because ultimately they are going to be harmed. As of now, Bihar State Pollution Control Board has two basic agendas. One, to evaluate the health impact, where we are lacking, we don't have sufficient data. And second, as I told you, we are trying to work out with IMD for prediction model. They are the two top agenda on which we are working. And hopefully by the end of this year, we'll come out with some positive results. Yeah.
Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you so much, sir. Ashish, sir, over to you. I understand that under National Clean Air Program, UP cities are performing really well. Because I was part of the review meeting, and it was really appreciated how Lucknow and Kanpur cities are carrying out measurement and other implementation strategies. So do you think that UP can lead by example when it comes to hybrid measurement?
Yes, of course, but before having hybrid measurements, we need to have very large number of reference grade monitors. And I am very confident that this is not a challenge. The only thing is our strategy, whatever number of RGMs government can install, that government has to do. All big industries, they have already installed reference grade monitors. We have given the data sheet duly filled up to CPCB. The CPCB has to take them on board to Samir app. You won't believe all power plants, they are having reference grade monitors. All big factories, if you talk of Gajraula, a small industrial town near Muradabad and Delhi, they have 3 reference grade monitors installed in Jubilant, Organesis and all. This is how we are going forward if this policy decision is taken up by CPCB, that in all commercial places, airports, industries, etc., maybe bigger shopping malls. Lucknow has a Lulu Mall, the biggest mall of India. Their project is, I think, you can't count the zeros in the project cost. Can they install 1 reference grade monitor in Lulu Mall? Yes, they can. The Adani Airport has been given direction in Lucknow that you have to install 1 reference grade air quality monitor and 1 noise pollution monitor also. So this is the way forward. I think all scientific academia and scientist community will understand that first we would have to have reference grade monitors. The government only, of course, would find it a longer time to do that, but joining hands with corporates, industries, commercial organizations, like Jewar Airport is coming up in UP. We could convince them, why don't you have 2 reference grade monitors? So this is how our way forward for reference grade monitor is there. And when we have adequate number of reference grade monitors, of course, I am a strong believer personally that at micro airshed level, we should go for hybrid model. The only thing is the data policy for that. It has to be for policy interventions for the government and to take appropriate actions at the ground. So this is the way forward in our vision. And if CPCB permits that, then 51 new stations will be automatically in one click of, see, all duly, you can say, API integrated data, they are ready with the industries. Airports, shopping malls, etc., they can also install. This is how we can expand the required number of RGMs in our state. And of course, after that, we can go for, and even wherever we have adequate number of RGMs, we can go for hybrid one. But there has to be a set, duly validated protocols for that. Nobody should question that unless once we have adopted it. Thank you.
That's a great point made, sir, that we need to include the private entities also so that we can increase our network and better understanding on the air quality. Moving on to you, Akshara, I really liked your slides, and one point that I want to ask you is, okay, before that, I just want to comment on one thing. When you mentioned that no vehicle day per month, this reminded me of T. Sumati ma'am, MP from Tamil Nadu. She was here on the inaugural session, and she commented that we need to be self-conscious on our activities, on our actions, and then only we'll be able to improve air pollution around us. So probably that's something you are doing. Great. So yes, the Urban Air India platform that you have developed with CPCB, I just want to understand what kind of data goes into it, whether it's secondary data or there's ground level primary data also included.
I'll just explain. It's a...
in 1 minute.
I'll call it a cloud. So what we have done is we have piloted with already few cities. So as to, proof of concept so that we can show it to you. So we have data now for Pune, Bangalore, then if you remember, CPCB had this 6 cities source apportionment program. So all that data is already there as an example. But now you have Bangalore inventory. You can straight away start using the system. So it is for you to fit the data also, and you can use someone else's data also if they permit. There is a proper security in registration mechanism where you say that I would like to share it with another researcher. I would like to share it with public. There are different protocols by which you can share the data.
Okay, thank you so much.
And it's all that's what he was mentioning, that if you don't want to do again a newer emission inventory, but activity data, you can check it. So this is the way, you have a basic inventory in place which you have done, and immediately next year you can just add a few on the activity data and cross-check what's happening over there.
Thank you. I'm sorry that we have exceeded time and we are eating time for the next session, but I'll just give 5 minutes for Q&A. If you have any questions, yes, please. Please identify yourself and the panelists that you would want to ask question.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Syed Asif Ali, consulting engineer, environment from Aurangabad Municipal Corporation. My question is for Professor Neeraj Rastogi. As mentioned, air pollution samples, collecting points, shall be away from the source and source strength. Some say it should be 100 meter previously, now it is 200 meter away from the source. Now maybe policies are in for 300 meter away. But how can you differentiate between the impact on citizens of air pollution, which are directly related to the source and source strength? Example, traffic policemen, drivers, and shopkeepers along the roads, apart from other citizens.
Okay, it's a good question, and that's the reason I discussed about this proximity of the impact on the sources. See, when we are talking about air quality measurement, means you are studying for a common people, not for a specific person. So any source you talk about, there will be some people working there, so they will be very close to that source. So for them, that air quality will be different. But when you are doing measurement and you are talking about on bigger scale, you are talking about the people who are inhaling the air in the surrounding, that region, not at a particular place. So accordingly, they decide. And then this distance, if you talk about 100 meter or 200 meter or 300 meter, there is no as such very specific thing is, it should be mixed from, if there are multiple sources, let the emission from those sources are mixed and you settle that here, not the which is coming from a plume of one particular source.
Here in the center.
Dr. Dey, this is a question for you. The classical issue with remote sensing, top of the atmosphere measurement, reconciling that with the ground sensor, either an RGM or a LCS, basically. So I've read your work. I mean, this is a fanboy moment for me. Particulate matter, yes, I see that there's some good correlation, but gases seems to be kind of an issue, correct? Like there's a delta, there's a big difference between reconciling top of the atmosphere and the ground. So what is your own opinion on the use of remote sensing for gas-based calibration, basically?
Yeah, for gaseous pollutants, see, even for particulate matter also you have to convert the columnar measurement, because whenever you're measuring by satellites, it's columnar measurement, it's not at the surface. That you are converting to surface air quality, right? So for PM, over decades actually research has evolved in a way that now it's more systematic, that you convert the columnar aerosol optical depth into PM 2.5 or PM 10. For gaseous, I think works has just started. So most of the work that you will see, they are not reporting actually surface level measurement of NO2 or anything. It's actually column integrated concentration. So I think more work is really required before we actually say that we can now convincingly use satellite data for the gaseous monitoring too. But for gas, the good news is that the column integrated value is a very good proxy of the surface, unlike for particles, which is very heterogeneous. So I think it will be easier and quicker actually to reach to that point, maturity level.
Yes.
Pratna Bora, Director India, CDP. My question is to Ashish sir, and it's not a, obviously it's not a criticism, it's more actually because I'm interested in where we are going in terms of air pollution reduction. So I just want to talk about not the monitoring aspect, I'm talking about reduction of air pollution levels, for instance. And I just wanted to ask you the question, because you gave a reference to countries which have taken a lot of time in terms of, reducing air pollution levels. So I just wanted to understand, do you think the target is an issue, or is the NCAP target enough? Do we need a stronger target? For instance, I've just moved to, net zero transition, and I see that there's a lot of impact in terms of the net zero transition, and there is like methodologies in terms of how cities or industries planning the transition. So I just want to understand, do you think a stronger target, maybe a national target on reducing air pollution and mandating that would make an impact, and maybe it would help us to think in a different direction in terms of reduction processes?
See, the only target setting would not help. Actually, there has to be whole lot of thinking on. See, target is an indicator. There is a process behind the target. There has to be scientific modeling for target. It should not be like that. We should have a stronger target, then it will help us. No. We have to have, based upon resources available, based upon the strategies which are there in place. Like I was mentioning, that there could be many more non-attainment cities in every state because of the limitation of monitoring network in the state. So we need to have a monitoring network in place. We need to have a knowledge. I covered that part in my earlier session, that unless we gather that knowledge, and there is a time for gathering that knowledge. It took about 1.5 years and still it is not complete for airshed action plan for a state of Uttar Pradesh. So that the whole process, unless you incorporate for setting your targets, then probably the targets should be realistic. It should not be pessimistic. It should be realistic. This is what I want to say. Of course, we should have target, but if we want to have is more stringent target, then probably we should have more resources, more, you can say, aggressive efforts, etc. And as I discussed in the morning also, the resource is a big challenge. I presented the resource mapping of city action plans, which was done by UP, and now we are coming up with airshed action plan. For that also we are doing resource mapping. There is a big gap in resources. If you give us resources, we can do anything. Thank you.
Last question, if we have. Okay.
My name is Chetan Agarwal. I'm a senior fellow with CEDA, Center for Ecology Development and Research. So we have tried to do what people have been talking about at a very small scale in Gurgaon, which is to evaluate low-cost sensors. We got hold of 6 units of each company, 3 companies that we shortlisted for the Metropolitan Authority, and it took us about 4 months to get some kind of permission to actually co-locate it next to the RGM, and we finally didn't get formal permission. We just got a kind of nod ki theek hai laga lo. We understand from the vendor, from the firms, that it's very difficult to get that permission. When we actually did 7-8 months of monitoring, we found quite a bit of variation within the firms. There were no standard methods. So I think as a user who's trying to make it more usable and make decisions about which units to use and select, there's really no methodologies out here in India, and that's really the gap. So the vendors are there, they say we have good machines, they're almost, they can serve a useful function at a fairly low price. From the regulatory side, we are hearing what Ashish has said, and Dr. Ashok Ghosh has also mentioned, that there were a lot of gaps, but we need to persist with it. But how to move forward? If everyone's trying to make their own, calibration methods, so we have GMs, so presumably the calibration methodologies and protocols for those. So why are not the same agencies just coming out with that? And if the regulatory agencies are not up to the, they're more sluggish on this for the last 3 or 4 years, maybe the agencies which are more forward-looking, and 2 of the gentlemen are here on the dais from Bihar and UP, maybe you can just designate your own agency. You have IIT Kanpur or whoever, Kharagpur, and get on with it. And then if someone makes it, then it can get a stamp of approval down the line from whoever needs to approve it. If UP has 21 cities with RGMs, so those 21 cities are ready to do a hybrid. We don't need to wait for the 734 ULBs to get 1 RGM each before we go for the hybrid system.
Chetan, can we complete the question, please?
So
Thank you.
Please respond.
Actually, there is an elder brother who has to be consulted, and there is a big brother also who has to be taken on board. So, and the second thing is, you can get a sensor in rupees 5,000 and you can get a sensor in rupees 20 lakhs. Which sensor? Unless that is standardized. See, these are some questions like we also need to approach with you to both the brothers. So I am on board with you. We will go collectively and we will discuss with our elder brothers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that response. I'm going to summarize in 30 seconds. The session spoke about measurement practices, and we understand that, yes, hybrid measurement is a way forward, but until and unless we do not have sufficient reference grade monitoring and proper protocol on what type of instrument needs to be used, how it needs to be used, and how the data needs to be used, we should be very cautious. But then there is always a way forward for all of us to work together and approach this problem. Thank you everyone for patiently listening to this extended session. Over to you, Anshika.
Thank you to Dr. Pratima Singh for chairing this session, and thank you to our panel members. And as rightly pointed out, the quantity of data is not enough. We need to focus on the quality of the data as well. With this, we head towards the last session. But before that, I would request you all to go for a small break and have tea. So we head towards the last session of the day today, which is a panel discussion. And for the last 2 days, we have been hearing a lot on policy integration and collaborative efforts when it comes to addressing the issues of climate change and air pollution. So this session is just about that, where we will be talking about a more integrative and a holistic approach which is required in policy circles when tackling with the issues of climate change and air pollution. With this, I would like to welcome on stage the session chair, Ms. Divya Narayanan, the campaigns director at Jhatka. So Divya has over 10 years of experience at grassroots and digital space for environment and public health initiatives. She also manages the digital campaigns on air pollution, climate change, gender and sexuality, and other social issues at Jhatka. Ma'am, please, can you move with us? I would also like to welcome the panel members, the Dr. O.P. Agarwal, CEO WRI India, who will be joining us virtually, Ms. Pratna Bora, Director India CDP, Dr. Bhargav Krishna, Fellow CPR, and Ms. Anumita Roy Chaudhary, who is the Executive Director at CSC, Center for Science and Environment. I now hand over the stage to Divya, and she can take over the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. No, I think he sees that. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. Like she said, over the last couple of days, we've heard discussions on air pollution, whether it's about data, role that different sectors play, whether it's civil society, government, citizens, think tanks, and gaps as well. And today, this session is about policy integration, specifically looking at leveraging co-benefits of policies that address air pollution and climate change together, which is great because it is with the theme of this year's summit, looking at air pollution through the climate lens. So I'm really looking forward to hearing from our esteemed panel today. I'll quickly introduce them before we get into the discussion. We have with us Dr. O.P. Agarwal joining us remotely today, who is the CEO of WRI India, where he leads a team of over 400 researchers, and he has decades of experience in public policy issues related to urban development, poverty alleviation, capacity building, governance, and transport as well. We also have Pratna Bora. She's the India Director of CDP, a global not-for-profit headquartered in the UK. She leads the India Program Strategy for Disclosure and Science-Based Target Setting for over 100 Indian corporates and cities. She also has a lot of experience specifically with capacity building and also engaging with multiple stakeholders, including policymakers. We have with us Anumita Roy Chaudhary, who is the Executive Director, Research and Advocacy at the Center for Science and Environment. Her research and advocacy interests encompass sustainable cities with special focus on air pollution and public health, urban mobility, green buildings, and green habitats. She's worked extensively to build the policy advocacy program on right to clean air. we're really looking forward to what she has to say here today, specifically looking at the nexus between air pollution and climate change. We have with us Dr. Bhargav Krishna, who is a fellow at the Center for Policy Research. His research interests span areas of health policy, environmental policy, and environmental epidemiology, with a specific focus on the impact of air quality and climate change on health. So I'd like to get started today, and I'd like to start with Dr. Agarwal. So what are the critical trends that will advance sustainable development for India, and how can we bring about better policy integration and alignment at all levels in order to achieve our targets for 2030?
Thanks very much for that question, and I'm sorry I'm not being able to be present with you. Other commitments held me back in Delhi, but I hope I'm audible and clear otherwise. Now, it's a very interesting question. It's to me, the most important thing today, or the most important trend that I see today, is this whole issue of climate change and air pollution is having a much wider debate. I mean, till at least about 5 or 6 years ago, the subject of climate change is largely limited to think tanks like us, or within the government system, it was limited to the Climate Change Division of the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change. Today, fortunately, we see this getting discussed across multiple ministries and, interestingly, across multiple states. I think this wider understanding of climate change, a wider recognition of climate change issues, is a trend that is going to take us towards sustainable development by 2030. I think that's a very positive trend. The other positive trend has been the kind of stand that India itself has been taking. A stand which is not limiting itself to saying that, look, you created the problem, you must solve the problem. Today, India is at international fora willing to take a position that, look, the planet is threatened, we will do our bit to do whatever we can. I think these are trends that are very positive. It shows the positive inclination that the country has in moving towards a sustainable goal. Let me stop with that for now.
I also heard, sir, that you need to leave soon, so I'll ask you the second question as well, in terms of how can we bring about better policy integration and alignment at all levels in order to achieve these targets by 2030?
So I think, let me talk about, say, an alignment between climate policies and air pollution policies. I think there are many areas of overlap, but it is not a complete congruence of the policies that will take place. Let me give you some examples. So when you talk about local air pollution, road dust or construction dust plays a very important role, whereas may not be playing as important a role, or if at all any role, on climate matters. Similarly, for many years, I used to hear this about electric vehicles, that electric vehicles are really not contributing to reducing greenhouse gas emissions because the electricity is coming from coal-based thermal power. But electric vehicles certainly had a contribution in local air pollution. So there were very positive impacts of local air pollution. Today, I think that debate has come down a bit. There is much wider recognition that electric vehicles also contribute towards climate goals, largely if, given that there is a huge transition taking place towards cleaner electricity. So that way, there is a much greater acceptance of electric vehicles, even within the climate community. But to bring about integration, the important thing is national policies are national level policies, but the action on the ground will have to be driven by state level policies and local city, I would even say rural level policies. What kind of farming, what kind of... So there has to be a very close alignment between what the national government's policies are and whether state levels are coming up with downstream policies that align with this national policy. Otherwise, the national policy will just remain a national policy. 2006, that is, I'm talking of almost 16 years ago, there was a national policy on urban transport. Essentially, it said that it must emphasize investments in public transport and non-motorized transport instead of investing in road widening and building flyovers. Now, this, the national government did make a fair bit of money available, And it is that funding which really drove state level action in that direction. But firm, I would have expected much better state level downstream policies or downstream plans towards this end. And this is where the alignment, there has been a bit of a mismatch. I'm not saying that states have done things differently. States have sort of by and large abided by this national policy, but I think a much greater articulation of state policies towards a certain direction would have helped a lot. So this is where national policies and state policies really have to align. But one more thing which is very important is the capacity available at the local level to deliver on these commitments. Today, my own experience has been at the state level, at the city level, the understanding of basic climate issues. That itself is, there's a huge gap. What is climate change? What actions can we take? A much better awareness of this is important. A much better awareness of even air pollution matters. We all know about air pollution, but we know what the emissions inventory is like. But what is causing that pollution? The source apportionment, that's the kind of thing, unless we know that, we don't know where to act. Otherwise, we'll be acting in the wrong direction. So that's why I think building capacity and urging states to come up with downstream policies based on a national policy is where alignments will become very important.
Absolutely.
Back to you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, sir. So speaking about policies and national policies coming down to state policies, Prarthana, with your sort of wealth of experience at a global level, what are some of the learnings that you would bring back that NCAP, for example, can adopt across India? And also, specifically, if you can touch upon, the role of the private sector as well and industry.
Thanks, Divya, for the question. And I agree with OP sir on all the things that he mentioned. So he set the tone for the panel very well. So firstly, I think, we need to understand that we can't bring the global learnings to India as it is. I think that's where we're making a big mistake. I think it needs to be translated in the Indian context. And this is the biggest challenge that, the country has. And this is where probably think tanks and academia and, forums like this will work, because you need to put it in the Indian context if you want to bring in global learnings. So the first issue is, because the discussion has been so much around data, I think, the way the countries which have been successful in dealing with air pollution is how they have used data. And I know in the last panel, they put up challenges of, not being able to do enough monitoring because of economic resources, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and it keeps going on. But if you look at a country like Thailand, for instance, within a span of 2 years, they increased the monitoring stations from 50 to over 500. So where did the resources come from in a country like Thailand? Similarly, Vietnam, over 3 years, in 4 cities, they increased monitoring stations. Each of the cities have now 28 monitoring stations. So I think it's important for us to look at these models if you want to translate it to India, because there must have been some policy in terms of resource generation that worked well. The second issue is capacities, which Dr. Agarwal just mentioned. I think there's a lot of emphasis in countries like China, where they put on capacity building. And I used to be part of an organization that works very, very strongly in China. And one of the things that we realized is that they had a training calendar for the people who worked in air pollution management, air quality management. And so people were prepared. The government would give the directive that you have to attend these, and the technical resource persons, the scientific organizations were affiliated with the government to actually deliver those. So it was mandatory as part of their processes. So there's a whole system working there. You have an academic institute or scientific institution. You have on the one hand the government planning the process of capacity building, and you have this mandatory process of people coming in, learning, and getting into the scientific process. So you're not really dependent on getting emissions inventories or source apportionment studies done by external organizations. And the third is, I think, as you mentioned, the private sector engagement. the industry engagement in the country at the moment is minimal as far as air pollution management is concerned. And I think that's an area that really needs looking into. The private sector engagement in climate, the climate mitigation or, even contributing to climate adaptation plans is much more primarily because, now there is the net zero targets and there is this transition journeys that they talk about. But as far as air pollution is concerned, I think we do need a strategy to engage the private sector more in terms of contributing resources, in terms of contributing knowledge, and in terms of active participation as far as air pollution management is concerned. I'll stop there.
Thank you, absolutely. And while we're speaking about policies and talking about, for example, how you just said that there is some private sector engagement when it comes to climate, but not air pollution. Anumita, I'd like to come to you on this. At the government level, policies are often created in silos. So how can an integrated approach make the implementation of these policies financially feasible and also efficient?
Can you hear me? Yeah. So it's actually a very challenging conversation to have today in this country, mainly because, and when I'm saying challenging conversation, the conversation on co-benefit framework for action. And for a considerable length of time, even though signs of co-benefits have evolved quite a bit globally, but we have not yet learned how to integrate that science with decision-making, policy-making in this country yet. And as a result, what we have seen, that we have kept almost everything in silo. It is not about keeping climate change and air pollution narrative in silos, but even within the air pollution narrative, we have kept the sources in silos. We have kept household pollution, outdoor pollution in silo. We have never understood the value of taking an integrated approach. Now, therefore, it's very important that we should focus on this now very quickly and not lose more time, remaining in silo. And this is something that we have understood even from our practice. It's not that we are not confronting the problem of keeping issues so siloed. So just to give a couple of examples. For a long time, we have not understood through our action, how do we address when we confront a trade-off. And what do I mean by that? Let's take the example, because India has gone through a big campaign, say, against diesel. Now, when diesel was being fought on public health ground, right, industry and even climate policies in Europe said, no, diesel makes sense because it's a climate-friendly fuel. But that has changed today, okay? So that's one narrative. Secondly, so when you then said, okay, from diesel, let's move to natural gas, then the question came up, well, yes, natural gas is giving you public health benefit, but what about methane? Because that is trapping heat. So it's a continuous process of that we have gone through, and today we know that if we do not integrate the two, then we will get lost in many small steps and intermediate steps. So if today we combine the goal of climate change and air pollution, then we know we have to leapfrog. So then it's no longer a small step from diesel to natural gas, but go directly to perhaps electrification, but on clean electricity, right? So it kind of helps you to build that agenda. And the other part of the whole co-benefit is that we also have to understand the science that when we want to clean up the air, from the climate scientists are also telling us that we have already committed a lot of warming, and some of the aerosols that we want to clean up for public health, once you clean it up, okay, which is actually cooling down the atmosphere, that cooling will go, unmasking the committed warming, and you'll have a lot more warming, okay? Now, this kind of science is just filtering in, but we do not know how to respond to this science, right? So the overall, therefore, what we are seeing that if we continue to remain like this, what it's going to do, every investment we make, every decision we take is going to remain suboptimal, and we will not be able to maximize the gains. And this is already evident in the kind of action planning that we are doing today. And therefore, even though we are talking about multi-sector action, we are talking about multi-pollutant action, but we still do not know what to do. And as a result, what we are seeing that today when funding is finally coming into the sector for air pollution control, but because we do not understand this integrated framework, a lot of it is, we are introducing a lot of bias in the investments. So for instance, our very recent analysis, some of the investments we have seen happening under Clean Air Action Plan. And what we are finding that because the whole yardstick is of PM10, okay, because most cities don't even measure PM 2.5. So as a result, the whole investment is flowing to dust control. Okay, so everything what we heard in the morning and what, say, Shadnik, you said about other pollutants and the secondary pollutants and the gases, they're not in the frame. Okay, 70% of funding that has been invested today has gone for road repair, pothole repair, okay, sweeping of the roads, that's it. So that kind of tells us that it's absolutely essential that we now combine the goals and mainstream the indicators of co-benefit principle into all policy making and not keep talking about a clean air action plan, then an environment action plan, then a climate action plan. That has to stop.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So speaking about this integrated approach, Bhargav, what are some of the policies and that we need in place and some of the steps that we can take in order to achieve this climate-ready state?
Thanks, Divya. I have the unenviable task of being the last speaker of the last 2 days of discourse on integrated action on climate and air pollution. So rather than sort of pitch any new thoughts on how to go about doing this, let me try and frame a sort of package of ideas based on what I've gleaned over the last couple of days instead, right? So I think we are kind of agreed on the first principle that air quality and climate action are synergistic from the perspective that there are common sources, there are common sectors that need to be addressed together. A classic example of a co-benefit oriented solution would be household air pollution, where not only are you addressing aerosol release that are harmful from an air pollution perspective, but also black carbon that are harmful from a climate perspective. So there are obviously examples here that we need to leverage and build this broader narrative that the action is synergistic. Moving to the structure of how you would approach policymaking synergistically around air pollution and climate, I think there is a level of fundamental re-architecting that is required going forward in how we approach both of these issues. The commonality across both of them is that they are all of government, all of society issues. There is no single bullet solution that needs to be fixed to address both air pollution or climate. You need multi-sectoral action. You need action on complicated issues, whether it be power, energy, transport, basic issues that address issues of economy, of livelihoods, of jobs. Now, in this kind of context, how do you approach policy making? So Dr. Agarwal, for instance, earlier mentioned the idea that for both climate and air quality action, local priorities and local solutions need to be aligned with national priorities. I would actually argue that it should be the other way around. Where you have a three-tiered structure essentially of policymaking, which is nested within each other. So you have broader national agenda setting that is carried out by the union government, which aligns with national as well as global priorities. State level action plans that are converting those sort of goals from a national level into specific sectoral actions, and local level issues that are identified through urban local bodies for targeted action on specific sources that are present within either the urban local body or rural areas that are under their relative administration. Now, some of this has been recognized already through the grants of the 15th Finance Commission to ULBs, recognizing that most of the action is really happening at the city level, and there isn't much a union government can do to affect air pollution at a city. And so this needs to be sort of replicated across the board, whether it be on climate or on air quality. Adaptation needs are different when it comes to climate. Sources are different when it comes to air quality. And these kinds of first principles can be transferred across either one of these spaces. Combined with these sort of three streams, we also need three specific areas of action as well. And the first of these, we heard Mr. Tiwari speak eloquently about this morning, which is augmenting institutional capacity. Now, we have regulators who are woefully under-equipped to be able to deliver on their mandate. Our own assessment has shown that across pollution control boards in the Indo-Gangetic Plain, there is anywhere between a 30 to 65% vacancy rate on technical positions. So engineers as well as scientists whose job is to regulate industry, which means effectively in most of these states, the job of an environmental engineer, which requires going and inspecting a site, conducting monitoring and measuring air quality as well as water quality, analyzing those samples in the lab, writing up a report, and then issuing the consent effectively needs to be done within a period of 24 to 72 hours, which is largely impossible to do. The second is, within this issue of institutional capacity is upscaling the staff who are already there, as well as planning forward and making our regulators future ready. The recent amendments to the Electricity Act, which have introduced the concept of carbon markets, the announcement of emissions trading schemes across in Punjab and in Gujarat and in other parts of the country, we really don't have the capacity to manage them at this point in time, unless there is an external agency which is coming and doing that work for us. How are we skilling our regulators to be able to handle this kind of future-ready mandate? We don't really know the answer to those questions right now. The second stream of action is really around improved coordination. Whichever level of governance you look at, whether it be at the national, state, or local level, there is really no convergence on policy making. So just to give you an example, at the state level, you have state action plans on air pollution, you have state action plans on climate change, you have state action plans on climate change and health. None of these really talk to each other, even though they're all addressing largely the same issues. Why is that the case? Even NCAP, for instance, doesn't include health sector representation, even though health impacts are the sort of primary reason why these programs exist in the first place. How do you design effective environmental policy without really taking cognizance of what the health impacts are? So bringing greater convergence between the relevant sectors, effectively deploying the know-how that is available across all of these sectors to promote intersectoral action is what we should be thinking about. And lastly is revising and enhancing incentive structures. So an example of this, the incentive structures that currently exist, for instance, is, again, I'll use the example of the 15th Finance Commission grants for air quality to ULBs. So largely skewed towards improvements in air quality. A very small proportion of the funds are released based on augmentation of institutional capacity, development of action plans, installation of monitors, and those are only for the first year of the grants. Based on improvements in air quality, specified amounts will be released for years 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now, that by its very nature creates an incentive structure that does not support long-termist thinking. Effectively, you're saying, please report improvements in air quality, otherwise you're not going to get your money. What we must recognize is that this is going to take a long time. Mr. Tiwari, again, in his slides earlier today, referred to the varied time that many cities around the world have taken, anywhere between 5 and 25 years to improve air quality. If we are really to recognize that the Indo-Gangetic Plain is this sort of unique geographical phenomenon, which is where weather as well as all of these other factors affects air quality, then we must recognize that we need a long-term approach to this, which with recognized interim markers of success and delivery of funds associated with that. So this is my sort of broad submission on how we would kind of promote this intersectoral collaboration on air quality and climate. I hope it's useful.
Thanks, Bhargav. So you were speaking about these, internal markers of success, and so Anumita, I have a question for you here. Is that all of these steps that, for example, Bhargav spoke about, how can these steps actually be quantified? These steps towards climate change mitigation specifically, how can they be quantified similarly, like as we do with air quality at the moment? Quantified and measured.
Yeah, very tough. So keeping in mind, I think we have kind of got used to the idea of measuring air quality, and we know there's already a tradition and convention of, and what we have heard since morning, that we are generating data for air quality, at least we have begun to measure. But let's keep in mind a couple of things. One, that as far as air quality goal is concerned, we are talking about, of course, meeting the national ambient air quality standards, which are also expected to get tighter, not to the WHO recommended level, but India is already working on them. And then you're talking about a target of billion-ton carbon reduction by 2030. Now, what is it? So how do you make it measurable and verifiable? That's what the question is for us today. Obviously, it's not like saying, okay, if we are monitoring local air pollutants, so you also monitor CO2. It's not that. So what is it that we are talking about? So clearly what it means that there are several metrics that we now require. One, to understand the climate impact. Now already we are, as part of our disaster management systems, as well as the weather tracking that we do, we are generating climate-related data. But to make that more robust, more goal-oriented, and open source. And that will be critical for us to understand the long-term trend, and and also the short term, like we had the heat wave, and we really want to understand how that impacts people, and how do you therefore demystify that data for communication, for policy making, and for implementation. So clearly the protocol for what kind of data generation and management is needed, that will have to be worked out. Second level of data generation is that when we are doing investments, infrastructure development, are we creating the right methods for estimating that how much carbon reduction is going to happen because of that, or how much carbon are we actually locking in because of that investment? Now that is absolutely critical, because we keep talking about targets like reduce energy intensity by 45% by 2030. What does it mean? How are we measuring it? So no one has worked on that protocol for that data. And what is very unfortunate is, even though India is digitizing very rapidly today in all sectors, but it's a garbage. So we just do not know that input that is coming in. How do we analyze, use, inform, make it a policy feedback? So there's a lot of homework to do, lot of work to do in that front. But it is very urgent, because you cannot, especially in the case of climate change, you cannot say that this is working unless you have testified based on data that you have not locked in more carbon into it. Just to end, I want to give one example, that if you are not careful about this, in Delhi, for instance, which has got the highest number of flyovers. So whenever flyovers got built, PWD always did their number crunching to say how much carbon it has reduced because of the flyover. Because that 400 or 500 meter length of flyover, the speed of the vehicle, and therefore the energy efficiency that is improving, so that has helped Delhi to reduce its carbon emissions, right? Now, so therefore it's my carbon estimation versus yours, right? So in which the pedestrian path and the low emission zones are going to lose the battle. So therefore the time has come now, we need a very robust methodology, and it has to be based on regulations, and perhaps now we need to think about that, should we now begin to work towards GHG regulations in this country or not? That's what like USEP and others have done. So that's another part of the conversation.
Thank you so much. Absolutely, because we also heard earlier about how data for, like you said, policy making, implementation, communication will be very different, obviously. And so, Prarthana, coming back to you, you've worked extensively also on public engagement when it comes to air pollution and climate change. So, what do you think is the best way, simplest way, and more effective way to educate and talk about air pollution and climate change, with recognizing that there are different types of communities that are affected by these issues? And me specifically, having been working in public engagement and mobilization, I'm particularly curious about what you have to say here.
I think that's the most difficult question. And I don't think there's a simple way, frankly speaking. I mean, because engagement of the public, when you talk about engagement of the public, it's not just about building an awareness, it's about behavioral change. And I think that's the biggest challenge that our country faces, because I think we understand, we know, but we don't want to do anything that hurts us in terms of is inconvenient to us. So I think that's the biggest challenge. And as you said, we do need different models for different communities, and that's where the models need to be based on what would work locally, Now, we talk a lot about, and I myself have worked a lot with engaging youth, for instance, or we do a lot of, school-based programs, and we come back very happy that, we've done this and we've created a community of leaders who are going to, create an impact. But we must try to understand that we've just talked to them about certain things. Has it really percolated to changing the behavior, for instance, I'm really sad to say that, India is not just the Delhi youth or the Mumbai youth or, the Bangalore youth. We have, you need to go much deeper on the ground into India's villages to see what the youth are concerned about, and they are just concerned about going to the city and having a great life. So I don't think they really think about climate change. They talk about or air, and at the moment, probably many of the villages don't need to, but I think the narrative now needs to change in terms of an economic narrative for them too, because I think this is where, again, I want to bring back to the business community, Say 20 years down the line, the business community was on the other side and didn't want to discuss climate change. Today, they're making climate risk assessment plans because it's an economic issue, because it's impacting the business. So I think we need to change the narrative a bit in terms of, you shouldn't be doing this, because talking about EVs will not matter there. I think, do you need the EVs is what you need to talk about in that kind of an audience. So we need to be more creative and decentralized even in terms of our communication campaigns and identify stakeholder groups differently. One of my very early projects was a very, very interesting train that was run by the Center for Environment Education, which ran through the country in terms of climate change education. And the entire education process was decentralized because the train made stops at different stations, so the kind of audience that came was very different. So you had to change the narrative. So you couldn't have a one standing exhibition going around the country. You have the baseline as the exhibition, but you also needed other things which they could narrate to. So I think it's a mixed model that you need to work with, and I'm sure the audience has a lot of communication experts. So, I think we need to work together to see what are the different voices that can come back to the ground, feed into it, and talk about the communication strategy. But it needs to be a communication strategy that leads to behavioral change, and not just awareness, and not just, a lot of narratives that are just focused on involved in making a difference in policy.
Great. All right. I've been signaled that we can move to the Q&A now. Thank you so much for this really insightful discussion. I'm looking forward to some of the questions that we'll get from the audience. We can take a few questions now.
Yeah, so I have two questions actually. One is that, Bhargav, you mentioned about 15th Finance Commission target and all. And we all know that, the target basically is, they said that if you reduce PM by, I think, 10% or something, then you are going to get the next grant and so. So my fear is that, in many cities, they may not be able to reduce by 10%, although they might have done something to reduce the local emission. And if that is the case, then there is no incentive for those cities because we are only looking into PM level without really understanding meteorology and all. So what's your opinion? Obviously it has been mentioned, but perhaps for the next 16th Finance Commission or later years, this can be changed. And the second question is that, not particularly to you, but anyone can answer, is how to really foster better interministerial coordination. Because right now everything related to air pollution and climate change is under MOEFCC. And even then also within the MOEFCC, the two groups, air pollution and climate change, they hardly talk to each other. There are big programs going on. But anchoring around them are all the other relevant ministries, but hardly there is any interministerial dialogue going on that how to really talk about this kind of policy. So how to really improve the situation? So any insight on that?
Okay, so that's exactly the point, right, with the 15th Finance Commission grants. I think the incentive structure does require change because right now it's a combination of both reduction in ambient air quality levels as well as number of good air quality days as per the AQI. The point is that in many ways that creates a bad incentive structure, right? I think even if, let's say, they have reduced some local emission source, that's great. The other thing is, other possibility is that they really haven't done much, but let's say certain monitors just choose not to function on certain parts of the year. Then it's very good. You may be able to just show that the number of good air quality days has either remained the same or improved. So these are the questions that we don't have answers to right now, right? And that's why focusing on structural and process indicators, at least for the first part of these grants, would have been much more prudent approach to building this capacity and recognizing that this is a long-term issue. By setting air quality specific indicators as markers of success from year 2 onwards itself, it has made it essentially a fait accompli that you are expected to show improvements. And we know how those kinds of incentive structures play out.
Can I respond to this as well? Because that second question that you asked about how to measure the interministerial, interdepartmental. So what is very interesting is when we are now looking at how different departments are, what are they doing, how are they spending their money. So when you ask them to report based on the money that they have got under 15th Finance Commission, and when they're reporting on the indicators that CPCB has given them, and CPCB has given them about 258 indicators to report their progress. Now, if any city is actually showing progress on 258 indicators, something dramatic is happening. But what we find that in most cases, they just don't know what to fill up as an action. So when you ask them, what are you doing about waste burning? They will only say so many challans, so many inspections, so many complaints, right? So what we did then, we said, okay, forget about it. Don't tell us about what you're doing with the 15th Finance Commission money. Tell us, what are you doing under all the different funding that you are getting? So ULB is getting funds under 15th Finance Commission for air pollution, for waste management, also under Swachh Bharat Mission. Then what we realized that Swachh Bharat Mission, which is a better designed program with a clear mandate, with clear funding, with a clear target, the moment you ask them to report on them and suddenly you begin to get data on the level of segregation that has already happened, collection center, material recovery center, legacy waste management, all that information suddenly gets exposed. That does not get captured in the reporting for air quality. And that clearly shows, therefore, how disconnected the system is, right? So in fact, a lot is happening. It's not that things are not happening, but you really have, but it's all getting disaggregated. And so if Delhi today, I'm just saying that if Delhi today is reporting already 12% electrification of the fleet, it will not show up in the reporting on clean air action. So that's what we will now really have to fix and understand that all the funding that is happening today, whether sectoral, whether for air pollution, whether they are aligned to optimize investments and to maximize gains. So stop looking at only at that 15th Finance Commission fund and CPCB indicators.
Okay. So I have one question each for everyone. Bhargav, you have been now talking about including health in our National Clean Air Program, but I would just want to understand that how do we, approach this problem? How do you make sure that CPCB starts working on it? Probably they've forgotten that they included indoor monitoring also the National Clean Air Program, but nobody has even talked about it, or we haven't even included those in our clean air action plans. So how do we, as an ecosystem, approach that problem and approach CPCB to start working on it? I have a question for you, Pratna, you mentioned about developing economic narrative. So I just want to understand in a better way that what are the ways that we can do that to create more awareness or bring business community so that it can be more effective in better outreach. And Anumita, I have a question that we are here to talk about how do we integrate air pollution and climate policies. But if we look at National Clean Air Program, we have an air pollution agenda. But when it comes to state level, the governments have already started looking at air pollution and climate integration. But then they are getting confused because National Clean Air Program has a different agenda, and how do they include climate into it? It will become very messy for them. So I think it needs to come from the center, MOFCC or CPCB, including this in the National Clean Air Program itself. So what do you have to say on that?
Thank you. It's a difficult question to answer, Pratima. I think the refrain that we all have of health needs to be at the center of environmental policy making, but we don't really know how to effectively define that, right? I've had conversations with others in this room also on this very subject on what does it really mean if we want to make health central to environmental policy making. And to me, in my sort of early stages of thinking about this, it's effectively at like 3 levels. So the first level is essentially at least trying to get a seat at the table. Right now, largely environmental policy making is devoid of any health considerations at all. So let's say I was part of a committee that was tasked with reviewing the CEPI index for critically polluted clusters. We were tasked with developing a new health metric for the index, an objective metric that would utilize data from the health system as well as from CPCB, SPCBs, and others. We deliberated on it for about 2-3 months. We came up with a measure for them to actually evaluate the objective health impacts in these critically polluted clusters. And then 6 months down the line, a new Gazette notification came about. With all of that was virtually just ignored. And the health component of the score was just doubled. How they were measuring the health impact is still unclear to everybody. So the fact that the seat at the table was not sufficient takes me on to the second phase, which is actually integrating health evidence and epidemiological evidence as part of standard setting. So an example for something like this would be the review of the air quality standards, which are happening right now. Now, the previous air quality standards were released in 2009. We don't really know what evidence was factored in when deciding those standards. They align somewhat loosely with WHO interim air quality guidelines, but there's variances here and there with respect to PM or gases. Now, how have they come about with these standards? What if they consider as the lowest possible level of exposure? What is the level at which risk starts to increase for vulnerable populations? What kind of data have they considered from epidemiological studies that have been conducted here in India and elsewhere? We don't really know the answers to any of these questions because there is a total lack of transparency on that front, right? And if you were to do this properly, epidemiologists and environmental engineers and atmospheric scientists and all of these other disciplines would be sitting around the table to debate these questions together. The third phase of something like this would be recognizing that the whole process of all environmental policy making is essentially interdisciplinary. No environmental policy works in a silo. Environmental policy is effectively dictating how other sectors should function, right? Let's say you're reviewing industry-specific emission standards. You have a industry representative, but no affected stakeholder communities are present at those debates. No technology providers, let's say for solutions related to FGDs, as an example, would be present at those tables. No economists or sociologists or any other disciplines are represented when reviewing these kinds of standards. So there are possibly different ways in which health can be integrated into environmental policy making. I think as a start, we need to at least get health a seat at the table in this debate right now.
So, Pratima, I'm going to just shift the discussion from air pollution to climate a bit because I can't really tell you what the economic narrative for air pollution would be. Maybe I have some idea, but just to give you an example, I don't know how much, the people here know about what CDP does. We run a disclosure platform for industry, almost 16,000 global industry, to disclose on climate, water, and forest, for instance. Now, there's data there which is being used by investors to feed back into the industry. So that's how the climate aspect has become very important, because it's become an economic model. So now the companies want to assess how many emission reduction projects they have, what is their supply chain, what is their operation procedures, what is the energy mix in the industry, basically because the data is fed back to the investors who want the data. So if you take that same model and you add a health narrative around it, and you say, now the industry needs to look at what is the health implications, then they would have to talk about air pollution. Right now, they don't talk about air pollution. So if you are going to integrate air pollution and climate change, you'll have to look at opportunities like that. Policy is one, but I think there are a lot of things happening in the climate space where air pollution needs to get in. So I think one of the things that needs to be done is, where is it that air pollution needs to be mainstreamed, because there's an opportunity there.
How do we guide state governments to do their climate action plan, their confusion between this clean air and the climate? So absolutely right. And what we are seeing today, how state governments are really struggling. And so what's happening is Clean Air Action Plan at least has kind of adopted a process. So there's a overall city action plan, then micro action plan, now state action plan, and certain processes have been put in place to follow that up, have a reporting and a compliance mechanism. Whether that's working or not, that's a separate matter. But when it's come to climate action plan, state governments have just been asked to prepare it and given a deadline, and a ridiculous deadline of 2 months, 3 months. And climate action plan, just imagine the scope of it, because what climate action plan does, it is just not about mitigation, it is also about adaptation. So other than the urban sectors, you are then talking about agriculture, water resource, forest, ecologically sensitive areas, vulnerability. And where is that information in that state that you can quickly access and you can churn out something? So what is happening is, wherever they are able to get consultants and think tank to do something for them, so they will do some quick modeling and then some cursory thing about what you can do. I think one absolutely yes, that there has to be very clear guidance, guidelines on what is expected from that plan, right? Because which has not been given, and that the central government will really have to give, and that they need to outline that, what is it that we really want? What kind of target setting should have? How the sectoral plans need to be developed? And the other thing is that a lot is already happening in this country. There are so many policies, so many funding lines, so many sectoral action happening. It's more important to develop guidelines for strategy development in each sector. Because when they are at it, when they are working, when they're implementing, inform it right there. And then you do further augmentation, funds alignment, find new resources, and bring new principles of governance. Like today, you may talk about climate finance, but you will not talk about polluter pay. Or you may give funding for pollution control, but also for economic recovery, and economic recovery which is not a green recovery, and they are at cross purpose. So a lot of these alignments will have to be worked out. And we really have to work very hard on developing that multi-sector framework and sector-specific strategy development for implementation. That then gets translated into specific business rules built into the budget of the department, and that's where the main integration is needed. We have to work on that now.
Yeah, Palash.
Hi, am I audible? Yeah. Hi. Given the experience on the panel, and I feel this is a very experienced panel, and working both on implementation and on national planning, I just had a question which, so maybe all three of you can give us the top 2 priorities that each of you have on improving environmental governance on 2 fronts. One is on the capacity building front, and second is on what the topic of your panel is, on addressing co-benefits of climate and air pollution.
So on the capacity building part, I think, I don't think we've prioritized it enough. So I think it's our fault. I think even as a community, we need to talk about it more, because I don't know, the moment we talk about capacity building, we send it off to the technical institutes, but I'm not very sure if that's the answer. So I think that's the first dialogue that we need to start with, that is it just the technical institute, the top few technical institutes that need to do it, or does it have to be more mainstreamed into education program or something like that? I think that would be my suggestion. In terms of your second question, which was about the climate and clean air co-benefit, I'm here today because I think the private sector needs to be engaged very much, because I mean, you know, I think we have not really used the private sector in India enough. They have the resources, they have the technology, they have the knowledge. And I think there needs to be a narrative which goes beyond just the power. We need to get into every industry and talk about how the contribution to air pollution and climate change can happen together. Because, you know, once you actually understand what's happening, you know that they're already doing their GHG inventorization. They already have emission reduction projects. The only thing they're not doing is how do we correlate it to air, and how do we start taking the narrative. And now we have an opportunity. You see, with the mandatory disclosure that has been mandated by SEBI, there is an air pollution component there. They have to disclose on SOx, NOx, PM. So I think that's an opportunity, and the air pollution community needs to leverage on it.
I think it's a capacity building, and we certainly understand there's a huge new skill requirement. A lot of new generation policies are coming in because of the whole co-benefit approach. But that skilling will have to be done in a more nuanced way, which is more hand-holding, which is more in touch with the reality, and build into the program and program execution and implementation. And I know Government of India is now actually augmenting a lot of its investment in capacity building, but designing the program is going to be very critical. And the second part is that something we need to keep in mind, that the moment and that's also linked to the capacity building and how new orientation is needed, because a lot of strategy that we implement for, say, clean air action, the moment you say that now we have to link it up with the climate goal as well, immediately the focus of the same strategy changes. And I'll give you an example. Today for air pollution, everywhere NGT and everyone is saying, you get rid of the old vehicles, okay, 15-year-old, whatever. And then these vehicles get shifted from one place to another, and we just think about, okay, the old vehicles will go and it is going to reduce the tailpipe emission. But the moment you bring the climate angle into it, then you are talking about circularity. Then it is no longer just about remove it, but how do you dispose of it for material recovery, bring the scrap steel back to the steel sector or to the automotive sector. And this means that today, what Pratana was saying, already because of this linkage, a lot of corporate policies are changing, and it is shifting focus from tailpipe management to life cycle management. So the corporates are now talking about how they're sourcing their energy. Are they generating renewable energy or not? Is the raw material sourcing is responsible or not, right? Even in India, our CII study of 2020 shows that how the OEMs, when they are doing their procurement policy, they are sending signal to their supply chain saying that this is my climate requirement. It has started in India already. But policies have not created the mandate for it yet. So those are the joining dots that's required.
So I already sort of listed out 3 areas of action. I don't think I need to sort of reiterate those. I think on capacity building, we start from a really low baseline. So I think there's significant amount of work that needs to be done across the board, especially with sort of state-level regulators. I think Anumita gave a great example on sort of the linkage between climate and air quality, especially from the perspective of industry. To just cap that off, I would say some of this would, or most of this would essentially form part of a green new industrial policy. And that's what we really need to look out for going forward.
We have one more question at the back. That'll be the
So my question would be to Dr. Bhargav Krishna. So we can see that policy integration would also require a lot of skilled human resource, especially for the state action plans. And I think CPR has done this study on state action plans, where they say that staffing has been an issue, like in some of the state, state action for the state action plans and climate change specifically, the departments don't have adequate, skilled resource, and integrating of both air pollution and climate change would require, skilled human resource. So, what do you want to say on that?
What do I want? That's a challenging question to answer. No, that's right. I think it's also important to recognize that all of these departments kind of function in silos right now, right? So state action plan, state department on climate change doesn't talk to state pollution control board, doesn't really talk to state health department. And I think the broader point that I'm trying to make, leaving aside the specific aspects of capacity building of those individuals, is the need for convergence across all of these departments. So they all have broadly similar goals, and I think they need to talk to each other much more effectively. And the way to do that is by thinking about what would be a nodal agency at a union level, at a state level, at a local level, to facilitate some of that discourse. Because a large part of the problem is also this sort of within the hierarchical nature of government, who has convening authority and who doesn't. Let's say a ULB wants to convene, in Delhi, for instance, if one of the ULBs chooses to convene, many departments will just choose not to appear. We were part of a Ministry of Health committee on air pollution back in 2014 and 2015, and we had nominated representatives from the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Petroleum. Most of them never showed up to a single meeting, right? And so it's a question of who has the convening power to be able to pull those together, and largely it is some kind of apex body that is chaired by a representative of relevant hierarchical situation within that structure.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just asking the last question. So this is an open question. So it is a topic which has been touched very little in the past 2 days. It is about carbon tax, which has been being explored by some countries outside. And within the same aspect, the concept of carbon offset, some companies are doing, which has been creating a negative effect in turn. And how that could play out in India, and will it be effective in any way in a policy which can be done in India?
So internal, I mean, it hasn't reached that level that you can actually, so companies are putting a price internally, but in terms of the carbon market, India is still at a very nascent stage. I mean, there's a lot of talk about, the local carbon market and things like that. But what is interesting is there's a lot of interest in terms of, again, there's a business model there, right? So that's how it's working. So to your question on what is happening, well, we are going towards a local carbon market, but we don't know when it's going to come through. But as far as the industries, I think there are several industries, even industries that we work with, who have set a price, internal carbon price.
Do we have time for one last question? He's been raising his hand for a while now, so I'd like to take that question. Can someone hand him the mic, please? Thanks.
Sorry, won't take too much time. I'm Satyamitran, a student at NLS here. I'm doing my master's in public policy. Dr. Bhargav, you had actually mentioned a while back, which I personally had almost an opposite sort of reaction, but I thought I'd just ask. So usually in the policy space, things are more often than not process-driven and not outcome-driven. And so I'm not against processes. Obviously, we can't have an anarchic sort of situation without, processes are necessary to maintain that. But the entire issue of, say, red tapeism and getting stuck up in the same processes that we sort of create is what has probably slowed down the development process, not only in our country, but in different regions of the world as well. I just wanted to ask, are you aware of any existing attempts to mitigate that in the air pollution / climate change sector? Or if if you have, say, outcomes as an overarching sort of framework under which processes operate, if that could also facilitate collaboration, which was spoken about quite extensively today.
So I don't know if I have a specific answer for you on that, but I think this debate on process-driven versus outcome-driven does need to happen. Just as a sort of counter to your thought, I'll give you an anecdote from my work in health systems. So as part of work that I was doing at the state level in one of the southern states with a very advanced health system, we were looking at sort of the most common disease conditions as part of development for a universal health coverage benefit package, right? And so this is a state in which malaria is endemic, meaning malaria outbreaks happen on a fairly frequent basis. But as part of the National Malaria Eradication Program, a target had been set by a certain year. You will have to show that there are 0 malaria cases in each of these districts. So when I went through the data, it was clear that all of these districts had essentially reported 0 cases of malaria. But speaking with the statistician, it was fairly clear to know how this had happened. So every case that showed up to a public hospital that was a legitimate case of malaria was just documented as an undifferentiated fever instead. So this is an example of how outcome-driven incentive structures can skew how we interpret whether or not action is really happening on the ground, right? So I think that's where the point that I was trying to make on whether this outcome-driven incentive structure will work on air quality is something that we really need to discuss.
Great, thank you so much. This has been such a great discussion on a whole variety of issues. I'll quickly summarize a few points that's really stood out for me at least. One was obviously that, while there are national level policies, they need to ideally be driven by state and local bodies. Definitely there was an emphasis on capacity building and upskilling at a local level and designing effective programs for that. I especially liked what Pratna you said about some of the countries that have these training calendars with the governments and affiliated organizations. Of course, also there was a note on increasing private sector engagement with air pollution, just like how there is for climate change, and connecting the different systems and departments, basically different, like Bhargav was talking about how different departments need to be talking to each other. And also, just like how everything else, including policies, have to be decentralized, that also works for communications. And so we really need, clearly there is a need for policy frameworks that accommodate these synergies in order to be able to provide a more impactful response and deliver durable benefits for the long term for two of the most pressing issues and challenges that we face today, which is air pollution and climate change. Thank you so much to our panelists, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Divya Narayanan, for chairing this session, and thank you to the panel members for sharing the expertise with us. And rightly said, it's very important to integrate scientific evidence in decision making, and as well as identifying synergies and working towards them. Thank you, and I would now like to call upon stage Dr. Pratima Singh to share them a token of appreciation. We would now be announcing the results for the student poster competition. For that, I would like to invite Professor Vijay Kanvade on the stage to give away the prizes to the students. Okay, so you all have seen the posters there in the chamber too. I would like any one of you to guess who would be the first winner, and any guesses from the audience? Like, whose research did you like the best? Who do you think would be winning? You heard all the 5 people speak. Okay, I think you are right. Ekta is the first winner, first winner. Any guesses for who is going to be the second or the third winner? Since you guessed the first one to be right. Any guesses from the audience? I think I'll only say Wagmi Patel, CEPT University is second. And the third prize goes to Sneha M. Sneha is from Kumaraguru College of Technology. And Ekta is from IIT Delhi. Thank you, Professor Vijay Kanvade, for handing over the prizes. Thank you. With this, we head towards the last session where you would be hearing from the exhibitors. And I think you all have seen their stalls and interacted with them and actually seen what kind of technology that they have to showcase. We would be having two of exhibitors who will be telling us in detail about the organization and the work they're doing in this field. Just a second, I'll just let you know who the exhibitors. Okay, we only have two exhibitors who will be talking about the organization. We have Airveda and we have Panjurili Labs Private Limited. I would request the representatives to come over the stage and talk about the organization. So first we would be hearing from Airveda and then Panjurili Labs. Anyone from? Yeah, sure, you can take it.
At Airveda, our mission is to help people breathe well, live well. We provide end-to-end air quality monitoring solutions. How do you move forward? Okay. All right. So my name is Namita Gupta. I am the founder of Airveda. I graduated from IIT Delhi in 2001, and I moved to the US, and I was there for 13 years. I moved back to India in December 2013. I have a family of, with asthma problems. My dad was asthmatic, I'm asthmatic, and my daughter actually had her first asthma attack when she was 2 years old. And the doctor said it was a 7 on 10. When we moved to India, she was 3.5. And we had a really bad winter with lots of asthma attacks, and I was pregnant with my second one. And this is really how I got into the sort of air pollution discussion. Air pollution is clearly one of the biggest health hazards of our times. And yet, how do you solve what you cannot measure? It's been repeated multiple times, in the course of the day-to-day. India has about 4,000 urban towns, 7,000 rural areas, and yet we have AQ monitoring, which only covers about 171 cities and towns today. And this is primarily because regulatory grade monitors are extremely costly. And not just costly, right? They're extremely hard to deploy. If anybody's been to one of these regulatory grade monitor, location, it's like a big room with like multiple machines and analyzers, and you need like a full-time person to maintain it on a regular basis. That's a lot of commitment and space that's required. On the other hand, low-cost sensors, they are really tiny. They can be set up on street lights and balconies. They need 2 to 3 visits a year to maintain them. And they're really easy to create, granular local networks in cities. And at Ayurveda, we truly believe that hybrid networks are the future. And the only way we can actually, cover a country the size of India is through hybrid networks. So at Ayurveda, we build ambient air quality monitoring devices. We primarily focus on PM 2.5, PM 10 temperature, humidity. But we have been working on gases like NO2, ozone as well. All our devices, we use co-location to calibrate them. We co-locate with government devices, and we do remote calibration. So remote calibration actually allows us to update calibration on a seasonal basis as composition of particles change. So we really sort of create these live hybrid networks where we do continuous co-location with government devices. Our devices are weatherproof. They can be set up outdoors. We do battery backup for power outages, memory backup for internet outages. We also provide humidity correction in our devices so that at high humidity levels, they continue to function well. And then solar support for energy savings. We have done several co-locations with various government monitors, regulatory grade monitors, at USIEF, at Maharashtra Pollution Control Board, with IIT Kanpur BAMs, as well as with Haryana BAMs. And we have consistently seen R2s in the range of 0.8 and 0.9. We continue to do various deployments across the country. We're creating a network in Gurgaon in partnership with GMDA, where we currently have 2 live co-locations with government regulatory devices, and then we have 8 sensors we have set up around it. We're in the process of deploying 8 more sensors in partnership with Social Alpha. In Mumbai, we did a project with Maharashtra Pollution Control Board and IIT Kanpur, where we co-located our sensors with 15 BAMs in Maharashtra. We also are in the process of doing a project with IIT Kanpur, where we've deployed 40 sensors in Chennai, 5 in Kanyakumari, which were all co-located with IIT Kanpur BAM and calibrated first. And then with Open Philanthropy and IIT Kanpur, we're working on a project for rural deployment, which will be one of the biggest projects of its kind, where 1,380 sensors will be deployed across rural areas in the country. And then we've also done integrations with DPCC, where we directly share data from co-location, from construction sites to DPCC so that they can actually do enforcement around air quality. Now, we talk about ambient air quality a lot, but actually indoor air quality can often be worse than outdoor air quality. Not only do you get exposed to all the pollution from outdoors, but indoor air quality can have, you also suffer from poor ventilation and indoor sources and TVOCs. And in fact, we spend 90% of our time indoors. It's going to take us years to solve the outdoor problem, but actually indoor problem is something that can be managed, easily. So we also provide comprehensive solutions around indoor air quality monitoring, where our devices, they connect to building management systems for automation. Our data goes to the cloud. We have, TV displays, APIs, mobile apps, web dashboards to basically manage air quality in a building. And actually, this is also another place where air quality is very connected to climate change and energy efficiency, because buildings happen to be one of the biggest source of carbon footprint in the world, and there's a huge opportunity to improve that through automation. Our devices are RESET certified, CE-mark certified. They can be used in green building certification. We monitor various parameters like PM 2.5, PM 10, carbon dioxide, TVOCs, carbon monoxide, formaldehyde, ozone, etc. In our indoor devices. And then we provide a full platform around sort of mobile apps, dashboards for analytics, as well as TV displays to display this data to occupants. We work with sort of various clients and partners. We work with various research institutes on helping them, do research as well as create networks. We've been doing a lot of work with IIT Kanpur. With IIT Delhi also, we're doing a lot of work around creating displays that they want to use to showcase and drive awareness around air quality. We work with, various government organizations. One of the sort of big areas we focus on is schools. We truly believe that, children are some of the most sensitive when it comes to air quality. So we work with a lot of schools in helping them monitor air quality, drive awareness among students, help reduce their exposure by managing their air quality and making rules around when students should be outdoors, when they should stay indoors, etc. And then we also work with sort of various offices which are now really starting to think about occupant productivity as well as occupant health and the employee health. So that's all I have. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for your time.
Hello everybody, myself Ashik. So I'm the Managing Director of Panjali Labs. So at Panjali Labs, we mainly focus on purifying the air. So, so talking about our company, we mainly focus on purifying the air. So being a patient of dust allergy, I was very focused on developing something so that other people can breathe clean air. So I started this company, and so we have invented a technology called as thin film air filtration technology. Usually when we look at HEPA filters, we think of them as the purifiers or the filters which trap the pollutants. But in reality, every year 6,000 tons of HEPA filters are dumped outside, which end up being burnt, and that contributes to an enormous amount of carbon dioxide. So what we did was we invented a technology called as thin film air filtration technology, which actually traps the pollutants, and the filters are self-cleaning in nature. So that is, our filters could be reused for up to 5 years. So thus reducing the overall cost of maintenance, at the same time reducing enormous amount of carbon footprint. So our filtration system is SPM certified with an efficiency of 99.09% for particulate matter. We purify particulate matter like PM1, PM2.5, and also PM10. So our technology has a lot of applications. So first of all, we used it to make indoor air purifiers. The following is a product which you can see here. So we recently, our company is just 10 months old. So 3 months ago, we tied up with Otrivin, and we manufactured 23 air purifiers. And we distributed that in 3 government schools, which are in and around Peenya industrial area. That's actually one of the biggest industrial area in Asia. And the air quality level in Peenya is almost equivalent to Delhi. So the children were constantly breathing polluted air. So what we did was we installed the air purifiers. We maintained the products, and with the collected soot, we actually made pencils out of it, and we distributed the pencils back to the kids. So in just a span of 3 months, we were able to purify more than 10.5 million cubic feet of air. And kids usually spend 6 to 7 hours of day inside the classrooms. So that's almost 1/3 of a day. And we believe that with our air purifiers, we are protecting 1/3 of their childhood from air pollution. So next, we moved on to a second segment, which is the commercial indoor air purifiers. So recently, CII study suggested that Whitefield in Bangalore sees 12% drop in workforce traffic during the times of high air pollution. And this is mainly because of the health problems which is caused because of air pollution. So we actually designed this product. So we conducted a pilot a few weeks ago where we took a 45 into 45 feet room, and the initial air quality was 65 micrograms of PM2.5, and within just a span of 12 minutes, we could bring down the AQI to 12 micrograms of meter cube of PM2.5, which is well within the WHO norms. And next, we started focusing on the outdoor segment. I know a lot of people believe that outdoor air purifiers cannot solve the problem of air pollution, but more than looking at air pollution from different perspective, we look at it from a health perspective. So whatever amount of purifiers that we collect from public areas, we believe that much amount of less pollutants people are breathing. So even if with a reduction of 20 to 30% of pollution concentration in any bus stop or in any public area, people are breathing that much less amount of pollutants. So we also designed another variant which is completely for the outdoor, and we have conducted 1 pilot in Delhi and 2 pilot in Maharashtra and 1 pilot in Bangalore. So in the month of September, we'll be conducting another big pilot in Bangalore, where we'll be installing 5 such units in one of the TTMCs, which has a footfall of around 8 to 10,000 people per day. And people tend to spend roughly 25 to 45 minutes in that TTMCs. And usually what happens is majority of the buses in Karnataka are run by diesel, and in the idling condition, they emit maximum amount of air pollution. So we're trying to protect the people from air pollution, at the same time trying to reduce the pollution right at the source. In order to do this, we'll be using the satellite monitoring data, and at the same time, we'll be measuring the air pollutants right at the ground level and installing our purifiers there. And so we have worked with Niti Aayog in a project called as ANIC Arise, and we are part of the FLCT, the accelerator program run by UNIDO. We are part of the iLeap program, and we are one of the winners of India Clean Air Challenge along with Ayurveda. So these are few of the articles written about our work. And yeah, I was given an opportunity to be a TEDx speaker at AIIMS Patna, where I spoke about how air purifiers could be, could have the potential in solving the air pollution, at the same time protecting people's health. And so this is our team. So we have a dedicated team who are working towards reducing the air pollution. And as a company, we believe that in just a span of 10 months, we were able to purify around 10.5 million cubic feet of air. So we believe with support from government bodies, corporates, and other clients, we'll be able to do much more and do our part in reducing air pollution. So thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for describing your technologies, and we are really happy to have you here with us at ICAS. Thank you. Thank you. As I mentioned yesterday, we would definitely want to have an ecosystem where we can get more technology developers and make them part of a platform where we solve air pollution challenges. I'm supposed to summarize the session, but I would invite my colleague Amishi Tiwari to summarize the day and present the highlights. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Pratima. I hope, good evening everyone, and I hope that you had a fruitful time here and could enhance your knowledge and gain some new perspectives from all the eminent speakers that we had here today. So I'll just go through the some points that some key takeaways from the various sessions that we had today. So one of the key points that was highlighted was that resources and knowledge is a challenge, not at the end of the researchers, of the scientific community. We have enough knowledge, enough capacity, but we need to bridge the gap from the scientific community, from the academia to the policymakers and the local bodies who are working at the ground, so that the policies and the plans that are being formed can be implemented more effectively. Then we need to focus more at the sectoral level also to sort of break down our plans into sectoral strategies so that the implementation becomes easier at those levels. And we should also design policies. While designing policies, we need to understand their impact and also ensure that we are also monitoring what sort of impact we are having on ground to allow for mid-course corrections as well. And also, we need to ensure that our targets are time-bound and not open-ended, so that we can actually see and also ensure we are tracking our progress on the way to ensure effective policy implementation as well. And one more point that kept on coming and is very essential is that we need to have regional strategies, we need to have national strategies, then we need to come down to the regional level, then again, we need to have the policies then being implemented at the state and also look at the local level where the actual action is happening. And since a lot of things might change when you go down from the national to the regional, then state, and finally to the local level, a lot of scenarios might change when you go down to those levels. So that needs to be taken into consideration when formulating all these things. And apart from that, when we come to the monitoring, air quality monitoring, or any other sort of even related to climate, we need to see that some uniform measurement protocols are being implemented so that the data is comparable across measurements. And when we talk about, lot is being talked about lack of reference grade monitors in India and the need for hybrid monitoring, but we also need to first ensure that we have enough reference grade monitors to allow for the low cost sensors and other technologies to be sort of calibrated against those. And then again, the point that we cannot work in silos when we talk about air pollution and climate change, and there needs to be integration between policies that will further help us in leveraging the commonalities that exist between the two in terms of the sources and the sort of solutions that we can come up with. And that we need, also we need to look at the global learnings and adapt them to the Indian context, but with enough tweakings and sort of seeing what the local challenges in India are that are unique to India, and then translate those to the Indian context. And finally, one point that has kept on coming since the inaugural session, we have been hearing about this, that behavioral change is essential, and without that, any policies and strategies that we may come up at the top level would not translate to the bottom, to the ground level, and that's something that we need to look at. With this, I would end my highlights here, and thank you all for being a part of day 3 of the India Clean Air Summit. And just one request to all of you, on my right towards the end of the hall, we have a whiteboard. We would love if you could just provide your suggestions and your feedback so that we can come up with a better ICAS for the next edition of ICAS. So thank you for being with us today. Hope to see you all tomorrow. Thank you.